This novel was requested by Emperor Titus, leader of the Mormor Legion. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Prologue Part 1 Vagabond Arc Ash-Crowned Princess of Slaughter 4 Chapter 4 Ash-Crowned Princess Second Part Prologue Dungeon. It was a living structure where an ancient hermit crab that turned into a monster fused with the cave or ruins and used it as their shell. The monster hermit crab evolved repeatedly in order to absorb mana and life force from the living things that wandered into them. They even scanned the residual thought of those that died inside them in order to better lure human and monster, the two living things that they considered as their best food. That was how Dungeon ended up producing things that those two species sort of suitable environment that monster preferred, precious metals and gems that human liked, and also weapons or magic tools that were created from ores. Because the dungeon had never been human before, most of the things that they created were no different from trash. But a dungeon that had existed for a long time and continued to absorb residual thought all along could increase their floor level, recreated their cave into stone passage, and they even gradually became able to create magic sword or treasure that human couldn't create. And then the residual thoughts that continued to accumulate inside a dungeon for thousands of years would possess an ego as a dungeon's spirit that was different from the spirits of the natural world. This dungeon's spirit then would grant gift to intellectual creature that arrived at their lowest floor, gift a special ability that surpassed mere human strength. In the past, heroes would seek that power, used that power to overcome numerous difficulties, and guided the human society, countries toward peace. Therefore humans sought for dungeon with dream in their heart, even while knowing that what they would find there wouldn't be limited to just hope. And now the young royalties of Claydale Kingdom would also challenge a dungeon. Several hundred years ago, Claydale Kingdom absorbed Dandel Dukedom and Melrose Dukedom and rapidly grew in strength, becoming a powerful country. Naturally, such rapid growth caused the neighboring countries to consider them as dangerous. Because of the next generation of the royal family sought to obtain gift in order to oppose the other countries, while the crown prince, the first princess, and the noble daughters who were engaged to the crown prince were making their preparation to conquer the dungeon. The head of the royal court magicians, Count Lester, were having a conversation with his daughter who would participate in the dungeon exploration this time due to her status as a fiancée of the crown prince. The conversation that was taking place in the office of his mansion had an extremely cold atmosphere even though they were father and daughter. Carla. I won't ask you to come back safely, just don't let the crown prince to die. That's the only thing that I'm asking from you. Very well. Dear father, I don't permit you to bring the servants of this mansion with you. Just choose some people from outside. I understand. Those weren't words that a parent should say toward their child who would be heading to a dangerous place. But even after listening to the words of Count Lester Agnes Lester that he was spitting while frowning the whole time, Carla was only squinting her eyes that had dark circles around them with a sunny smile on her lips. She didn't remember how many years it had been since the last time they had a father and daughter conversation like this. The father treated her daughter like a thing, while the daughter didn't even consider her father as human. The chasm between them had gone far beyond being a mere irreconcilable difference. The atmosphere among the two of them could even be called as an atmosphere between two enemies. In fact, Ignace had attempted to kill Carla before. And not just once or twice. He only left his daughter alive when she was still little because he thought that she still had some use for him, but his daughter's dangerousness rose up by leaps and bounds as she grew older, and currently the only reason why they didn't kill each other was because of Carla's status as a fiancée of the crown prince at the present time. She didn't have long to live anyway. She might die just by a single punch from an ordinary person. But Carla hadn't died even when she was poisoned by her family. Begone from my sight. Nothing would make me happier if you become the crown prince's shield and die. That will be the greatest fidelity you can perform for the royal family as a member of Leicester House. The father told his daughter to go die. The daughter laughed in response to that. That sounds like fun, but in that case I'll need a shield to use. Is it alright if I bring one of my dear brothers with me? I'm just joking. Dear father, I forgot that I only have one brother left. She only had one big brother remaining despite having 3 in the past. Even that last remaining brother had never returned to this mansion for many years because he was scared of getting killed by Carla. Then fare thee well, dear father. Should I also give my greeting to dear mother? Just get out of my sight already. Bam! The thrown ink jar hit the door that Carla closed, leaving behind an ugly scratch and black stain. Carla listened to that sound from outside the room while chuckling. Then she began walking through the corridor cheerfully. What Carla wished for could be found in the dungeon, and the chance for that had come to her faster than she expected. Originally, even though it was expected for members of the royal family to dive into dungeon, asking those at their teenage who hadn't even enrolled into the academy to do such thing could be said as too premature. This hastiness might be caused by Carla and the first Princess Elena. Carla became even more fixated towards strength since a certain time period. Her capability as a magician surpassed even the royal court magician. That abnormality of her stood out and the royal family began to consider her as dangerous. Elena too had grown even more intelligent since a certain time period, and she displayed her qualities as a princess. In order to ascertain that quickly, the royal family chose to compare and contrast her with the crown prince. If they wanted to play it safe, then they should wait until the crown prince came of age, or at least until the princess enrolled into the academy. Originally Carla too planned to keep training herself diligently until that time came. But what put Carla in a good mood wasn't because of this chance coming to her this quickly. It might be because of the appearance of a girl who changed the fate of the two of them when Princess Elena met danger. I wonder if I'll be able to meet you quickly if someone die. The royal castle was a place where the king and those who made political decisions were working. The palace that was adjoined to the castle was where the royal family was living at. Although it was called a palace, it didn't consist of just a single palace. The palace at the center was the residence of the king, and surrounding it was the 3 palaces for the queens. Furthermore, there were even more palaces of various sizes surrounding those palaces of the king and queens. The relatively new palace at the east side was the first princess palace. The servants who will come with me into the dungeon this time are going to be Sarah and Chloe. Sarah is one of the people in charge of the Queen Palace's security, but from now on she is going to be the one in charge of the first Princess Palace's security. I shall be looking forward to your good work, both of you. It's an honor, Your Highness. The 2 maids elegantly bowed their head in response to the words of Elena, the master of the first Princess Palace. The dungeon exploration that the royal family would perform this time was being carried out under the veil of secrecy in order to prevent any obstruction from the noble faction. Because of that, the number of participants was kept at minimum. Excluding the guards and luggage carriers, each main participant could only bring 2 servants to take care of their needs. The maid named Chloe who Elena chose was still young, but she was a maid who had been taking care of Elena since she was born. Elena held deep trust toward her, and the person herself was also a knight of this country's Black Ops, so she had been one of the candidates for participating from the start. But as for Sarah, there was a reason why she now worked exclusively for the princess despite being someone in charge of the security for both the Queen Palace and Princess Palace before. Elena's big brother from different mother, the Crown Prince Heroine, had stopped trusting the guards from the Black Ops since the failed kidnapping attempt on Elena at Dandel. He refused to be guarded by the Black Ops member even for the dungeon exploration this time. From where Elena was standing, as the one who almost got kidnapped, Heroine's choice was making her feeling complicated because his action was taken due to his love for his family, but thinking pragmatically, there weren't that many people who were qualified to serve royalty as servant while also acting as bodyguard. Furthermore, that number would become even more limited when taking into consideration whether they could be trusted or not. Heroine would only bring the servants who had been taking care of him in his daily life. Although not to the degree of the Black Ops Knight, they too should have the minimum capability to fight to be qualified for serving the royal family, but that degree of capability would be useless in the dungeon. There His Majesty the King made the decision to attach Sarah as Elena's exclusive maid because of her status as a rank 4 powerful warrior even among the security members of the palace. That was the best that he could do in order to protect his 2 children. But, just like how his thought as a king and as a father could differ from each other, the thought of the father and the thought of the daughter were also different. Our objective is not for me to obtain gift. It will be great if I can do so, but our foremost objective is for my brother the Crown Prince to return back safely. To achieve that, all of us shall protect Big Brother as one with our life on the line. Yes, Elena made her declaration with unwavering eyes in order to affirm her resolve to sacrifice even herself to protect the Crown Prince. In response, Sarah and Chloe also nodded without hesitation. Elena slackened her grim expression slightly seeing the two's response. Forgive me for dragging not only Chloe, but also you Sarah into this. No, both Chloe and I have made our resolve since the beginning when we joined the Black Ops. Sarah smiled at Elena's words. Chloe beside her also nodded quietly with a gentle atmosphere. This would be a dangerous mission where they might not be able to return back alive from it. Even so, there was strength inside their eyes. Although there was resolve and there wasn't any sadness that could be felt from them. Seeing that we have come this far, I shall also poach away Sarah from dear mother. Are you fine with that? It shall be as your highness will it. Sarah too smiled just a little, seeing Princess Elena who was displaying such aristocratic haggling that was unthinkable coming from a girl who had just turned 11 this year. Although Elena would stake her life in the task this time, she had no intention of dying. She was thinking of what would happen after she returned alive. She wasn't seeking result, but making progress by considering the effect that the result would bring. It was a quality of Elena that the Crown Prince didn't possess. Her caliber as a king was surpassing her big brother. She possessed 4 elemental attributes and her body stopped being healthy due to the magic stone in her heart swelling up. Elena wasn't fit to become king due to her body's condition, but she hadn't given up on anything. When she was little there was a girl who never gave up no matter what and saved her. Until then Elena had continued fighting alone inside the darkness where she couldn't see anything ahead, but then the moonlight reached her and illuminated the dark path. After that Elena stopped giving up. I wonder what you will think if you can see me right now. Arya, father, please allow me to also go. I'm Clara's big brother, and a protector of His Highness the Crown Prince. Just give up on that already, Rockwell. Realize that you are the heir of this dandle. His little sister Clara, who was engaged to the Crown Prince, was commanded by the royal family to conquer a dungeon. Rockwell was only informed of that right before the dungeon exploration would be carried out. He wished to accompany the exploration in order to protect his little sister and his friend, but his further Margrave Dandle stopped him. Perhaps he would be allowed to go if he asked his hot-blooded grandfather, who was fond of Clara, but his grandfather had handed over the headship of Dandle House to his father, so his father was the only one who could make the decision. Unlike his grandfather, his father was an intellectual person, because of that the headship and the position as the Supreme Knight Commander were handed over to him in order to weather the current chaotic domestic situation of this country. Unlike the members of the ordinary Knight House, Rockwell himself was also an intellectual person, and because of that he was able to understand his father's thinking. That was exactly why he was unable to take any rash action. Clara was watching that argument between her father and big brother like it was other people's business. Could her participation be cancelled if she too asked her grandfather? Would she not be required to head to a dangerous place if she earnestly pleaded to her father? It won't work. Surely, Clara being the first queen was the consensus of the whole Dandle house after taking into consideration how her aunt, who should be the first queen, was forced to become the second queen. Her whole family and also the vassals of her house were wishing for Clara to become the first queen. Even the past Clara, before she regained the memory of her previous life, was also wishing to become the first queen because she was a child who didn't know anything. She was under the impression that becoming the first queen would be the best thing only because that was what her family wished for. There was no way that Clara could say that she didn't want to become the first queen at this point. The Clara of the Autumn game didn't have any gift. Perhaps she simply failed to obtain it in the game, but in the game Clara and the others didn't enter the dungeon at this time period when they were at such young age. In the game there was a dungeon exploration event in order to obtain strength after the demon race event. But perhaps the demon race event was happening early right now. The Autumn game started when the heroine reached the age for entering the academy. Even if she was able to get along with the heroine, if Aaron got interested with the heroine and entered a romantic relationship with her, the people around them would become attracted to the heroine's charm and planned to remove Clara to place the heroine as the first queen. She could understand it now, although it wasn't shown in the game. In order to place the heroine, who was the Princess of Melrose, as the first queen, a made-up charge was created to remove Clara politically. Clara pondered whether the heroine could be removed in order to avoid such future that might spell her death. But here she learned that it was possible she might die even before that. It made her felt like her sight was turning dark. What am I doing here? Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 1 Rainbow Sword. I fought against a threat in the form of a group of orc that attacked the barren territory where I once stayed in the past. There I was reunited with my former teacher. Well, Viro was quite laissez-faire with his teaching, but He was still my teacher. Together with his teammate the magician Samantha, we went to subdue the traitor Grave. I fought against and then together with the mythical beast Cole Nero, we were able to drive away Grave but failed in finishing him off. I renewed my determination to have a rematch with him, but Viro brought up a new request for me. It was a request to protect the royalty who would challenge a large-scale dungeon. A request to protect Elena. I didn't intend to refuse to do that. I would protect Elena if she was in danger. After all, that was my oath. But Viro told me that to do that I needed to enter his adventurer party, Rainbow Sword. Viro was smiling at me as though he had just told me something good. It made my eyes automatically narrowed in annoyance to him. I refuse. Huh? When I flatly refused like that, Viro looked dumbfounded while croaking in puzzlement because he had been thinking that I wouldn't refuse. Rainbow Sword, if I remembered correctly, it should be the rank 5 adventurer party, which was a rarity even in this country. I don't understand why Viro was inviting me to join it. But if they needed a replacement for Samantha, then they should invite an orthodox magician. Viro too had been looking for a magician all this time. Besides, I had been acting solo until now, so I didn't really get how to fight in a party. I wouldn't say that I couldn't do so, but with my fighting style that was using stealth and assassination, I judged that I would be more effective in acting independently, like with the battle against the orcs. Hiya, you got flatly rejected again, boy. Granny, don't talk like I just got rejected by woman. Even I at least have a girlfriend, just so you know. Another woman is tricking you for your money. You really never learn your lesson. Samantha's gaze was a mix of exasperation and pity. It made Viro angry for some reason. No, it's different this time. Arya, you two mustn't believe Granny's nonsense. No, that's not it. Viro finally recalled the main topic again. He ruffled his brown hair roughly while turning his gaze at me suddenly. Viro, you'll turn bald. Shut up. Now listen to me, Arya. Viro made a complicated expression as though he was enduring a lot of things and explained to me the reason why he invited me. Even if the factor of replacing the magician Samantha was taken out of the equation, it seemed that the scout Viro had also started looking for his own replacement. Usually an adventurer would think about retiring when they reached 40. But higher-ranked adventurer with large mana who aged slowly. It wasn't rare for them to stay active even until they're 50. Viro too still looked like someone at his later 20 despite being at his later 30. He was still doing well for an adventurer. Even I'm not going to retire soon, but Rainbow Sword with its long history is special. We can't just accept anyone as replacement, and it'll also take several years to pass down my know-how to the newbie. Besides, my woman said that she want a man with stable job, and the Black Ops is also inviting me officially to become an instructor for their knights. They're offering me large salary. The talk was gradually deviating to a strange direction. Lass, you should take the story about this boy's woman with a grain of salt. He kept getting into that kind of development once every several years before returning back dejectedly in the end. Understood, Samantha retorted from the side. I too nodded in agreement. Just as thought, so it really was something like that. What's with you two? This time is for real. No, that's not what I want to talk about. In other words, I thought that if it's you, then you can also become my replacement later. Besides, not just any adventurer can get picked to be the princess's guard. After all, in the end it's a request for the adventurer party Rainbow Sword. It doesn't matter how much the princess is trusting you. The people around her definitely won't agree to it, right? If that was the reason, then I could understand. Certainly my standing was only as an adventurer who was formerly an orphan. Even though I had reached rank 4 and got more famous as an adventurer, that didn't mean that the trust of the society toward me had also gone up. Think of this as joining a clan instead of joining a party. Even you know how I'm also doing solo work, right? We're skilled individually, so we also accept solo request, while we work as party only for big job. Besides, this is you we're talking about. You're just gonna skedaddle as you please if you don't like being in the party anyway. Viro really knew me well. I also nodded quietly to what he said. I see. I understood that only trusted adventurer party like Rainbow Sword could accept request from the country itself. Previously I was a child introduced by the reputable Viro, so I was overlooked without too much cautiousness to be the princess's maid. But the current me had grown somewhat in appearance, and I also had gotten stronger. There was no way the people around Elena would allow me to approach her now. The Black Ops was really lacking manpower that they would invite Viro to replace the deserting Grave. Similarly, it must have gotten even harder now for someone suspicious to join in. About being Samantha's replacement too, magician was necessary in adventurer, but it wasn't really indispensable for a party. And even for a party in the caliber of Rainbow Sword, it seemed there would be problem in their relationship with their employer if they took a break too long for searching higher-ranked magician to join them, and so it seemed they decided that even a rank 3 light magician would be acceptable for them to resume the party for the royal family bodyguard job this time. For the matter of keeping the underworld in check too, the reputation of Rainbow Sword that had more than 100 years of history behind it wasn't just for show. It might be really effective to keep the underworld in check. But displeasing. It's like I have no other option but to accept from the start. That's how dirty adults are. But you realize that you can't refuse only because you have the smart to understand that. I trusted that you can understand if it's you. The self-proclaimed dirty adult Viro lightly tapped the shoulder of the indignant me while laughing lightly. Well, can't be helped, I guess. The royal family must also have proper bodyguards protecting them, so I don't think it will change anything even with me not being there. Even so, the possibility of Elena returning back will be higher if I protected her. Roger that. Viro, allow me to join not the party called Rainbow Sword but the clan. Is that fine? Of course, Arya. I have high hopes for you. Higher. I decided to join the rank 5 adventurer party, Rainbow Sword. There was merit and demerit for me joining a party, but this time I decided that the merit outweighed the demerit. It seemed there were also times like this time when the members acted as a party once a year, but this offer wasn't that bad if the members were allowed to act individually like how Viro usually was. Yosh, if that's decided, then let's talk a bit about the schedule. In summary, first the participants, the youngsters of the royal family including Elena, who would go to the dungeon 4 months from now. 2 of the participants were the same age with me, so they had leeway, but the other 2 protection targets would enroll into the Sorcery Academy at the beginning of next year. So it seemed the dungeon exploration had to be finished within this year. And the dungeon that they would enter was one of the 3 great dungeons in this country, located in an island under the direct control of Duke Feudale. The 3 great dungeons of this country was the dungeon under the royal family's direct control that I entered together with Carla, and the dungeon in Duke Lacuston's territory at the southwest area of this country. And then the dungeon that we would enter this time was at the island under the direct control of Duke Feudale. The large-scale dungeons were managed by the royal family or a duke house, which was a cornerstone of the country. Most likely large-scale dungeon contained something important that necessitated going that far. Was the purpose to hand down that important thing to the next generation royal family? Elena. Would she be alright? Anyway, my next mission had gotten decided. There were still 4 more months, so I thought of going back to Master's place once, but it seemed I was required to go to the capital once in order to get introduced to the other members of Rainbow Sword. It's reasonable. Besides, I got no time to ask Galbas to look after my weapon. But currently I wanted to ask his little brother Jelf to check my armor, so I'd prioritize that. Because recently it became harder for me to move my waist and chest area. While I was thinking of that, Viro finished giving himself some simple treatment and picked the thrown-away luggage before starting the preparation of leaving this place. Then let's go back to the capital first. 3 weeks should be enough for us 2 to arrive there. You're really in a hurry. If magical healing was needed, then both Samantha and I could do it. And yet Viro looked like he wanted to depart, as though running away from something. When I expressed my suspicion about how he acted, Viro's shoulders trembled slightly. No, it's not like higher. You see, the boy want to get away from here before the Duke's men come here. Even the cola's gone after all. It'll be like throwing mud at the Duke's face. That can't be helped, Granny. Most of the nobles who I get along with are in the royal family faction. It'll be annoying if the noble faction find us. And so we're going right away, Arya. It seemed that the current royal family was prioritizing domestic demand, So territories with weak industry became destitute and they could only earn money from commerce with other country. This kind of nobles made up the noble faction and they got into hostility with the royal family because they were causing the influence of other countries to spread within this country. That's fine, but what about Samantha? I got to take care of Granny's reward to her. The money would be paid through the guild if the mission succeeded, but what are you going to do, Granny? Are you going to meet Dalton at the capital? Samantha frowned when Viro addressed her. She found the topic bothersome. Who want to see the mugger, that old dwarf and that quirky elf again? Just tell those guys whatever, boy. I'm gonna go home and play with my great-great-grandchild right away. Got it. What are you gonna do about the reward? Reward from the Black Ops is just going to be small change anyway. Buy equipment or something with that money for this lass. Theen. See you again, boy. Lass. Hiya. Samantha said that loudly before she broke into the run through the highway, just like when we first met, without even any time for me to talk to her. She left cloud of dust behind and vanished from view in the blink of eye. Is she really senile? I'm not sure now. She's definitely behaving senile though. I see. Her compatibility with the straight man Viro should be good. Samantha was human, and yet her age was already over 100. But it felt like she would be able to live for 100 years more. She really isn't an apparition, right? And so Viro and I decided to head to the capital for the time being so that I could be introduced to the members of Rainbow Sword. If it was just Viro and me, then we could use stealth, ignored monsters, and traveled through Wild Mountain. But it seemed a city person like Viro didn't like that, and the option of shortening our travel time was rejected. Come to think of it, Arya, other than your combat strength, do you have anything else to prove that you're level 4? Viro suddenly asked me that along the way. It's my dark magic that reached level 4. I more or less know about level 4's chanting, so I think I'll be able to use it if I practice a little. Dark magic's level 4 had illusion and confusion. I had been taught about the chanting and their meaning by Master Shadow Walker was also level 4 after a fashion, but the magic wasn't really common. That's fine then. Go update your rank at the capital's Adventurer Guild as requirement to enter Rainbow Sword. Before this I planned to register you into the party officially only later, even if you joined us, but if you're already rank 4 then it makes easier to register you. Roger. I needed to join Rainbow Sword in order to guard the royal family. Even so, their impression would be really different depending on whether I was level 3 or 4. So I should update my rank in order to make the surrounding recognize me being Elena's bodyguard directly. That seemed to be Viro's idea. Not even half a year had passed since I updated my rank to 3. It felt like this would become troublesome again. Originally we should drop by a small dungeon somewhere where I can pound the minimum required knowledge and protocol into you for this, but if it's you then there won't be any problem even if I do that right at the actual scene. Prepare to learn there. Got it. His style was laissez-faire like usual, but that method actually suited me just fine, so that was why Viro kept choosing this style of teaching. He was a relaxed person, but he wasn't sloppy. I'll talk to the capital's Adventurer Guild. If we're lucky we should also be able to meet up with someone of Rainbow Sword there. The leader Dalton might want to test you though. Be careful cause he's an intense guy. So the leader's name was Dalton. Got it. But Viro isn't going to the capital with me? That isn't like the plan you told me. I'll be going with you until the capital. But you know the fact is that Grave got away from us, so it'll be bad if I don't report it directly. Pray that they won't treat this request as a failure. Roger. Viro looked somewhat annoyed even while behaving with dread. I even smiled a little seeing that. But in that case there was also no need for us to go to the capital together. I was also practicing level 4 dark magic, so it would be bothersome for me to do that in a city, although it wouldn't be as bothersome as practicing other element. After that we stayed together on the road for around 10 days where I asked him to teach me about dungeon exploration, and then we parted and I headed to the capital alone. With me being alone I didn't feel any need to stop by at city during my travel other than for replenishing my food supply. I traveled through forest while practicing illusion in the forest at midnight. It was then I suddenly felt something instinctually. There wasn't any dangerous creature within the range of my detection. My vision and my detection, including the sense to detect danger that I had learned in these 3 years, didn't catch anything. But number. I lifted my head and stared at far away. There at the moon hanging over the mountain summit, the figure of a black beast was reflected just for an instant like illusion. Nero. Are you there? It took me some time, around a total of 3 weeks, for me to arrive at the capital without any problem. I heard some rumors along the way. Duke Helton, who dispatched a force to subjugate a mythical beast, seemed to fail to produce any result, but he then announced that the safety of the highway had been regained, and with that the incident was concluded. The information spread really quick, but I heard that Adventurer Guild and Merchant Guild had magic tool to talk from afar. Most likely there was noble who really wanted this news to be spread that necessitated the use of this tool. Come to think of it, this will be my first time coming to the capital's Adventurer Guild. I had come to the capital several times, but I had been avoiding place with a lot of people because I had many enemies, so I never stopped by at the capital's guild. The capital's Adventurer Guild was located in the large building right behind the Merchant Guild at the main street. The building was as large as a noble's mansion. No matter the city, the Adventurer Guild was always adjoined with the Merchant Guild. It was the Merchant Guild that invested in the establishment of Adventurer Guild, and this positioning was to make it more efficient for them to purchase the materials that the adventurers brought. The Merchant Guild was always located in a conspicuous location, so it was very easy to locate it. Many adventurers were rowdy, but it seemed that those who came to the capital possessed common sense to some degree, so the place wasn't as dirty or damaged like in other city. Even so, the double door at the entrance was kept open with how many people are coming and going here, and also because, as expected, the people wearing armor or carrying weapon might cause damage to it when passing through. When I entered inside the Adventurer Guild, there was a lobby with stone floor that was as large as a dance hall. Several tables and chairs for business discussion were lined up. Magical lighting was shining from the atrium above. Further inside there were around 10 receptionist counters and beautiful-looking receptionist ladies that were hard to find at other city. Ignoring the scale and the extravagance, the building's structure itself wasn't any different from the typical guild. I arrived when it was a bit past noon, but there were 10 odd adventurers inside. They sent a glaring gaze seeing someone young like me entering. I surveyed the inside lightly, but there was practically no youngster here, both age-wise and strength-wise. Most of the adventurers that came to the capital had polished their skill at other place and came here looking for connection with noble or wealthy people, so they were inevitably older and high-ranked. Among them there should also be new adventurer who was born in the capital or just passing by adventurer who stopped by here, but, setting aside the latter case, I heard that at the capital most of the requests were for high-ranked adventurer, so rookie would quickly leave from the capital. Almost all of the adventurers here were inevitably rank 3 or above, but those who looked shocked or blatantly averting their gaze after seeing me had most likely used appraisal on me. Conversely, adventurer who underestimated me just because of my appearance didn't need to be feared. Appraisal skill was the ability to convert the opponent's magic power and strength that they felt from their eyes and with their skin into number. Anyone with a lot of actual battle experience and actual strength would be able to measure someone else's true strength even if they couldn't use appraisal. So I believed there would be few people who would actively pick a fight with me in the capital that was filled with strong people. Sometimes the receptionist ladies in the guild were also former adventurer, and naturally they might possess appraisal skill, so several of the receptionist ladies who saw me left their seat, and replacing them an old gentleman with nice appearance walked toward me from behind the counter. "Welcome to Adventurer Guild. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you perhaps the Ash Crown Princess?" I never called myself like that. "Pardon me, Ari-sama. The rumors has been reaching even the capital, but I never expected that the person in them would be this young." I had heard the story from the members of Rainbow Sword, and so please allow me to take charge of Ari-sama's rank update today. The staff who will be officially in charge of interacting with you shall be decided at the later date, so please be content with me for the time being. Aha, most likely Viro had contacted here from a guild in other city beforehand. It looked like each guild was gathering information from everywhere using magic tool to talk to afar. Even so, I never thought that this nickname that the underworld arbitrarily spread would also reach until this far, that even the Adventurer Guild was using it normally. This old gentleman too, he spoke of that name only as a mere nickname, just like when calling high-ranked adventurer with their nickname. He didn't look like he had any other intention. I had no intention of complaining from being called Ash-Crowned Princess after this late. It didn't please me being called that, but I had gotten used to it in a sense because people of the underworld had continuously called me like that. But that name was more well known in the underworld rather than at the open. I forgot that even among adventurers, There were some that were doing work of the nature that was close to the underworld. Oi, this little girl is the ash-crowned princess you said? A frivolous-looking lightly equipped warrior who seemed to be at his latter 20 called out like that with a smirk. It seemed that he overheard my conversation with the old gentleman. There are some matters that the guild need to confirm with Arya-sama. Please keep your question to yourself for later time. It's not going to take long. I just want to ask this little girl who only has that pretty face going for her, what kind of trick she used to crush an assassin guild or join the Rainbow Sword. It's really curious. Yeah. He seemed to be around rank 3 judging from his bearing. This man judged me based on appearance and thought that I entered Varo's party using some kind of trick instead of because of my strength. He evaluated his opponent from appearance. He couldn't measure his opponent's true strength. He knew my nickname, and yet he thoughtlessly picked quarrel with me, which meant he wasn't someone from the underworld, but he was still a person with violent way of living that wasn't too different from people of that side. I guessed he was just a thug who luckily had talent. Most likely he had acquaintance in the underworld and heard about me from there. You could obtain this much information in less than a minute if you had vigilance. Even without using appraisal, I didn't feel any sign of this man concealing his actual strength. This man didn't worth much, exactly like his appearance suggested. Then I had no more business with him. I just sent a single glance at him before walking toward the old gentleman. Then the ignored man's presence swelled up a little. Oi, don't act cocky you little girl. Say something, Commande. It seemed that I had touched his nerve. Even his proper way of speaking at the beginning was taken off and replaced with a thuggish tone. If I was bothered I could just say something to end it peacefully, but no reason came to mind why I should be considerate about his mood. Arya-sama, please keep this amicable. The old gentleman who had seen my combat strength sighed and asked politely. He wasn't worried about me, but the man's health. I too didn't actually want to cause bloodshed at the first day. Don't worry, I won't make the floor dirty. That's. My upper body turned back while my left arm rose quickly. The light warrior looked alert just for an instant, but it was too late. My attack couldn't be blocked unless he had moved to dodge or defend when I raised my arm. Gatsun. Gar? The weight-type pendulum came out from my storage at the same time. With my arm moving up, it swung down on the top of the man's head following the movement of my hand swinging down. Targa. The man fell on his knee from the attack. I didn't plan to kill him, but the man was still glaring at me while kneeling. Perhaps I had gone too easy on him. I sighed. Perhaps I should just kill him. When I looked at him with such intention, the man's face twitched slightly and gradually turned white. But just before I carried out my intention, I heard the voice of an unfamiliar woman. Restrain this man, quick. What are you doing? Let me go. With those words, the guard who was staying still until now pinned down the man and dragged him somewhere else without him being unable to resist satisfactorily after getting his head struck. Let alone the guild, usually even guards wouldn't move to interfere with a quarrel between adventurers. Even if it resulted in punishment, at best it would only be lowered evaluation from the guild. Sometimes it was because there wasn't anybody who could stop high-ranked adventurer, but more than that it was because the life of ruffian-like adventurer was far cheaper than the ordinary citizen. The guard in the guild was also there for the sake of client who might get dragged into trouble with adventurer, so they wouldn't move even in a case like this time. Even that old gentleman only tried to stop me, but he didn't do anything to make the guard acted. Was the reason that guard moved because I was involved with Rainbow Sword that received request even from the country itself, or because it was me who was here? In that case, who was that person who ordered guard around? Abathadano, why are you here? I was afraid that blood would be spilled if things kept going like that, so please excuse me for interfering like that. I shall take care of this person's business from now, so you can leave this to me. Isn't this out of your jurisdiction? They should be a fellow staff of this guild. But the old gentleman looked at the woman who gave the guard order with a quizzical look. The woman herself only dodged the question without any change in her expression. That is not something that is your concern. Leave quickly. Very well. After the woman settled the matter with the old gentleman, she turned back toward me and smiled sweetly. Are you ash-crowned? Arya-sama? Ha. The woman looked at my hair to check and said that. I replied while narrowing my eyes just a little. This person. She's strong. She wasn't even a receptionist and also not a staff. She was wearing a loose robe, so I couldn't use appraisal on her accurately, but I felt that she was as strong as Sarah, who was in the Black Ops, someone who wasn't a staff of Adventurer Guild but in the position of being able to order the staff. Who is she? That woman seemed to notice my wariness and her smile stiffened a little before she quietly bowed her head. My apologies, Arya-sama. We are attracting quite a bit of attention here, so can we move this conversation inside? I was shown into the room that seemed to be a reception room and made to wait around half an hour before that woman returned into the room carrying some documents. Forgive me for making you wait, Arya-sama. Does this drink not suited for your taste? I'm not thirsty. On the table in front of the sofa where I was sitting was a cup of what seemed to be herb tea that the woman brewed before she left the room. It had been left untouched while growing cold. I see. But the woman didn't look offended by that and said that while smiling. Then she finally got down to business. Please allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Tabitha, the one who happened to be appointed as the inspector for this guild. The woman who introduced herself as Tabitha said that and bowed her head lightly. Inspector? I automatically muttered from hearing that unfamiliar word. Tabitha might interpret my mutter as a question and she started explaining. Yes, you might have noticed, but I'm not a staff of the Adventurer Guild. I was dispatched from Merchant Guild, that is also the Adventurer Guild's parent organization. Because of that, there are also those who don't think well of me, which was the reason why I took so much time outside. That was apparently the reason why I was made to wait here, but according to the knowledge inside me, I thought that inspector was a role to monitor and investigate the internal situation within the same organization. But what kind of business someone with that position had with a mere adventurer like me? I have heard about the matter of Arya-sama's ascension to rank 4. That in itself is not a problem. Originally a guild staff should verify it and take care of the procedure for becoming rank 4. But, is there a problem? Tabitha hesitated a little. She continued speaking after I urged her. My job as an inspector from the Merchant Guild is inspecting the financial affairs of this guild, but actually my role also include monitoring whether there is influence of some particular nobles reaching inside the guild or not. Because of that, sometimes the person holding this job will also be exposed to danger, and it became required for the holder of the post to possess strength to some degree. It seemed that Tabitha wanted to apologize for how her combat strength has made me wary. But it wasn't like I was bothered by that at this point. This time the influence of a noble is becoming problematic. Let me try summarizing the talk that Tabitha explained to me. When adventurer became first class, a lot of them would also become involved with noble. The nobles in this kingdom weren't monolithic. Even now they were divided into the royal family faction and the noble faction, and in conflict with each other over various interests. But if a particular noble became influential within the guild, the information about the opposing noble would leak out and the guild would become impartial. Not only that, it seemed that it would also harm the reputation of the Adventurer Guild and Merchant Guild. I understand that, but what does that matter for me? Those in the know knew that Rainbow Sword is close to a particular noble house. On the paper it's only a bodyguard request, but the talk that of the rank 5 party taking on a bodyguard job that required them of going as far as adding a new member caused a higher-up of the Adventurer Guild to butt in by questioning whether it's really fitting age-wise for Arya-sama to be promoted to rank 4. Is that person in the side of the opposing faction? It is my job to investigate about the veracity of that doubt, but most likely it's exactly like that. There was still no evidence, but it seemed that Noble was trying to get in the way with the bodyguard request by obstructing my joining with the Rainbow Sword that was close to the opposing faction. You're saying that the guild is meddling with party's composition? Although it was a rank 5 party, it was also made up from rank 4 like Viro. I don't think it would be a problem even if my rank stayed as 3, but normally the guild won't. But because of Arya-sama's young age, the guild can also put in limitation using the excuse of protecting a young adventurer. Originally it's a limitation to prevent young adventurer to be treated like disposable item by malicious adventurer, but it could be misused like in this case. I see. The story of rookie getting worked like slave was something that I had been warned about when I registered in the Adventurer Guild. Then it's not like I need to join Rainbow Sword. I said that and stood up. Tabitha looked taken aback for a moment. My objective is with the work's detail. It might become somewhat problematic, but I think the client will make contact with myself directly later. Viro said that the reputation of Rainbow Sword would be necessary to be a guard for the royal family, but if the one who requested Viro to search for me was Sarah, I should be able to participate in the job either way, even if it took time. Police, wait a second. Arya-sama. Tabitha hurriedly called at me to stop when I moved to exit the reception office. When you said client, are you referring to someone from the royal family? Who knows? Not divulging such matter is also a part of the matter of reputation, correct? In fact, I had only been told about the job of guarding the royal family, so I didn't know anything about the noble house that was behind the request. As someone from the Merchant Guild, she must wish to confirm the detail about the request from the client of the Rainbow Sword if possible, but I had no intention of talking about something that Viro and his party hadn't told them. I see. Even so, Tabitha seemed to be able to guess to some degree about what I was hiding. She fell into thought for several seconds before turning her gaze toward me once more. Then Arya-sama. Can you accept a request from the Merchant Guild? What do you mean? Allow me to explain about that and more. The request from Tabitha in the Merchant Guild was simply doing a job from Tabitha. Doing the job itself was the content of the request. In other words, the actual content of the job didn't matter. The fact that I did a job that Tabitha requested would be used as evidence that there was no problem with me being rank 4. With my rank increased, my joining into the Rainbow Sword would be recognized under the Merchant Guild's name. With that, the higher-up of the Adventurer Guild who was influenced by the noble would contact his employer. Tabitha would confirm which noble house it was and dismissed the guild higher-up. That was her objective. With that, I would be able to avoid troublesome matter and got the spot as Elena's guard. But how will I prove that there isn't any problem with my strength? Of course, I will confirm it at the field. It seemed Tabitha, who was as strong as rank 4, would come with me during the request. Of course that would be more expedient, and conveniently there was a request that the Merchant Guild would originally send to the Adventurer Guild. That request would be used for my rank 4 promotion test. I don't know whether the person who belonged to the opposing faction in the Adventurer Guild would accept that, but I too consented with that method. Well, it couldn't be helped. After all, his was just me reaping what I sow. The work that the Merchant Guild requested seemed to be an investigation of a coal mine that had been closed a very long time ago. It was located not that far from the capital. Anyone should be fine if it's just for investigating an abandoned mine, though. If it was an investigation of abandoned mine that was near the capital, rank 2 adventurer party should be the right sort for taking the request. The guild's atmosphere was flurried for some reason. We stealthily got out of the building from the rear entrance and got into Tabitha's carriage. When I asked Tabitha about my question, she nodded without giving any denial. What I am going to say from here is something that is not known by many people even within the Merchant Guild, so please keep it to yourself. The closing of that coal mine happened more than 100 years ago, but a merchant heard from a nearby village that monsters had settled in it and ordered his guard to check it out. It turned out they found that there was a sign of dungeonification there. A dungeon was a place that was dungeonificated when an ancient hermit crab that turned into monster possessed the place, but its ecology was still not really understood. If it was a new young specimen that possessed the place, then that would be fine, but if it was a specimen that had abandoned a ruins that was its shell somewhere else and drifted away to here, it might lure strong monsters to settle inside it. Such case was known to happen. We were doing this investigation secretly from the Adventurer Guild because Tabitha said that the way the Merchant Guild and Adventurer Guild would deal with this was different. In Adventurer Guild's case, when a dungeon is discovered near human settlement, they will prioritize eliminating the dungeon itself after it has been investigated. But in the case of Merchant Guild, we will prioritize evaluating whether the dungeon has any worth or not. In the dungeon, things like minerals that were located deep underground would be turned into treasure. Even in an abandoned mine where iron or coal couldn't be mined anymore, the ores underground would surface to a reachable position due to the stimulation from the dungeon. If there was silver there, it was even possible that it would get affected by the dungeon's mana and turned into mithril. Mithril wouldn't rust or decay, and it had great strength even when it was thin, so it was suited to become armor. And if it was used as a weapon using its nature that could transmit mana easily, the weapon would become able to inflict damage even on evil spirit or spiritual life form. And the mithril itself had beautiful appearance. I had never seen it myself, but there was also mithril coin that was decorated with beautiful design. Nicknamed the platinum coin. It had the price of 10 times a large gold coin due to its rarity and artistic beauty. A dungeon could have that much value depending on the situation. But There was also a possibility that the nearby village would get destroyed by the monsters the dungeon called. The Adventurer Guild couldn't possibly overlook such risks, so they would choose to destroy the dungeon, while the Merchant Guild's thinking was that they could just move the whole village along with its residents if they got on the way. Tabitha and my job was to check whether that place had really gotten turned into dungeon or not, investigated the type and rank of the monsters, and the job also included removing the monsters if they were dangerous even if the place hadn't turned into dungeon. What's your weapon, Tabitha? I'm a water element sorcerer. I'm not as good as you when it comes to direct attack power, but I'm good with defense, so there is no need for you to protect me. Tabitha, who was wearing a loose robe to hide her body curve, really looked like a sorcerer. She didn't even have a single knife on her waist, so she might keep another weapon hidden somewhere, or that was just how confident she was with herself. After that we arrived in a day at the abandoned mine that was said to be turning into dungeon. We didn't stop for food or camping and had meal of ready-made food that we bought at the capital, so we were able to arrive at night of the same day. It really wasn't that far away from the capital. It must be a vestige from the distant past that there was a coal mine this close to the capital. But there was still a village nearby. Even though this mine had been abandoned, must be because that village was a wheat-producing location to supply the capital with food. If a dungeon that called monsters to it was formed at such place, the village would be in danger unless a decision was quickly made whether to destroy or manage the dungeon. That was only if there really was a dungeon here. It seemed Tabitha decided to head directly to the abandoned mine instead of stopping by at the village. I still didn't know how long it would take to investigate an abandoned mine, but there was no guarantee that we would be able to secure lodging even if we arrived at the village this late, and I myself had no intention of wasting time. Then, let's go inside, Roger. We left behind the carriage driver and entered the mine. There was no lighting, but it was unnecessary for those with night vision. I went ahead with Tabitha following behind. It wasn't like I was knowledgeable about coal mine, but, judging based on my knowledge, this place seemed like a common coal mine. Even so, it seemed like people still entered this place even after it became abandoned. There were some signs that the place had been ransacked, like trace of rock surface being scrapped off and the like, for several dozen meters from the entrance. It doesn't look like there is anything here. If this place was turning into dungeon, there would be signs like the ground turning unnaturally flat, or trash getting absorbed, but I couldn't really see anything like that. Perhaps the change is starting from the inside. Let's try entering further. Got it. A dungeon would have a unique atmosphere. I feel like there was mana coiling around in the air, but there wasn't anything like that in this abandoned mine. That coiling mana made it harder to detect the existence of monster inside the dungeon, but there wasn't any monster in this place from the start. But I was finally able to see a visible abnormality after getting deeper. Is this a kobold? Tabitha grimaced, seeing the corpse of a monster with dog head inside the darkness. It was possible that this rank 1 monster simply got lost into here, but this kobold was killed by a sharp weapon. There was also a rusty short sword lying nearby, and looking closer I could also see a trace of blood as though a fight had happened here. That's a trace of monsters fighting each other. This might be a dungeon where humanoid monster gather, just like the large-scale dungeon near Leicester Territory. Ariasama, let's go deeper. Right. A dungeon would have the trait of various places. Bug or animal monster would appear in forest area, bird or worm monster at rocky area, aquatic life form at waterside area, and at a place where human lived, humanoid monsters would appear in great number. With that in mind, it seemed that the dungeon here was filled with beastman-type monster. Tabitha urged me, who was investigating the kobold corpse, to go deeper into the dungeon. Ariasama, what is that? Tabitha seemed to notice the smell on the way. She showed a dubious expression seeing me scattering liquid from a porcelain jar along the path of the abandoned mine. Monster repellent. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. I see. Perhaps she knew about how Ashcrown used poison to annihilate an assassin guild. I didn't know whether she feared that or she was simply vigilant, but this thing really wasn't a poison. There was another kobold's corpse when we went deeper, but there wasn't any corpse of the monster that defeated the kobold. The kobold corpses also weren't that many. Even so, Tabitha and I kept going deeper without hitting any dead end even once. And then there was a crossroad that seemed to double as a place to dump accumulated rock and soil. The instant I stepped into that place, there was a faint sound of something slicing through the air. I was on my guard and jumped to dodge, At the same time an arrow hit the rock wall behind me with a loud sound. I used martial art to dodge the arrows that kept on coming while checking the spots the arrows originated from. 4, 5, 6. Shadow. A phantom to trick night vision inside darkness appeared. The arrows that were fired in turn were diverted to it. I aimed at the moment all the arrows had been fired and rushed forward and swung the weight-type pendulum at the spaces where the arrows were fired from using stealth. Gan. 2 presences moved to dodge, while the third presence blocked the pendulum and repelled it. I felt the presences panicking and fired arrows once more, but the arrows lacked the precision from before and I planned to rush forward using the phantom as bait, but right at that moment, a linear killing intent burst from behind me and I somersaulted to dodge. There was no new enemy from the entrance, but you were there. Is that your weapon? Tabitha. Unbelievable. You knew? Tabitha really looked disbelieving while swinging around a thin silver chain with thorny weight attached to the end. A string-controlled weapon similar like mine. Most likely it wasn't made from silver but mithril. How can I trust someone who doesn't turn on light when investigating a coal mine? It wouldn't be strange for someone as strong as Tabitha to have night vision, but it was just too unnatural. Besides, you were too vigilant against me. Even if you actually weren't my enemy, it was impossible to feel heartfelt trust towards someone who was wary like that at me. There were also other reasons, but Tabitha looked convinced even while still looking disbelieving. Should I say, as expected from the Ash Crowned? I already heard, but you're really a troublesome opponent. You guys, turn on the light. This girl is more dangerous than you guys. Tabitha yelled that. It seemed she thought that the darkness would be advantageous for me. Then fire and magical light lit up around us and the figures of the attackers came into view. As I thought, this place wasn't a dungeon but a place where an ambush trap was laid out. Based on my feeling, all of them had combat strength around 300. Lower rank 3 6 women at the age range of teenage until 20s, wearing blackly dyed leather armor. They were readying their bow while glaring at me as though I had killed their parent. No, that wasn't really a wrong expression. Several of them had trace of burn injury that hadn't vanished completely. Remnant of Assassin Guild. I could feel their nervousness when I let out those words. Calm down. But when Tabitha raised her voice with scolding tone, the slight opening that they showed was closed. They readied themselves for any strange movement that I could make while slowly taking position to surround me. All of them threw away their bow and readied short sword or short spear instead. Really sharp, aren't you, Ash Crowned? It's just like you guessed. These guys are survivor from the Northern Frontier District branch. By the way, how did you notice that this is a trap, I wonder? Revenge. I ignored Tabitha's question and looked at my surrounding. She shrugged with a casual gesture, seeing my response. That's their reason. Nearly 6 years ago, I transferred from that branch to the central branch here, so I don't have any grudge with you. I didn't see eye to eye with that Dino. To be honest, I laughed when I heard that guy was crushed the moment he became the branch head. Big sis. The young woman from the former Northern Frontier branch raised her voice hearing those words that mocked her former home, but Tabitha only glared at that woman with annoyance. Annoying. I took the trouble to make use of you all when you came to me for help in deference of our old friendship, you know. Do you understand that? Tabitha sighed in displeasure. She ruffled her hair even while keeping her vigilance toward me. Well, doesn't matter. I also have business with you. Can you tell me what is the royal family faction is planning? But it's fine even if you don't answer me right away, though you'll get tortured by these girls who hold grudge with you. In that case, you know what to do. Yes. The first young woman shrunk back from Tabitha's words, while the other women also hurriedly replied back. The women were hiding their face with mask, but just from their reaction it was clear that they were really scared of Tabitha. Tabitha infiltrated the Adventurer Guild. No. The Merchant Guild was to investigate the royal family faction's movement. Even so, there was no way someone from Assassin Guild could infiltrate easily, so even inside the Merchant Guild there should be Tabitha's client, a faction that was under the influence of the noble faction. It was obvious what kind of request that the noble faction would pay an assassin to do. Assassination of royal family. I kept up my guard with just my gaze. In contrast, Tabitha took position that blocked the entrance, while the women moved silently to surround me. If someone lost their patience and made a move, a gap would be opened. But the experienced veteran Tabitha had completely controlled the women and didn't allow such blunder from occurring. Now, Ash Crowned, surrender obediently. You don't think that you can win in this situation when you don't even have a plan, right? I might kill you painlessly if you talk honestly, you know. That too will depend on them though, but pain. Tabitha stiffened from the pain that I casted. But she must have also obtained information about me. There was the feeling like something was blocking me. Tabitha backed away to take distance from me. I too from the start never thought that I would be able to kill a rank 4 like her with one hit. That was why I made her took a bit of distance from me. I threw the weight-type pendulum the instant everyone's focus was directed at Tabitha. It grazed the side of the head of the first young woman. She tried to dodge the knife from me who rushed toward her, but it still tore at the side of her stomach. I stopped the rank 4 for an instant. Everyone's attention was directed to that Tabitha for an instant. If there was that much time, I could kill at least one person. But I didn't kill her yet. A woman rushed from the side with a look of anger. I blocked her short spear with my dagger. I leapt back and slipped out from the encirclement. I never underestimated these women from the start. Even just Tabitha alone was as strong as me. And these 6 women, although they weren't as strong as Kira of the Assassin Guild, with all 6 of them at rank 3, even though at lower scale, it would be difficult even to just run away, just as Tabitha said. That was why at the start I intentionally inflicted a heavy injury at the weakest one. The woman had her stomach slashed and her head hit. She would definitely die if she was left alone. The assassins at the base of that Assassin Guild branch would most likely abandon her. But these women survived that situation and harbored strong feeling of fellowship toward each other. That was why they chose to take revenge despite being residents of the underworld. Such action didn't befit an assassin. That was exactly why they would be concerned with their heavily injured comrade. You guys were elated from having the advantage and gave me too much information. Stop her. Tabitha recovered from the illusionary pain and yelled. The women rushed at me with their weapon at the ready. My close quarter combat skill was still level 3, although I had become rank 4. Although my martial art and strength control had become level 4, it didn't give me overwhelming advantage in this situation. Don't face her alone, surround her. Gaijin. I blocked the short sword and short spear that attacked from left and right with knife and dagger. Tabitha rushed in at that moment and swung down her mithril weighted chain. The thorny weight would rip my flesh. It would cause a lot of bleeding even if I avoided lethal injury. The equipment that Jelf created might be able to block a hit, but I had no plan to test it out. Shadow Walker, Gake in. What? My figure vanished into shadow in that moment and the thorny weight struck the rock wall. At the same time I leapt out from Tabitha's shadow and swung my black knife. Jin. The knife tore Tabitha's robe, but something underneath it blocked the slash. You've really done it now. Ash ground. Tabitha discarded her robe. A chainmail that shined silver appeared below it. That was also mithril. I thought that she wasn't a sorcerer right from the start, but the effect of pain was weak, must be because mithril that could transmit mana easily weakened my sorcery's effect, choosing Tabitha's mana in it. Troublesome brat. That's my line. I was able to fight in equal footing until here, but it still didn't change the fact that I was in disadvantage. Right now one woman had stepped out of the fight completely to give emergency treatment to the heavily injured woman, but she too would return immediately after she finished the treatment. Don't let the Ash Crown do anything. She doesn't has any plan anyway. Tabitha frowned seeing 2 women out of the fight. Even so she gave instruction to the remaining women. At the same time she swung her thorny weight. I deflected it with my dagger, but I was being slightly pushed back due to the slight difference in our skill. The women aimed at that opening and attacked. I couldn't dodge them all completely and got my arm and shoulder grazed. Just as Tabitha said, certainly it would be difficult to handle attacks from 5 people in a cramped place like this without any plan. But who said that I didn't have any plan? Ash crowned. The women attacked with their grudge driving them stronger than Tabitha's instruction. I escaped to above in order to dodge them. Tabitha's thorny weight attacked me at that timing. It's over. Ash ground. I kicked on the air at that moment and dodged the thorny weight using the recoil of that movement. Fire. I lit the piece of cloth I took out from my storage, wrapped it around a throwing knife, and threw it at Tabitha. You've lost your mind. Tabitha's eyes widened for a moment seeing my evasion, but then she calmly dodged my throwing knife without even deflecting it. But Tabitha, what was behind you? You were at the direction of the entrance in order to prevent me from getting away. Over there. What? Flame burst out from there. It wasn't a strong fire, but it would definitely spread if it was left alone. In this narrow passage, The toxin from fire would deal serious damage. I could endure it just a little. I would also be able to reduce the toxin I inhaled if I covered my mouth with my shawl that was knitted from spider string. But what about you guys? Are you insane? How can you use fire attack even in this kind of place? Certainly I also used fire attack when crushing the Northern Frontier branch. It wasn't intentional, but I was lucky. The surviving women who still had burn mark on their body was clearly starting to behave oddly. It wasn't poison, right? This isn't funny. The origin of the fire was the oil that I scattered on the way here. Fear of fire came from the heat and the poison that was generated from it, but the greatest trap that I laid out was the anxiety that was caused by the fear of getting dragged into fire. Anxiety would reduce one's strength and dull their judgment. As proof, Tabitha didn't even notice that the women were slowing down from their trauma. She also swung her thorny weight with a crude movement. Your strength was above me if it was in close quarter combat, but we were even if it was in string control skill. I had the advantage in the current situation. Wow! My pendulum and the thorny weights chain fought each other with our respective string control. When the string entwined around the neck of one of the panicked women, in that instant, her neck was strangled because Tabitha and my hand pulled as though to drag a prey to ourselves. Her neck broke. With this one down. You've done it now. Tabitha didn't stop and pulled her chain. Her physical strength dragged the woman's corpse together with me toward her. While I lost my balance, Tabitha drew out the short sword on her waist and swung it toward me. It would be difficult for me to dodge it in my current situation. I made an instantaneous judgment to give up doing counterattack and focused on defending. But suddenly a powerful pressure burst out from behind Tabitha in that moment. What? Tabitha and I stopped moving from the intense pressure. There was only the flame that I lit up behind Tabitha. I lit fire in the passage to not allow Tabitha and the women to run away, but it was also to prevent the carriage driver outside, who was possibly also Tabitha's comrade, from going in. In that case, who was it who entered into this abandoned mine without even caring about the flame? The next moment, a large man who was clad in mana and a cloak cut through the flame to rush inside. That man discarded his cloak that got caught in fire and pulled the greatsword on his back to disperse the flame. This is an unexpected situation, but who's the bad guy here? The person who said that and pointed his huge sword toward us was Feld. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io01.jpg. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 2. Feld. You. I know you. Feld seemed to hear my mutter. His gaze moved toward me for an instant and his eyes widened slightly in the middle of speaking. I met you before at the capital, the young but strong adventurer. Long time no see. What's more, you've gotten even stronger now. Even I might be in danger if I don't take you on seriously. And Feld talked with a lively tone that lacked any tension. Even so, he kept everyone within his line of sight that narrowed in vigilance. What's the situation? It's insane that the inside of an abandoned mine like this in fire, you know. Feld race: human rank 5, magic power 212, 225, 30 up, stamina 357, 370, 20 up. Overall combat strength 1494, with body strengthening 1908, 116 up. His combat strength had also increased greatly compared to 3 years ago. Judging from the rate of increase, he must have obtained some kind of physical skill. His sorcery level had also gone up, with his combat continuation capability and status's average value going up. Feld's appearance hadn't changed compared to 3 years ago. From the start he looked older than his actual age suggested, but come to think of it, he was still 20 years old 3 years ago, so considering his age, I should consider his growth in strength as reasonable. But why was Feld in this kind of place? I think he would understand the situation if I explained to him in detail, but it would be difficult to do that in this situation. But it was then. Mr. Adventurer, I'm a guild staff. This woman suddenly set this place on fire and attacked us. Please help. Tabitha evaluated Feld's strength and put on an act to make Feld her ally. Hearing that, Feld glanced at Tabitha and nodded a little. Certainly, I once saw you at the guild. A faint smile formed on Tabitha's lips when she heard Feld's muttering. who to trust in this situation. I too might be able to make him trust me if I brought out Varro's name here as a member of Rainbow Sword, but if it was me it would be 50-50 whether I would trust that or not. I understand the situation. Feld covered his mouth with a cloth to block the smoke while turning only his gaze toward me. The point of the great sword that was being held with just a single hand without shaking even a little shook slightly as though it was the signal. The powerful sword blew away the smoke as it attacked Tabitha. Tabitha jumped to just barely avoid the blade of the great sword that Feld swung. Mr. Adventurer, what are you doing? Sorry, but I'm not so stupid that I can't see what's actually going on, Feld answered Tabitha's yell. I used stealth and made my move the moment he swung his great sword. While everyone's attention was gathered on Feld, I circled behind a woman and snapped her neck by putting my arm around it. Ash ground. Tabitha raised her voice once more, seeing that. Feld sighed with a frown, seeing her showing an overreaction when a clearly suspicious woman wearing all black and a mask getting killed. As I thought. I received an emergency request from the guild's vice leader the moment I entered the Adventurer Guild. It looks like I made the right decision rushing here. A request? Tabitha discarded her fake expression and glared. Feld pointed his sword with composure as they strung toward her without any tension, even knowing how strong she actually was. I was told that the adventurer who is going to become our new party member got led away by a staff with suspicious behavior. The vice leader said that you might be a spy for a noble or someone from Assassin Guild. Which one are you? Tabitha didn't answer and gritted her teeth like an animal baring her fangs. Most likely she was both. Was that old gentleman the guild's vice leader? He looked like he didn't hold any good impression toward Tabitha since the start, but he had been suspecting him from the start. You have been watched since the start. You were also unable to obtain information, right? They were waiting for you to make your move. The carriage driver outside has also been captured by the guild staff who came with me. Throw away your weapon and surrender quietly. TSK. Tabitha clicked her tongue, knowing that her plan had crumbled. She was overconfident with her own ability. She thought that using her beauty and good outdoor appearance, she could even smooth over some unnaturalness in her part. In fact, the Adventurer Guild was unable to catch her until she made her move despite being under suspicion, so her acting performance was actually not that bad. But being relied on by the survivors of her old haunt and seeing that their target, which was me, actually showed up at the guild caused her greed in the form of conceit to rear its ugly head. From Tabitha's conduct, I felt that she was someone who sought praise and envy from other people. That was exactly why she couldn't see eye to eye with Dino, who had the same nature like her. The way she was strongly controlling of the surviving younger women who relied on her must be also to show that she was the boss in order to satisfy her conceit. Shit. The blazing flame from the entrance produced black smoke, although the space inside here was still wide. Unlike me, who had prepared countermeasure from the start, and Feld, who came later, Tabitha and her subordinates were already starting to inhale too much smoke. You guys, how long you're going to just stand around like that? We all are going to die without anything to show for it at this rate. Tabitha too knew that they had no time and yelled anxiously at the women without any care of how it made her looked. Yais, Ash crowned. Even if it's just you alone. Two of the survivor women became desperate after Tabitha's scolding and rushed forward. I narrowed my eyes seeing them like that, taking revenge for their comrades. Suicide attack in a dire situation. Human would exhibit extraordinary power when they were cornered. I was like that. That was why I didn't let my guard down. But you see, Gar, without averting my gaze, I dodged the short sword of the woman who charged at me. I stepped in as we passed each other and my elbow caved in the woman's face. Don't try to exchange your life for your enemies when you can't conquer your fear of death. If you treasured your life so much that you would become desperate like that, you should live quietly while holding strongly to that rather than doing this. Rank 3 meant that they had become skilled in the path they chose. Seeing someone of that rank getting instantly killed because she lacked a little composure made the other woman be overwhelmed with fear, and she ran toward her boss Tabitha looking for help. Big sis, you dare running away? Gar? You. Tabitha kicked that woman who wanted to rely on her toward Feld, who was blocking the exit. Feld swiftly knocked her down with his great sword. But Tabitha took advantage of that short opening to dash toward the blazing flame. Veil water robe. It seemed that she was honest when she said before this that she could use water sorcery. She covered her body with level 2 water sorcery. That sorcery granted resistance against natural phenomenon like fire or blizzard. Certainly if she used that sorcery and her mitral chainmail, it was possible she could survive even if she would get burned somewhat. Even Feld, who was nearby, couldn't stop her. Tabitha, who wanted to survive even if she had to abandon the women who relied on her, jumped into the flame while laughing mockingly at us who got left behind inside the flame. Get burned by your own flame, ash ground. Ah ha ha ha. That moment, the multiple porcelain jars that I threw after Tabitha when she leapt into the flame entered her sight. Did you think I run out of oil jar? Pake in. The oil jars that were thrown into flame broke and large burst of flame whirled up, enveloping Tabitha. The amount of water covering her was completely insufficient. She screamed with the sound of water evaporating accompanying it. There's no way I'll let you get away. I never thought that other people wouldn't be able to do what I could. That was why I took into consideration that you would run away and prepared for that. I wouldn't allow a troublesome enemy like you got away. I didn't know whether you could still listen or not in that state, but, Tabitha, I was able to prepare my trap. This thoroughly was ... thanks to the information that you gave me at the beginning. Only someone related to that branch guild before I destroyed it would call me as Ash Crowned. Even now, that alone was enough to be my reason to suspect you. That was why I treated you as an enemy right from the start when we met at the Adventurer Guild. I didn't know whether she could hear my words, but Tabitha slowly fell down inside the flame. Oi, what are you doing? Even us can't run away from here like this. Feld hurriedly took distance from Tabitha, who vanished inside the flame. He looked at me with a protesting look. Even someone who charged through flame to reach this spot couldn't possibly escape when the flame had gotten this large. Some of the women might still be alive, but the flame had already spread around us. This wasn't the time at all to think about finishing them off. After all, even our lives were in danger right now. It's fine. Grab on me. What are you going to do? Feld must be uneasy with holding on a small girl like me, but he grabbed on my shoulder after a bit of hesitation. I handed to Feld a pendulum that was tied to a string that had been given fireproof treatment. Oi, what's this? Feld can throw a hatchet, right? Throw this with all your strength to the exit. Quick. I don't get it at all, but Feld believed on me even in the middle of this perplexing situation. He tied the pendulum on his hatchet and threw it with all his strength toward the exit. I had thought of how to escape from the start. It would be a bit heavy with the two of us, but we would make it somehow with my current amount of mana. Shadow Walker. Ariyama, my apologies for getting you involved in our internal matter. I don't mind. I was able to defeat the troublesome Avengers and another separate attacker. It saved me time. And the Adventurer Guild had also taken the proper action quickly by contacting Rainbow Sword when they noticed the suspicious activity. The Adventure Guild's vice leader, the old gentleman, told me more about this matter. In summary, that Tabitha was dispatched from the Merchant Guild, but even the person who recommended her was unclear. It was thought as a forceful insistence from a noble house, but it seemed the Merchant Guild claimed that they didn't know which noble it was. An unknown person was appointed as an inspector. On top of that, Tabitha's own action was also suspicious, and so the Adventurer Guild assigned a scout that specialized in monitoring to watch Tabitha. It was that scout who led Feld until that abandoned mine. From here it was just speculation, but the reason Tabitha infiltrated the guild must be to investigate the movement of the royal family that started taking action behind closed doors. If Rainbow Sword, that was in the middle of taking a break, also started moving at the same time period, it was natural for them to suspect that there was relation between the two. But Tabitha set her sight on me, who was going to join Rainbow Sword because of her inability to obtain information due to the Adventurer Guild's suspicion on her. Most likely it was just a coincidence that the survivors of the former Northern Frontier branch relied on her, but with that Tabitha obtained some disposable pawns that she could use. In the end, we didn't learn which noble house was targeting the royal family. Even so, there was a large possibility that an assassination plan was going to be carried out toward the royal family. Viro will inform the Black Ops about that matter. It's not a confirmed information, but the Black Ops too will be on their guard if they know there is a possibility of an attack. Feld, who was listening together with me, took responsibility for that matter. Viro's job increased more with this, but if it was him, then the information should be conveyed well to the Black Ops. Illusion. At the training ground of the Adventurer Guild, I chanted a level 4 darkness magic and projected a lot of flower petals whirling around me. The weighted pendulum dispelled those flower projections and smashed a log. Then the cutting-type pendulum carved a deep fissure on it. The staffs of the Adventurer Guild let out voices of admiration toward the performance. It was a promotion exam for adventurer rank, but apparently even the Capitals Guild only held such exam for rank 4 or above once every several years. Many staffs came to observe. Feld, who was also among them to observe, nodded in admiration. I see. I was curious what kind of person you are, because that Viro was unusually proud when boasting of you as his student. But after seeing this, I can understand why he acted like that. It's still hard for me to do this in real battle though. I could only do it when it was in a calm situation, but it was still unclear whether I would be able to do level 4 darkness sorcery and level 4 string control simultaneously in the middle of battle. If I was able to use these consistently, I should be able to beat Tabitha even without relying on fire. Feld's large back when he walked away during that sunset was my goal. I thought that I had grown a little stronger by becoming rank 4, but his back was still far away. I don't think so, but well, it doesn't matter. I look forward to work together with you, Arya. Aha. As I thought, Feld was a swordsman of Rainbow Sword that Viro belonged to. It seemed that he was given an emergency quest when he showed up at the guild right after I left with Tabitha to the abandoned mine. The other members of Rainbow Sword were the scout Viro, and then the elf and spirit user Myra, who I had met before, and the leader Dalton, who was a dwarf. The latter two were the founding members who created Rainbow Sword together with the magician Samantha. This party had continued for nearly 100 years, even though it contained both a dwarf and an elf. But what was even more shocking was how Samantha continued to be adventurer literally 100 years despite being human. But as expected, thinking of the roles of the members, the party's tactic would lack versatility without a sorcerer in it. The challenge would be of how to compensate for that using spirit magic and my darkness magic. I talked to Feld about that thinking of mine while walking. He nodded with a pondering look. Even so, Dalton judged that our party can work if we have a member who can use light sorcery. Because of that, I trained my light sorcery to level 1 and fire sorcery to level 2, but there are spells that I can't use yet, so to be honest, it's helpful that Arya joined our party. Is that so? Your combat style seemed peculiar for Viro's disciple, but you also have your own teacher for sorcery, huh? Even Samantha couldn't use darkness sorcery level 4, so I look forward to see what you can do. Aha. Right now I was walking with Feld on the capital's street. The update to my adventurer rank had finished without any problem. That old gentleman believed that I would return and had prepared beforehand the tag for rank 4 with my name engraved. An adventurer's tag would be made from different material depending on the rank. Rank 1's tag was made from mere copper with a lot of impurity, but magic iron would get mixed into it bit by bit starting from rank 2 and its color would become blacker. Even the rank 3's tag that I owned had looked quite black to me, but a rank 4's tag was practically pitch black, no different from the actual magic iron. A tag of magic iron wasn't something that could be created right away, but it seemed Viro had contacted them beforehand to ask for the tag to be prepared. Viro is really capable, even though from a kid's point of view he was a hopeless adult. My business was over with the incident taken care of and the rank update finished, but when I said that I would go to Jelf's shop to adjust my armor after that, Feld volunteered to show me the way, seeing that I was still unfamiliar with the capital's layout, and so the two of us went together. Although Feld remembered meeting me at the capital before, he didn't remember that I was the street urchin he encountered at the highway before that. At that time I disguised myself as a boy, and now my appearance and age looked completely different, so his ignorance was understandable, but I myself also had no intention of bringing it up. Appearance-wise I had grown up to look like a commoner who had come of age. Furthermore, I had formally joined his party, so Feld was treating me not as a kid but like an adult. Feld was so soft-hearted that he even taught a kid he didn't know how to survive without any ulterior motive. I trusted him as a person just like I trusted Master. Perhaps that was why I might dread being treated like a child again if he learned that I was the kid at that time. Somehow I was feeling nervous because it had been a long time since I walked with someone on the street. I didn't notice because I had been alone all this time, but perhaps this was what counted as normal. I too had grown bigger, but Walking beside Feld, who was far larger than me, gave me a peace of mind somewhere inside me. It was a mysterious feeling that made me felt shy. It was a mysterious feeling, but I didn't dislike it. But even that stroll of just the two of us through the city didn't last for long. Ah, Feld? Myra. Was it a coincidence or an inevitability? I guessed it was an inevitability, because she was also an acquaintance of Jelf, who we were going to visit. We ran across the elf Myra, who previously worked together with Feld to guard some noble kids. That girl there. Myra noticed me, who was hiding behind Feld's silhouette. Perhaps she sensed my stare on her. Do you remember her? She's that adventurer that we took to that dwarf's armorer. She's Varro's disciple who entered our party. Arya. Is that so? But this is great. I became the only girl after Samantha retired, so I'm happy that you joined us. Nice to meet you. You can call me Myra. Yes. Nice to meet you, Myra. The spirit user Myra. If I remembered right, Myra was her pet name while her actual name was Miranda. All elves who lived inside forest were hunter. It seemed she was also really skilled with bow. It might be her sensitivity as elf. It seemed that for Myra, her and also Samantha were still in the category of girl. She seemed to be genuinely happy that the number of girl had increased, because she was staring at me smilingly after Feld introduced me to her. And where are you two going? To Dalton's place. Arya is going to adjust her armor, so we're going to that armorer. Arya too hasn't come to the capital for a long time, so I'm showing her the way. Jelf's shop. Then I'll come together with you two. I also have business there. As I thought, it seemed that this reunion was an inevitability. The two of us had no reason to refuse her, and so the three of us headed together to Jelf's shop. Myra kept a friendly smile on her face while having some casual talk with Feld and I. Meanwhile, the men around us were sending glances toward her. Master too had mentioned it about herself. Elf race had big pride, and their self-esteem was also proportionally strong with that. But although Myra was from such race, she didn't give any such cutting impression. A lot of men got their eyes attracted toward Myra, who looked like a 20-years-old beauty. Their captivation might be especially caused by Myra's appearance that hinted of kindness and gentleness. Surely this kind of woman was the preference of man everywhere. What's the matter, Arya? Feld called out to me, who kept walking silently without really joining the conversation. Just thinking that Myra is pretty. Varro's girlfriend isn't Myra, right? Was Feld's preference also a woman like Myra? I also had such thought and asked the question that was in my mind. In response, Feld shook his head while Myra didn't notice. No way. That's just not possible. Feld denied it with a strange look on his face. He brought his face closer to me, who was more than 30 centimeters shorter than him, and quietly told me, Myra look young because she's an elf, but at the inside she's the same age like Samantha. She's different from the elves in the forest, but to be blunt, she's a plain auntie at the inside. I tilted my head because I heard a puzzling word for a moment there. But Feld didn't even notice my reaction and let out a long sigh. You see. Myra treated me and even Varro like children. She often shoved candy or the like into our pocket, and a lot of men came to woo her because of her appearance, but usually they would separate in 3 days. Is that so? It seemed that her pleasant temperament wasn't because she had mellowed from living in human society for nearly 100 years, but because she had completely turned into auntie. Come to think of it, even though Master still looked young like someone at their 30, she was calling herself an old woman because she had lived too long in human country. Arya, do you know about Dark Elf? Yes. I was startled for a moment, wondering whether I had let my thoughts slip out. Even so, I nodded without showing it on my face. Don't ever bring up the Tropic of Dark Elf in front of Myra, okay? I don't know why, but it seems she once got utterly made fun of by an excessively strong female demon in a battlefield of a country somewhere. She's still holding a grudge about that. A strong female demon. Furthermore, it was a dark elf with bad mouth. It reminded me of someone. That's what I can tell you about Myra, but why did you suddenly get curious about that, Arya? Because a lot of men are looking at Myra. It's always like this. But today there are also a lot of guys who are looking at you, Arya. You also have beautiful look to you. I sometimes got told that I had nice appearance, but I didn't really get it myself. But when Phil told me that, it made me felt a bit embarrassed, partly because he treated me like adult. You know, you'll get lost if you're lost in thought in this kind of place. so don't get too distracted. Perhaps Feld also became embarrassed about his own words. Seeing me falling silent, he scratched his cheek with his finger. Aha! The capital was incomparably crowded compared with other city. It looked like my pace had really slowed down, so I reflexively pinched at Feld's cloth when he warned me of getting lost. Arya, what's the matter? I looked up at Feld from below while tilting my head, asking if something was the matter. For some reason Feld's gaze wandered around for a bit before he averted his gaze. No, it's nothing. Like that I kept my hold on Feld, who turned taciturn for some reason, and we arrived at the shop of Jelf, the dwarf armorer. Jelf, you the? My, Ariadne and Mirakan. And you two are bringing a fine man along with you. Jelf was wearing a tightly fit leather outfit that exposed a lot of skin like usual. He winked his eye that had long and pretty eyelashes. Feld, who got called as a fine man, took half a step back with twitching expression while Myra was smiling faintly. Jelf, it's getting harder for my chest and waist to move in this outfit. Can you do something? This girl, your reaction is indifferent like usual. Well, that's all right. I thought that it was about time for you to grow bigger and already made a new outfit for you. Give it a try, okay? It seemed that Jelf had anticipated my growth and created new equipment for me. I got dragged to the back of the building again and he handed me the new equipment while collecting my current one. I gave this equipment proper maintenance before this too, but you had gone through a really harsh fight, and you? Even my armor isn't all powerful, so you must take care of your body. Yes. Sorry, this new equipment is matched with your looks. The shape isn't that different from before, but I designed it to look more mature, so it'll increase your defensive power even more. What defensive power? The shape of the new equipment was still a black dress with stand-up collar and no sleeve, but the material used the membrane of wyvern, just like my previous equipment that apparently had its fireproof and waterproof improved to adapt even to harsh environment. Its shape was altered in small details to suit the growth of my body. The slit at the side of the skirt became even deeper, and the skirt itself had lengthened from above knee to below knee. It was also made to be easy to flip so I could move easier. Yep, you look great. It's really great. It was only a little, but it had gotten lighter than before and easier to move in. I got the feeling that what Jelf and I were praising weren't the same, but we both liked it anyway, so there was no problem. I returned back to the shop after I finished changing. Myra's eyes sparkled when she saw me. As expected from Jelf, Arya, you look really cute. That's so? I didn't really get it myself, but if Myra said that, then it must be true. When I took out a knife from the slit that had gotten deeper to confirm the ease of its use, Feld averted his gaze a little. Feld? Yeah, it looks good, I guess. Somehow I felt at ease when Feld said that. I pinched on his cloth before was also because I felt unconditionally safe if it was with him for some reason. I see. I suddenly realized I feel at ease when I'm together with Feld. When I casually muttered those words, Jelf's eyes widened, Myra's eyes twinkled for some reason, while Feld, who was being told that, had his gaze darting around without any composure. Is that so? You're like father. Feld froze when I spoke of my honest feeling. Jelf and Myra pointed their finger at him while bursting into laughter. Did I make some kind of mistake? https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/IOO2.jpg 1 month passed since I arrived at the capital. The season had also changed completely into autumn, and I turned 11. For some reason I was staying in Jelf's house instead of an inn while getting my equipment serviced. I also asked Myra to introduce me to an alchemist so I could create medicine and the like. Myra too was well versed in herbs as befitting an elf, and it seemed she was the one who created potion and the like with alchemy for the party. But she was really happy when she heard that I could create it. I became involved a lot with Myra and Jelf during this 1 month in the place of Feld, who was dejected for some reason. I believed that Myra and I had opened up a lot with each other. Well, sometimes she surprised me when stuffing candy that was wrapped in paper into my pocket though. When Feld recovered from his mysterious dejected state, I trained with him in the Adventurer Guild's training ground to confirm each other's fighting style. It was then I was finally able to meet with Viro, who hadn't showed himself until now, along with the leader or Rainbow Sword, Dalton, who seemed to be busy before this with coordinating with the noble for the request this time. Samantha had retired, so she wasn't present, but It seemed that it had been several years since all members of Rainbow Sword had gathered as a party. In the capital there was a mansion Dalton owned that was used to store items and the like that they gathered as a party. It seemed that the members of Rainbow Sword could use the mansion freely, but this was my first time getting inside. When I entered into the mansion together with Feld and Myra, we were greeted by Viro, who looked somewhat tired, and a large dwarf who looked clearly strong. "I'm Dalton." "Are you Arya, the disciple of the sky?" I learned the skill as scout from Viro. Dalton was different from the typical image of a dwarf that had small, short, and stout stature. He had an intimidating large body that he used to glare at me appraisingly. He was a dwarf, but apparently he wasn't a rock dwarf like Galbaz or Jelf who lived in mine, but a mountain dwarf that lived in forest. The difference wasn't obvious in a glance like forest elf and dark elf. The difference could be spotted from their place of birth, body build, and personality. Most of the rock dwarves that lived in mine and worked as blacksmith didn't really have flexible mind and stubborn. They had a body build like a mass of muscle because they dove into cave and dug hole. In contrast, mountain dwarf that lived in forest and worked as carpenter or jeweler had body build that was relatively similar with human. Many of them were skilled with detailed work and sociable. But Dalton, who had been active as first-class adventurer for more than 100 years, had height that was close to human with body width and muscle mass that surpassed rock dwarf. Even Feld, who I thought as a muscular man looked slender compared to him. The various equipments lined up in this living room like the mithril full-plate armor or giant war hammer would be difficult even to lift by the average warrior. Although I don't think that the average warrior would be able to collect these equipments that had the price that could buy a small castle. Fume. Dalton stroked his beard that was shortly pruned like Jelf, which was a rarity among the dwarf. He stared fixedly at me while grinning. "I've been wondering just how strong you actually are, because Viro even boasted about you as his disciple, but I see now. You pass if it's just your combat strength. But we Rainbow Sword is a prominent rank 5 party even in Claydale Kingdom and trusted even by noble. Your background or history doesn't matter, but if you're going to be one of us, at least show me that your guts is fitting for that name." Dune. Instantly, killing intent and pressure that even caused an auditory hallucination of blasting sound burst out from Dalton. The pressure that was emitted by a rank 5 heavy warrior made him look like a giant. Dalton instantly lifted up a warhammer that was as tall as him and swung it down toward me. This was the peak of rank 5. My body trembled in fear from that might intimidation, but I too had faced the rank 5 grave and mythical beast Nero before. I acted the instant I felt his killing intent by using body strengthening at full strength and rushed like a flying arrow. Bon. The air inside the room rattled from the defense and offense that happened in an instant. Wind whirled. Dalton's warhammer was touching my shoulder, while the tip of my black dagger stopped just several millimeters before Dalton's left eye. "Any more than this and I'll fight to kill." Kukaku. Viro, where the hell did you find someone like this? She definitely didn't study just from you alone. Dalton couldn't hold back and break out laughing in front of my knife tip that didn't waver at the slightest and my pressure. He turned his gaze toward Viro. "That's insulting." "Well, it seems Arya also has other teacher for sorcery, and the Black Ops Sarah also instructed her once in the past, so even you might get devoured if you let your guard down thinking of her just as a brat, you know." Ha ha ha. Roger that. When I heard that Viro brought a girl who isn't even an adult yet, I was worried that she ran that way after getting jilted by mature woman too many times, but this girl is a nice find. That's even more insulting. Oi. So he had that kind of thinking. It was just a short conversation, but I felt like I could see what kind of position Viro had in the party from it. Feld and Viro were breaking into cold sweat from the exchange between Dalton and me. Even so, they sighed after it was over, while Mara, who was the only one in the party with low combat strength in close quarter, clapped her hands cheerfully. Dalton easily lowered his warhammer and carelessly approached me, who was still keeping my dagger unsheathed. He lightly patted my shoulder. "I like you. Welcome to Rainbow Sword, Arya." Like this, I was officially accepted as a member of Rainbow Sword. Several days later we departed to the territory of Duke Feudale in order to go to the island where the large-scale dungeon was located. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 3, Assailant. We were riding Dalton's large high-speed carriage to travel to the territory of Duke Feudale from the capital. The carriage's appearance looked like it was a noble's carriage with its ornaments removed, but The ornaments were removed in order to decrease the weight and increase the speed. It seemed that the cost of the carriage was about the same with the carriage that the royal family used. It had plain appearance, but the exterior was processed with alchemy and sorcery. It boasted an endurance that could endure even level 5 fire sorcery according to the calculation. It actually never got hit by anything like that though. It was Viro who said that. It seemed that the carriage would be able to endure such attack, but the next attack would put it out of commission. The lower part had hollow space around dozens of centimeters where weapons and equipments that couldn't be brought inside were stored. They could also be taken out from under the floor. The roof part was used as space to store spoils of war. Both spaces had their capacity increased, choosing storage type darkness sorcery and also equipped with the function to reduce weight. The space between those two storages were for people to ride, but it had enough room that there was still enough space even after the large Dalton and Feld got in. It should be easy for the carriage to carry 10 people. There were 4 horses pulling the carriage, but it seemed that the carriage also had magic tool to move it. It seemed that by using magic stone as fuel the carriage could run on its own to some degree. Listen well, Arya. You're recruited for your ability to use light sorcery, but we don't plan to waste your combat style. We'll have you act as scout most of the time. Dalton explained about my role inside the carriage. What are we going to do for recovery during battle? Recovery during battle is rare even when we got Samantha with us. Usually we just take care of it with potion after battle. If anyone is bothered with that method, then they can learn it themselves, just like Feld. I too didn't use healing in the middle of battle. I could use it if there was a chance, but there was also times when such opening could lead to death. Arya, you'll heal only wound that might pose as obstacle for battle. But all of us are fighters. It'll be pointless if you waste your mana and can't fight when needed. After all, even with mana recovery potion, it's possible that its effectiveness will worsen if you keep drinking it several times in a day. Roger. I could agree with what he said, so I had no objection. But a party wouldn't be able to move smoothly if the role of each members weren't clear, whether it was for healing or for teamwork. The current composition of Adventurer Party Rainbow Sword had this kind of form. Heavy Warrior Role, Tank and Attacker. Dalton Rockwall Race Mountain Dwarf Rank 5. Magic Power, 250 Stamina, 512 Overall Combat Strength, 1940, with Body Strengthening, 2420. Swordsman Role, Frontline Attacker. Feldluwin Race Human Rank 5. Magic Power, 225 Stamina, 370 Overall Combat Strength, 1494, with Body Strengthening, 1908. Scout Light Warrior Role, Detecting Enemy, Removing Trap, Hit and Run. Viro Dawn Race Human Rank 4. Magic Power, 220 10 up Stamina, 320 10 up. Overall Combat Strength, 1056, with Body Strengthening, 1281. Spirit User Archer Role, Attack and Defense with Spirit Magic, Detecting Enemy, Hit and Run. Miranda Morma Race Forest Elf Rank 4. Magic Power, 350 Stamina, 175 Overall Combat Strength, 1097, with Body Strengthening, 1321. Illusionist Assassin Role, Healing with Sorcery, Detecting Enemy, Hit and Run. Arya, Alicia, Race Human Rank 4. Magic Power, 270 Stamina, 210 Overall Combat Strength, 916, with Body Strengthening, 1123. Other than combat strength and combat style, we also told each other our special skill and trump card. Adventurer rarely told their trump card to each other, but there would be no point of getting obsessed with that if it might cause Delana getting exposed to danger. My trump card was the Body Strengthening using the Origin Battle skill, but in Myra's case her trump card was also the weak point of Spirit. It really made me felt trusted when she told me that. As expected, with the rank 4 sorcerer Samantha retired, the overall strength of the party had gone down, but according to Dalton the human Feld and Viro were still growing, so he thought they would still be able at the same level like before, depending on Myra and my sorcery. Even so, I would replace Viro one day, so the party was still looking for a sorcerer even now. Our final destination this time was the large-scale dungeon in an island, so this carriage was heading toward a port city in feudal territory. Normally we would pass the relatively safe main highway and enter the Duke's city. From there we would head to the port city at the east, but midway we left the main highway and used the route that passed through a forest. This road was smaller than the main highway, but it was rarely used by ordinary traveler, so it was easier for carriage to pass through unobstructed. Like that we kept advancing inside the forest and soon the day would turn dark. Just as we started thinking of searching for a camping site, the coachman called out, "Lord Dalton, it's still far ahead, but I heard the sound of sword fighting. I can't sense who's being attacked and who is attacking from here. What should I do?" This coachman was the butler grandpa who was taking care of Dalton's mansion. Although his main occupation wasn't a butler, he was a retired former adventurer and had the strength of a rank 3 scout. His combat strength was decreasing due to his age, but the information that he gathered could be trusted. Is it a stupid merchant's carriage getting attacked? Troublesome. But it can't be helped. You youngsters go out there and take care of it. Dalton gave an instruction even while frowning. He was displeased because he understood that this road was relatively unsafe compared to the main highway. Even if things like bandit, thief, or monster like wolf wouldn't come out, there were many other forms of danger. Even so, there would be no attack if the traveler had guard of some capability with them. But being attacked mean that the victim didn't have sufficient protection. Carriage could move fast in a road where no ordinary people passed. Even if there was danger there, one should just hire a mercenary or adventurer to take care of it. But stingy merchant who didn't want to lose money and met misfortune instead could always be found anywhere. Then let's go. Aha, Feld and I got down as Dalton instructed. When Dalton said youngsters, Myra, whose appearance was youthful, stayed sitting while nibbling on dried fruit. Conversely, Viro was about to stand up, but then his eyes met mine and he seemed to notice that he wasn't a youngster, so he lowered back his waist on the seat. When I got outside, certainly there was the sound of sword clashing from afar. Feld also noticed and looked forward. His face turned just a little grim. That's not monster. The sound of weapons clashing is loud. It's a fight between two people trained in combat. Be careful, Arya. Roger. Just in case. We told the coachman butler that information. Then in preparation of melee, Feld held 2 hand axes in his hands instead of his great sword, while I broke out running through the road that was getting darker without pulling out any weapon. I ran at the front, seeing that I had good night vision. Feld followed behind me. As expected from Feld, although he was wearing armor and carried large weapon, it didn't seem like I needed to slow down for him. After running for several dozen seconds, light of sorcery and faint light from torch came into view from the road ahead. The situation became slightly clearer. The side being attacked is a carriage that seems to belong to a noble. The assailants also seems to be human. Can you identify the enemy? Those hiding their face and wearing black leather armor are the assailants, I think. And, are we going to help? Isn't it fine to help if the situation is that easy to understand? Got it. I'll go ahead. In that moment I rushed forward with body strengthening. Although Feld and my agility parameter was the same, if it was just running speed, then I was faster than him because my body weight was lighter. My night vision saw multiple carriages that seemed to belong to noble far ahead. The number of bodyguards seemed few for noble, but they seemed to be skilled. They were fighting evenly against assailants that outnumbered them by several times more. No. Looked like the guards were in slight disadvantage. Among them there was one knight who was having a hard time fighting against 3 assailants. Seeing that, I quickly moved into action. Pain. I aimed while running and activated darkness magic the moment I was within range. Gudja? One of the assailants who was brandishing a spear screamed from the intense pain of the illusion. The man beside him turned around in surprise. The throwing knives I threw pierced his mask. My scythe-shaped pendulum then tore the neck of the man who was freezing from the pain. I didn't slow down and used the momentum to kick the face of the last masked man with my heel while cutting his exposed throat with my black knife. I swung my knife to get rid of the blood while turning around. The knight who was under attack trembled for a moment. I'm a passing adventurer. Are your side the one that is being attacked? That's right. Although he was being questioned right after 3 black-armored men got killed in a flash, that knight nodded vigorously even while being dumbfounded. Am I being too nosy? If it's unnecessary then I'll leave. No, my thanks for the assistance. The assailants are more than expected, so I'm worried about the carriage that has gone ahead. But you're, adventurer, Rainbow Sword. What? You're from Rainbow Sword? As expected, it seemed the reputation of Rainbow Sword was known even by noble. The knight's face turned bright from relief. In contrast to that, the masked assailants around us seemed to think of me as a hindrance, and several of them moved toward me. The combat strength of the assailants was around 250. They were upper rank 2 or lower rank 3 from this number. It was hard to call them expert, but depending on their resolve they weren't an opponent that could be underestimated. Even so, they were wearing leather armor instead of metal armor, perhaps because they prioritized laying ambush. In that case even I could deal with them. I quickly tossed weighted pendulum to the darkness and controlled it to strike the head of the man at the forefront from the side. My skirt flapped as I pulled out and threw a throwing knife from under it to pierce his throat. I pulled back the pendulum inside the darkness, and with centrifugal force the weighted pendulum drew a large arc and smashed the head of the next assailant who approached. Shit! A masked assailant noticed that my weapon attacked from the darkness and charged forward while covering his vital spots with his arms. In response I jumped and kneed from above the guard that was protecting the face. Gaga! The assailant groaned and lifted his face. My arm snaked through the open gap in the guard and around his neck before I circled behind him and snapped his neck. Watch out! The knight I saved just now yelled. I instantly saw 2 assailants charging in with sword in their hands. Hand axes flew from both sides of the knight who was about to dash forward to assist. They pierced the 2 assailants' face. Arya, you're too fast, Feld complained while catching up. He didn't slow down and pulled out the magic steel greatsword on his back and jumped forward while bisecting another assailant into 2. Is he your teammate? The knight's voice turned hoarse seeing how strong the attack was. I lightly nodded to that knight and called out to Feld who was looking for the next enemy. The carriage that's going ahead is also getting attacked. Got it. Go there, Arya. I'll take care of the enemies here. Roger. I already knew, but, as I thought Feld was strong against opponents of this level, even if there were several rank 3 mixed in, he would have no problem as long as he didn't let his guard down. Come at me, you masked fellows. It was a bit concerning that he sounded somewhat muscle-brained though. The assailants hesitated somewhat with Feld's reinforcement. I slipped through them and dashed away with a speed that nobody in this place could follow. When I passed the side of the attacked carriage, I caught sight of a familiar crest from under a plank that seemed to be almost torn off from being hit by an attack. The royal family's crest? The carriage that Elena rode in at Dandel's recuperation resort also had the same crest painted on. In that case this group was related to the royal family. Dalton told me that the route the royal family's carriage used was kept secret for safety. The possibility that came to mind was that this horse carriage belonged to the crown prince or Elena who was heading to the dungeon. But to think that they only brought this much guard. I didn't understand why they didn't use the safe main highway then. Viro should have told them about the possibility of attack at the very least, but the royal family didn't consist of just the 2 of them, and if they passed through this kind of road then they might simply be in a hurry to transport something. I hope that was the case. Further ahead I saw the figures of people wearing black armor and guard knights scattered inside the darkness. I didn't need to check whether they were still alive or not. With my eyes that could see magic particle, I didn't even need to use appraisal to see whether the body had any life force remaining or not. Did they kill each other, or there was still another skilled assailant remaining? Hyan! A knife flew from inside the darkness of the forest in that moment. I deflected it by immediately taking out the Alpapus-type pendulum from the storage. Then I also hid myself behind a tree while throwing the knife that I pulled from behind the slit toward the silhouette that I caught sight of for just a moment. The knife was most likely dodged. I didn't know who it was inside the darkness, but I was able to feel the opponent's strength from the silhouette of the magic particle that I caught a brief sight of. Unknown race: human. Magic power, 182. 220 stamina, 221. 260. Overall combat strength, 929, with body strengthening, 1126. The opponent seemed to have sensed my combat strength too. Killing intent that shook the dark forest surged out, I see. There is an expert here. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 4 Reunion and Encounter. Not only their combat strength, based on the way they raised their presence and the pressure, this opponent seemed to be an expert. Judging from the feedback just now and the combat strength, the opponent seemed to be a rank 4 scout-type assassin. This enemy had no hesitation. There was no hesitation in their action because they had firm conviction and strong will to carry it out. That kind of enemy would be more dangerous than their combat strength value suggested. Inside the dark forest, both of us only caught sight of the enemy for an instant. I had lost sight of the enemy, while the enemy knew that I was hiding behind this tree. It was disadvantageous that I was a step behind. With that conclusion, I threw the scythe-shaped pendulum to stick on the branch above me, then used the string to jump on the tree in one leap. But it seemed the opponent also thought the same. Something small flew from the tree somewhere at the same time when I leapt. I could hear the sound of the object cutting through the air. So, it wasn't a knife. I didn't know what it actually was, but I judged that it would be bad to block it. I used my momentum of leaping up to jump to another tree. Then the sound of something hitting resounded from the tree I was just at. Unknown opponent and weapon. Even so, I had got a general idea of where the opponent was hiding. I threw the alpapus-type pendulum. I controlled the string with my fingertips movement and mana to circle around the tree trunk. There was a faint sound of blade deflecting metal and silhouette flew out from there. Although I could see with night vision, the opponent's stealth level was high, so I could only see an outline. But that was enough in a battle to the death. I quickly threw the knife I pulled out from the slit of my skirt to that silhouette. Then the wind magic particles around the silhouette whirled like air current and diverted the knife I threw. But without even any time to feel surprised of that, I felt that something was thrown from the silhouette again. I dodged by using a tree as my shield. I felt how something hard sunk into the trunk's surface. This is pebble, so this is that attack's true identity. Throwing pebble was weaker than throwing knife, but, in the hand of an expert, a small lump of metal with its end sharpened could easily pierce through human skin and dug into the flesh. It was a type of hidden weapon that was difficult to use. What was troublesome about it was how it could be thrown without any preliminary motion. It was difficult to dodge and gave intense pain if it landed. The bleeding it caused would also be difficult to stop. And then what diverted my knife must be wind element sorcery air curtain. This was a sorcery to deploy wind barrier around the caster to defend against arrow. But being able to use it needed level 2 sorcery at minimum. I better kept in mind that my throwing weapons other than the pendulum would be neutralized by it. This opponent was more troublesome than expected, but there was still a way to fight them if that was the case. Illusion. I jumped from tree to tree while unleashing the level 4 darkness magic illusion that I had been forming. With my skill level, I still couldn't make an illusion of living thing that looked natural. But it was a different story inside this darkness. I created the presences of bees flying around angrily at the surrounding. The silhouette jumped away at that moment. I kicked on the trunk of nearby tree and leapt toward the silhouette. We crossed at mid-air where we both exchanged a kick at each other. Bash in. The opponent's kick hit my shoulder. My kick sent them flying from landing on their side. But not yet. I could still attack while we both were still floating in the air. It was an aerial maneuver that I made based on a snap decision and intuition. I swung my leg strongly on empty air and changed my posture mid-air. The silhouette was bewildered for a moment seeing my impossible movement. My martial art was from the direct teaching of Master Surjura. Master was feared as the war demon and survived the battlefield using her sorcery and this martial art. I aimed at the silhouette with my black dagger after changing posture. But the bewildered opponent also immediately readied their knife and we clashed before bouncing from each other. So the opponent became level 4 from martial art and short sword skill. I too had reached level 4 in martial art, but I couldn't overwhelm the opponent with my level 3 short sword skill. The distance was widened once more between us. The silhouette fired their pebble in that moment. This time I swung my arms to rotate and dodge. I used that momentum to throw weighted pendulum, added the centrifugal force into its weight and it mowed the surrounding tree branches while breaking through the silhouette's protection of wind. The opponent let a little breath escape from their mouth. The silhouette finally fell to the ground. Woman. That possibility seemed high based on the body weight and body shape that I felt when we exchanged kick with each other. I immediately switched to a fighting style that favored speed. I also dropped to the ground. The opponent aimed at that moment and fired a pebble. Without any pause I rolled aside to evade while making my weighted pendulum struck again right from above the silhouette, but the opponent slid to the side. With her unstable posture after falling on the ground, she dodged the pendulum and fired magic particles of wind in the shape of a line. Wind cutter. Jelf's armor wouldn't be torn even if I received it head-on, but it would make me stunned for an instant. Who knew how the opponent would attack using that opening? Shield. I parried the wind cutter with shield that I deployed just for an instant in the timing that matched the wind magic particles that I could see with my eye. Shadow. I split into two inside this dark forest. It should be difficult to tell apart which one was the real me with night vision here. Even so, the opponent would be able to tell if she looked carefully. But the silhouette was unwilling to waste time making decision and attacked both simultaneously with pebbles. The shadow was hit by pebble and vanished. But I slid forward to dodge the pebble and closed in during that instant and lunged with my black dagger. The opponent showed footwork to slide to the side again and dodged my blade. She also swung down her knife in the same motion. It was a close quarter combat with the distance so short that our body was rubbing each other. The silhouette and I only aimed at vital spot to kill the other with one attack without even any feint. We both dodged each other's attack with a paper-thin difference. I also used sliding footwork to dodge the swinging down knife. I lowered my posture like a cat and kicked the ground before knocking her off her feet using my whole body's momentum. The opponent's long skirt fluttered as she cartwheeled to the side to evade while opening the distance once more. That movement. It was familiar somehow. The opponent seemed to feel the same. Between us 1 or 2 seconds. An odd pause was created. In that moment, my detection sensed multiple people approaching. Over here. 4 assailants in black armor. Nuisance. I kicked the ground the instant I thought that and spun as though I was rolling at low altitude while throwing my scythe-shaped pendulum. The man in black running at the forefront dodged the blade just barely, but I pulled the string in that instant and the sickle-shaped blade tore the man's carotid artery. Without pause I grabbed the ground with both hands and bent my whole body before shooting off. I kicked the leg of another man, rolled, and planted my black dagger between his eyebrows until the hilt, killing him. 2 men remaining. When I searched for their presence, the remaining 2 men in black were pierced by pebbles and they froze from the pain. The silhouette rushed in that moment and grappled them down, breaking their neck in the process. Even while using stealth and putting up our guard toward each other inside the dark forest, we withdrew our killing intent at the same time and observed each other. Then I muttered that name with conviction. Sarah. So you're really Arya. I thought that perhaps. In the middle there. We confirmed each other's identity and released our stealth to show ourselves. Long time no see. Sarah. Long time no see, but I can't believe that you've become this strong in less than 3 years. It was just for a short period, but Sarah not only taught me stealth fighting and martial art, but also various things that were useful for living. But why are you here? You didn't hear from Viro? I joined Rainbow Sword in order to participate in that request. Sarah's eyes clearly widened even within the darkness when I said that. She then let out an exhausted sigh. I heard about your survival from Viro, but it looks like he invited you to Rainbow Sword not to protect but to secure you. It seems Viro intentionally concealed your growing strength from us. Viro didn't tell them about my information completely. It seemed Sarah thought that Viro kept quiet in order to secure me, but most likely that wasn't all. There was a distance of several meters between us as though to show that. Arya, I heard about how Grave attacked you. That's why. I can also understand why you're unable to trust us. I hold no negative thinking for Sarah personally. But, the Black Ops is a different matter. I harbor no hostility to them, and I'll also accept requests like Viro depending on its content, but I won't return to there. I think Viro realized that Sarah would invite me to Black Ops again if she knew about my growth. But he invited me to Rainbow Sword not only to secure myself for his own party, but also to give me a reason to refuse the Black Ops invitation knowing that I still really didn't trust them. Is that so? Even so, Sarah let out another short sigh and stared fixedly at me. To think that you managed to catch up to me in just 3 years. I could never even imagine it. I think I still haven't caught up in close quarter combat though. It's annoying to know that Viro has snatched you first, but if you're in the Rainbow Sword then surely you'll be able to grow even stronger. It's unfortunate for my son who is trying to catch up to you though. Sarah sighed again when I tilted my head in puzzlement. She pressed her finger on her forehead as though she had a headache. You've also grown beautiful. You still haven't cut your hair, huh? Because I promised Sarah and Sio. I rarely cut my hair and allowed it to grow long because I had made a promise with the two of them. It made me realize that I really trusted the two of them. Come to think of it, how is Sio doing? When I mentioned the promise, Sarah's gaze on me softened and the violent atmosphere from our attempt to kill each other just now was slightly abating. But right now shouldn't be the time for this. Sarah also tightened her expression and lightly brushed the dust on her maid uniform. She turned her gaze to somewhere. There is no time to have an idle talk in this kind of place. I think the assailants who attacked us just now are all of them. But for Arya to be here means that the other members of Rainbow Sword are also here, correct? Only Feld. The swordsman and I came here to assist. He prioritized annihilating the enemy on the way here, so I think he'll finish quickly as long as there's nobody at Sarah's level among the opponents. Who are these people? First, I'm going to confirm the safety of the royalty, so please come along with me if you're a member of Rainbow Sword. I'll explain a little while walking. Roger. She said royalty, which meant a member of royal family was here, just as I thought. But Sarah should mention name if it was Elena who was here. Was Elena not here? Even so, I couldn't imagine Sarah getting assigned as servant to any other royalty than a queen or Elena. I also couldn't imagine a queen coming to this kind of place. Then who is the royalty who came here? I'll explain simply. We moved glidingly without any sound inside the dark forest while Sarah explained the situation to me in simple terms. The current royal family's capability to act as unifying force of the kingdom was declining due to a certain reason. The surface reason was that the first queen's origin was from a noble house with low status, so the influential higher-ranked nobles who belonged to the noble faction were feeling anxious about that first queen's son, the crown prince, becoming the next king, and they were harboring animosity. In order to stabilize the royal family's power, apparently the royalties who hadn't even attended the academy and the fiancés of the crown prince were ordered to enter dungeon to obtain something from there. But that exploration of large-scale dungeon that was kept secret from the nobles in general got sniffed out by the noble faction, and they schemed to attack the crown prince using this chance. The central branch of Assassin Guild dispatched Tabitha to the Merchant Guild was a part of the scheme of noble faction that was hostile to the royal family as expected. We've also heard from Viro how the Assassin Guild was planning to attack. Taking that into consideration, that person suggested using themselves as a bait in order to keep His Highness the Crown Prince safe. It was unknown whether the noble faction planned to assassinate the Crown Prince so that someone convenient for them could be the next Crown Prince, or to capture him and make him obedient to them. But the royal family that picked up on that plan apparently tried to make use of it to trap the noble faction. So that was why the number of guards here wasn't that many. It seemed they had chosen knights with considerable skill to come along, but even that knight who I saved said that the enemy was more than expected. Even so, seeing that this group was traveling incognito, it might be difficult to bring more guards than that. That's a pretty reckless plan. I reckon the reason the number of enemies surpassed our expectation was because the Assassin Guild that originally should be trusted with carrying out the plan had washed out their hands of it. The assailants' number is unexpected, but they are unable to prepare quality, and only managed to prepare quantity with no regard of anything else. That too was most likely caused by you. The Ash-crowned princess interfering. I see. From the start the central branch of Assassin Guild didn't try anything with me. Even so, there was still an attack on me. It might be the arbitrary decision of Tabitha, who was a former member of the Northern Frontier branch. But because of that it became known that I was being involved, and that might be why the central branch washed off their hands from this. Sarah too had anticipated that assassins would come attacking and laid in wait with a small number of elite knights, but it seemed that it proved too much for them when the number of assailants was 3 times more than anticipated. And, who is that royalty you're referring to? About that, you should meet them directly to ascertain it. Normally it won't be permitted, but Rainbow Sword is just that famous of a party. After that we came out to a dark road and saw a large carriage being guarded by several knights. The knights warily raised their weapon when we approached, but as we got closer they realized that one of us was Sarah, and they sighed in relief. Mrs. Sarah, you're safe. What about the assailants? The knight ran toward Sarah and talked to her. He turned a questioning gaze toward me. Even while doing that, Sarah noticed that and explained to him with a reassuring tone. This person is a member of Rainbow Sword that His Majesty and His Excellency the Prime Minister requested to join us this time. The assailants at that side has been taken care of with their help. And, how is Her Highness doing? So she's from that party. Pardon me, but you look very young. As for Her Highness Arya, a girl's voice slightly called out at that timing. A blonde-haired girl who looked similar in age with my current appearance appeared from the carriage. Elena Sama, as I thought it's Arya. Claydale Kingdom's first princess, Elena Claydale. Before her body was so weak that she even needed to rest at quiet place. But it seemed that she had recovered greatly in these 3 years. She had turned 11 like me and now she was growing into the appearance of 13 or 14 years old just like me who was growing quicker thanks to mana. We both stared at each other's appearance that didn't look like little girl anymore. Elena smiled brightly while looking a little bit like she was going to cry. Just as she was about to take a step toward me, https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io03.jpg. Stop Elena. There was a voice that called at her to stop. Then a man who seemed to be at the middle of his 20s leapt down from the carriage and stood in front of me as though to cover for Elena. Uncle, you mustn't approach an outsider so carelessly, Elena. She seems to be your acquaintance but, judging from her outfit she must be a thuggish adventurer. You there, what's your purpose for getting this close? That man put himself in front of Elena protectively while pulling out an elegant short sword from his waist and pointed it at me. Uncle? Was he a noble from somewhere who was Elena's blood relative? He had wavy blonde hair and deep blue eyes. The features of his face were certainly similar with Elena. When I muttered that and turned my gaze to Elena behind him, she sighed and nodded quietly before announcing his identity. Yes, that's right. This person is Father His Majesty's youngest brother, the royal brother, Prince Amor Claydale. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 5 Promise. Prince Amor Claydale. I didn't know much about the royal family, but from what I recalled in the lesson that Sarah taught me before, the current king had 7 siblings and including the king, 4 of them were male. The female royalties were mostly sent to marry into Duke House or other country that had been decided for them and lost their right to the throne. For the males, some of them also went to other country far away to marry. But I was told that the youngest brother didn't have any fiancé and remained in the royal family as royal brother due to some reason. So this was that person. When I thought back of the present situation of the royal family that I heard from Sarah, for the sake of the current king who placed a woman with low social status as his first queen and only had few children, Amor was kept behind as a member of royal family to act as spare. Originally the post of royal brother was to assist the king in political matter and at emergency he had an authority at the same level of an archduke to take command in the king's place. But, if the situation was like what I imagined, he wasn't even given an authority that was equivalent to a duke. He was simply in a situation where he was living a freeloading life, kept around only for his status as royalty. Considering that, he shouldn't harbor any fondness for the crown prince who inherited the blood of the current king and the first queen. I guessed that was why he was feeling a twisted desire to protect Elena who was in a similar situation like him. That Amor right now was glaring at me as though he was fearing something. You, don't just stay quiet, say something. Amor fretted seeing me just standing quietly and pointed his short sword toward me. Sarah made a tired look and mildly remonstrated him. Please stop, Your Highness. This person is a member of Rainbow Sword that will be cooperating with us this time. The leader Dalton is also a noble who have obtained the title of baronet because of his achievements. He's just a commoner noble who can't even pass down his title to his child. A dwarf noble who is an adventurer isn't any different from a thug. Was he a slightly obstinate person? No. He might be trying to protect his niece Elena in his own way, but from his behavior, I presumed that he was scared that someone would die in this dungeon exploration, which made him acted more aggressively than usual. But, regardless of what kind of reason he might have, there was nobody who would be happy from getting looked down. Elena seemed to understand that. She made a slightly troubled look and looked at me before nodding stealthily. We were able to reunite after so long. There were things that we wanted to talk about, but we didn't have a weak relationship where we needed to lick each other's wound. It was enough just knowing that both of us were still alive. After confirming that with each other, I turned my back on Amor who was in an argument with Sarah. He noticed that and flared up. You girl. Where are you going? The enemies here are defeated, Sarah, and the knights are enough to be your guard, so you can do whatever you like. Just in case, I will patrol the surrounding while linking up with my teammates. If you have any other complaint, say it to our employer. Wow. Amor was speechless by my speech. Originally using that kind of tone would be disrespectful to a royalty, but even Sarah and the knights didn't do anything while Elena looked aside while covering her mouth with her hand. I heard that it was this country's prime minister that made the request to Rainbow Sword, but our job was to protect the royalties. Although the requester was the prime minister, our immediate employer was His Majesty the King. Amor was a royalty, but it would be a defiance to the king's command if I moved according to his will right now. Sarah and the knights understood that, but I didn't understand why they didn't do anything about my disrespect. Perhaps it was because the knights who were in the profession of fighting harbored respect toward Rainbow Sword, and also because Amor's behavior just now was too much and lacking dignity as a royalty. Perhaps they also noticed that Elena and I were acquaintance, and the princess was feeling dissatisfied because she couldn't even have a conversation with an acquaintance that she hadn't met for a long time. In short, it was just as I assumed. The knights were prioritizing Elena's feeling more because she still had the right to inherit the throne rather than Amor, who was only being kept like a freeloader for his royal status. Then see you later. Elena. I lightly waved my hand at her. Elena too smiled at me without saying anything back. I parted from them and returned to where I came from. Their Feld had already finished annihilating the assailants. The knights were restraining the few surviving assailants. When I showed myself, Feld, who was talking with the knight who I helped at the beginning, noticed me and lightly raised his hand in greeting. Arya, you're safe. How's the situation over there? Oh, Miss Adventurer, you're alright. Is Her Highness safe? No problem. I've also confirmed the target's safety. Although I had gotten used getting scolded by Viro or Sarah, I wasn't used with someone feeling honestly worried for me, so it made me felt a bit itchy. Sarah was there with Elena's group, so I didn't think that there would be any problem. But as expected, this knight was feeling worried for Elena. He sighed in relief after hearing my report. The knights here were royal guards, the elites who were guarding the royal family. Although they were ordered to prioritize annihilating and capturing the assailants, if I returned just even slightly later, the knight said that they planned to leave behind the wounded to check the situation. He was really grateful by my return. I left the cleanup to them, and together with Feld, who wasn't injured or even tired, we returned to our carriage and reported about what happened. After that, Viro got out of the carriage. Sarah, who was related with our employer, was here, so he must be going to greet her. I got the feeling that Viro would also get into trouble with Amor. As expected, it seemed something really did happen when Viro later returned with a scowl. He wordlessly flicked my forehead with his finger. As the result of Viro's talk with Sarah and others, our carriage would link up with Elena's group where we would go together to the port city. But although we called it going together, we would ride ahead to clear the way so we wouldn't really meet their group face to face. In the first place, setting aside Elena, I think Amor wouldn't like it to see my face. From what Viro heard from Sarah, originally Amor was unrelated with the dungeon exploration this time, but apparently he forcefully shoved himself into participation. I don't think that a spare royalty like him wouldn't be allowed to do something dangerous like entering a dungeon, but putting it the other way around, that it was just how urgent it was for the royal family to quickly obtain definite power that they had to recognize Amor's participation. What was this thing that the royal family was seeking from the dungeon that they were going this far for it? Clara. As expected, I should also come with you. Anazama. You can't. Father already told you no before this, right? At the port city of Duke Feudale's territory. Clara smiled wryly at her brother Rockwell, who was accompanying her until this far. Actually, they already had similar conversation like this many times on the way here. An exploration of large-scale dungeon by royal family. The elites of the royal guards and a rank 5 adventurer party were assigned to be their guard. Even so, all of them were still not of age and hadn't even enrolled into the academy. There was also the possibility of death. The royal family also judged that the possibility of the talented Elena and Carlo obtaining gift was high, so they carried out this dungeon exploration plan, but they were predicting that half of the guards wouldn't come back alive. Rockwell became informed of the dungeon exploration plan that was being kept under secret due to his status as Clara's family. But even after getting chided already by his father Margrave Dandel, he was still insisting to accompany his little sister. That was because of Clara's exploration that was filled with sorrow from participating. Rockwell. Give up already, you're making Lady Clara troubled. But still, Mihail. How can I call myself a knight when I can't even protect my little sister when she's in danger? We have our own role to play. His Majesty himself has already declared that we aren't permitted to participate. Mihail Melrose, who was also here to see off the group as a friend of the Crown Prince, began persuading Rockwell again, for who knew how many times it had been. Mihail were told about the detailed information by his grandfather the Prime Minister. This dungeon exploration was carried out because of the royal family's need of power and to test the resolve of this generation's royal family, whether they could put their life on a line or not. Rockwell wanted to protect his little sister. But Rockwell and Mihail, who were the eldest sons of the two powerful nobles of the kingdom, were in the position of being protected, not protecting others. It was the job of the royal guards to become shield and die, but Mihail and Rockwell weren't permitted to do that. If the worst case really occurred and the group got annihilated, the two who would become the future Prime Minister and Supreme Knight Commander would be needed in order to support the young second prince, and so even the king didn't allow their participation. Clara made a dark expression seeing the two's exchange. Even I want to be protected by Anazama if it's allowed. Clara was just a high school student in her previous life. She didn't has anything like the resolve to die. Before regaining the memory of her previous life, Clara had her pride as a noble, even though she wasn't as perceptive as her current self. If it was the Clara who didn't know anything in the past, she would be able to die as a noble. But the current Clara couldn't recall the noble's pride of that time no matter what. Clara. Are you okay? Vansama, who was riding in the same carriage with them until he looked at his fiancée with concern. Clara knew him even before becoming his fiancée. She had also met him often when she came to the castle as Elena's playmate. Sometimes the three of them would also play together. The Clara at that time was a haughty noble lady and she hit it off with the intelligent Lena. But Ern was raised with freedom like a middle-class noble and his sense of duty as a royalty was lacking, so the Clara at that time was looking down on him somewhere in her heart. Even after regaining her past life's memory, she was still looking at him as a child because of her memory of living until her teenage. It caused a bit of distance to be created between her and Ern as his fiancé. However, recently her resolve as a fiancé of a royalty got questioned and she was also feeling how close death could be with the beginning of the Autumn game approaching. She had lost her pride as a noble from recalling her past life and her heart had become incomparably weaker. Clara showing such side of herself caused Ern to start feeling concern toward her instead. The distance between the two was shortened exactly because they both possessed weakness as a noble. Even though it was just a relationship between two weaklings licking each other's wound, it was becoming a salvation for Clara. Even if she got along with the Autumn Games heroine Alicia, if Alicia got involved with the Crown Prince and became the saint, the Holy Church and the people would want her to become the first queen without caring of all Clara's efforts, and for the heroine to become the first queen. The existence of Clara, who was a princess of a former royal family, would become an obstacle that needed to be removed. Even though in the Autumn game it was only displayed as a mere condemnation event, there was complicated political bargaining that got carried out behind the scene. Clara would definitely become unable to be happy exactly because she had high status and position as the Crown Prince's leading fiancé. That was why her only choice to avoid such fate was to kill the heroine. She had made her resolve after worrying herself sick, but the heroine in question was being protected by Melrose House and the Black Ops. She was still being unable to even approach her. Is there no other way than to rely on that? Clara? No, it's nothing. Vansama. Thank you very much. Why are you suddenly thanking me? You're strange, Clara. There was something on her mind, but the fear of death tormented her even more the more she thought about it. In such state, Ern's smile that wasn't befitting for a royalty was starting to become the only thing that she could rely on in this world. Several days passed and we along with Elena's group arrived safely at the port city of Duke Feudale's territory. There wasn't any more attacks since then. I thought that Elena would need to rest for several days due to her weak body, but it seemed that the other group had arrived. So the surviving assailants were handed to the Black Ops that were standing by in the port city before we all immediately headed to the ship. According to Viro's report, it seemed the assailants were the underling of a baron house that was a dependent of a marquis who belonged to the noble faction. Most likely that baron got abandoned like a lizard cutting off its tail. but it was unthinkable that Umir Baron could gather that many assailants. Further investigation should discover a lot more clue. But it seemed that just being able to grasp the weakness of the Marquis, who was the caregiver of the Baron, was already considered a sufficient enough gain. The butler grandpa and the carriage stayed behind in the port city's middle class inn while the rest of us headed to the large ship that would take us to the island. With our arrival, it was decided that the ship would set sail 2 days later. That large ship was a military sailing ship that belonged to Duke Feudale. I heard it could be boarded by 1,000 soldiers at maximum. But this time it was only boarded by 150 people that were made up from the dozens of people who would enter the dungeon, the knights of the Duke territory, and the sailors. That day Dalton and Viro went to greet the important people, while at the next day there would be a dinner where everyone would meet and greet. When the meet and greet was being held in the party hall of the ship, the boy was standing between Elena and Amor, who was introduced as the Crown Prince, looked slightly surprised when he saw me. I was puzzled by his reaction. It was then Feld, who was standing beside me, told me the reason. "Do you remember when we first met? That time, the boy called Humira and I guarded was him." "It looks like he also remember you, Aria." "I remember when I first met Feld." "I see. So his name is Irvin and it got shortened to become I finally remembered him after Feld told me. But I'm amazed that the Crown Prince of all people was permitted to go out to the city." But, rather than the Crown Prince I was more curious about the girls who were standing in a line beside Elena. One of them was a girl called Clara, who was the daughter of Margrave Dandel. Several years had passed since then and her appearance had grown to look like 14 years old. She had already become a grown-up beautiful lady, but her complexion turned pale the moment she saw me, and then the other one. When she caught sight of me, her sickly white face twisted into an adorable wide smile. I already thought of the possibility, but, as expected, Carla was a fiancée of the Crown Prince. Carla Lester, race: human, rank 4, magic power 440, 450, 55 up, stamina 29, 51 4 up, overall combat strength 749, with body strengthening 1123, 426 up. She had become terrifyingly stronger. Only his stamina hadn't increased, as though she was cursed. But if it was just her magic power, then it had grown until the same level or even higher than Samantha or Master. What kind of severe battle and training she had gone through to be able to obtain that much strength. Most likely she had thrown herself into rigorous battles alone, but if Carla and I got into a fight, it would definitely become a deathly battle that would endanger even the lives around us. The dinner of the meet and greet was in the form of banquet of buffet. It seemed that some of the participants also brought relatives with them here, but because the dungeon exploration was kept secret, only the true participants were joining this banquet. The majority of the main participants were younger than 12 years old, which was the age where they made appearance in high society, so the youngest, like Carla and Elaine, returned to their room quickly after they finished eating. I'm an adventurer, so the distinction in that area for me was ambiguous, but Viro would turn into hopeless adult when alcohol got involved, so I quickly left that place and went up to the deck to feel the night breeze. The night wind that was starting to become cold caressed my skin. Monster could also come out at sea, but the ship that was still inside the harbor was burning incense to repel Monster, so there was no danger even if I got out to the deck. Even so, Elena and others who need to be guarded wouldn't come out to the deck at night. But I intentionally went up to the deck because I was on guard about the possibility of human attacker and because I had a premonition. As I thought, "You're here, Arya. If it's you, then nobody will care even if you go outside alone." Carla, the dangerous girl who I encountered 2 years ago. She whose outer appearance and also her inside had been sickly since that time had grown without any change to that, along with her abnormal mentality. Perhaps it was because her weak life force, or perhaps because of the insanity inside her. She pursued her own objectives straightforwardly even if nobody understood her. That way of living looked beautiful depending on how you saw it. Carla hurriedly approached me without even hiding her vast mana. She smiled sweetly while her hand was reaching toward me. Her pointy black nail traced along my cheek and left behind a line of wound. I too grabbed Carla's thin neck with one hand and my finger dug into that white throat. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io04.jpg Are we going to kill each other here? Let's not. This isn't a worthy stage for us. My hand let go of Carla's throat. Carla used a handkerchief to wipe the blood on my cheek and erase the wound with cure. You look pretty with blood on you, Arya. One day I want to dirty you with the blood spurting from my heart. Go die on your own. It'll be lonely if it's not you who kill me. Carla pressed the blood-stained handkerchief on her chest like it was a treasure. We walked until the edge of the deck and leaned on the handrails side by side. Why are you going into the dungeon, Carla? You still haven't been told? Our objective of going into the dungeon is to receive gift from the dungeon spirit. As I thought. The royal family's objective was gift. It was said that power could even read humans' heart, or manipulate weather, or predict the future. It was also accompanied by limitation and price to be paid, but if the royal family could obtain useful power, it would be possible to develop the nation even more. But that wasn't it. Carla. What's your objective? The smile instantly vanished from Carla's lips when I asked her that. My objective is also gift. There isn't any human who won't seek power when it's right in front of you. Do you know the meaning of that? The gift that a dungeon's spirit bestowed had trap in them. It was said that spirit would bestow gift as reward for arriving at the lowest floor, but a power that was given from spirit, a being with no lifespan, would become poison to being with lifespan. Of course I know. I don't know about the carefree and adorable Ursama or Dandel's little miss, but the princess who actually bothered to investigate about it might not refuse to accept the gift, you know. Carla laughed off the older Clara as little miss. I stared at her and talked about the continuation of this topic. Dungeon spirit can grant wish. Yes, I too once heard about it from master and investigated it. Dungeon spirit could grant wish, but not to everyone who reached its place. The spirit demanded a strong wish. Someone with a personality that was worthy to obtain the gift. That wish could be granted in the form of gift, but gift wasn't the only way the spirit could make a person's wish came true. You aren't going to ask for your body to be cured? A powerful gift would destroy its owner. That was because that wish was something self-serving. Human was foolish, and that was why they received retribution. But wouldn't a pure wish be surely granted? I didn't know what Elena would wish for. I guessed that it might be for her to be more healthy, which was also something that I wanted for her. But surely there was also something else that she needed as a royalty. I respected Elena's will. But what about Carla? She narrowed her eyes just a little at my question. It'll be lovely if I can obtain a gift. Surely it'll allow me to live in a way that befit me. Carla looked up to the moonlit sky in ecstasy. She turned her head just slightly to look at me with her purple eyes and showed a thin smile. That moon is like you, Arya. That's why we who are living in the night are reaching our hands toward you. If you have a wish, I don't mind helping you with it. I pushed off my back from the railing and started walking. Carla called out to me joyfully, "You're alright with me getting healed, even though I might try to kill you?" "That won't be any different than now." I lightly turned toward her and replied like that. Carla burst out into a wild laughter and her small stamina value went down again. And then dawn arrived. The ship departed to the island that was under the management of Duke Feudale with us aboard, toward the large-scale dungeon that was said to have a spirit in it. They finally depart. I hope they will return safely. Yeah. Rockwell stared with a worried look at the ship that was sailing out from the harbor. Mihail gave him the appropriate comment, but he himself wasn't really feeling anything about it. They couldn't participate in the banquet last night. That also doubled as a departure ceremony because they were not of age and also outsiders, but they had finished saying farewell beforehand to the Crown Prince Erwin and his fiancée and also Rockwell's little sister Clara. Rockwell had built a good friendship with Erwin and he was also close with his little sister Clara, so he was genuinely worried for them. But Mihail had lived until now by drawing a line between himself and other people due to his standing as the heir of Melrose that was leading the Black Ops. But that was only the outward appearance. At the outside he was acting like he was friendly toward everyone, and because of that he wouldn't get involved too deeply with other people. But Mihail was actually compassionate and scared that if he got too involved with someone it would cause him to be unable to make the rational decision. Rockwell knew about that side of Mihail and he sent a concerned gaze toward Mihail, who was acting unconcerned despite actually feeling worried for Erwin. What, Rockwell? No. Perhaps he was feeling embarrassed. Mihail unconsciously talked with the tone of a friend instead as a noble. Rockwell slightly smiled wryly and changed the topic. Come to think of it, are you still looking for that adventurer? This place should also have an adventurer guild. Do you want to try looking around there later? Yeah, I guess. The adventurer guild that he met just once several years ago. It was just that one time. Furthermore, he was involved with her only for a brief time, but she left a strong impression in the heart of this boy Mihail. After that he was searching for the pink-haired girl not only in the capital's adventurer guild, but to any adventurer guild of the places that he visited, but he was still unable to meet the girl again. It was unusual for Mihail to be so fixated to one person. Seeing his expression that was somewhat brooding caused Rockwell to suddenly recall something. Also this morning I was able to meet with Erwin, but about the adventurers that His Excellency requested. You mean Rainbow Sword? Yeah, that one. He mentioned something about being surprised seeing a girl he knew among them. Those words caused Mihail to turn his gaze back to the departing ship. On its deck for an instant saw fluttering pink blonde hair there. That girl. Mihail was about to break out running toward the ship. Rockwell quickly grabbed his arm. Let go, Rockwell. It's that girl. Calm down. The ship already sailed away. We'll attract attention if we go out there. Both Rockwell and Mihail were high-rank noble. With how the royal family's dungeon exploration being kept under veil of secrecy, they had to be careful even with just seeing off the group at the surface. Mihail remembered that after hearing Rockwell's words, and he had no choice but to stop struggling. Sorry. No, it's fine. But the girl that Aaron mentioned, it was that girl? I don't know. He only saw for an instant, only the pink hair and her face from the side. He couldn't conclude that she was really that girl just from that. Even so, he didn't want to think that he saw wrong. Mihail turned his gaze toward the sailing ship and prayed quietly in his heart for the girl's return. Please. Come back safely. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 6. Dungeon Exploration beginning. Forest monster would come out at forest, desert monster at desert, and sea monster at sea. But such problem didn't occur in ship travel. It would be a different matter if the ship was small, but large ship that was owned by noble apparently wouldn't be attacked unless the monster was really gigantic. Besides, even small ship had reverse hooks so that sea monster couldn't climb to the deck or traditional trick like scattering grass that monster disliked while fishing. In the first place, there was nearly 1,000 years of history since humans settled in this land. During that time, although nations fell and rose, the people living there kept doing their best to live. As the result, the range that could be traveled with small ships were becoming environment where monster mostly didn't appear. That was the situation. So speaking of what I was doing, at most I was training by myself to improve my sorcery and having mock battle against Viro to reach level 4 in short sword skill. Other than that, I also talked with the people who were the colleague of the knight that I helped at that time. Miss Adventurer, can I please have a little bit of your time to talk? All right. As expected, people like knights who chose fighting as their occupation had no prejudice even to adventurer. I too had grown in appearance to look like 14 years old, almost like someone who was of age, so the knights, especially the young ones, kept coming to talk to me one after another without even treating me like a child. They asked me about my name or hobby. I could understand why they asked my name, but what kind of reason they could have asking about my hobby? My hobby is gathering herb. As expected from you, a famous adventurer is knowledgeable even about medicine. Even I had the good sense to not say something like I'm mixing poison in my free time. Certainly I also learned pharmacy from master, but why would hearing that make them red in the face? About those young knights, the knight who I helped at the highway rushed toward us when he saw them crowding me. He bowed his head apologetically to me and dragged them away. It really helped me with our reaction here. The number of people coming to talk me is decreasing. Myra placed her hand on my shoulder from behind and said such thing. When I tilted my head in puzzlement, Myra only smiled cheerfully and walked away toward the ship's cafeteria. It seemed she had no intention to explain. The voyage was so peaceful that the knights could let their mind wander like that. Even so, I didn't get any chance to talk with Elena even though it had been so long since we last met. It was only natural if I thought about it. In the first place, a mere adventurer needed an official reason even just to be able to look at the princess's face. But even without that reason, the royal brother Amor wouldn't allow an adventurer to meet his niece. Why do I know that? That was because Elena's bodyguard maid who knew me told me about Elena's circumstance when she came to talk to me. She was someone who was also present when Elena was staying at that lakeshore castle for her rest. She was someone who Elena trusted very much as someone who had been guarding and taking care of her since she was a baby. She also trusted my opinion immediately when Elena got kidnapped. Thinking back now, I got the feeling that it was also her who left the role of being Elena's personal attendant only to me and arranged an environment where Elena could easily make idle complaint in order to allow Elena to rest her heart. That bodyguard maid Chloe also told me about Sarah's son, Sio, who was a year younger than me. It seemed that even after I went missing, Sio still believed in my survival and focused into his training desperately. He was Sarah's son, so it didn't really surprise me, but it seemed he was really talented. He might be able to become rank 3 too if he kept training for several more years. She also said that he was looking forward to be able to meet with me, but I pity that child. Why? I looked puzzled because I didn't understand what she meant. In response, Chloe gently placed her hand on her cheek and sighed deeply. Chloe was an attendant of the princess and a knight of the Black Ops at the same time. She had long black hair and slender body and kind appearance, but, despite appearance, she was apparently a heavy equipment type knight. She looked young. Perhaps she was still in her early 20s, but her actual strength and reliability allowed her to participate as Elena's bodyguard this time too. Together with Sarah, she had combat strength around 400, a rank 3. So Elena should be fine under her protection unless there was something really unexpected. Her equipment was also different from her usual equipment. She was only wearing a loose-made uniform, but it seemed she was wearing extremely fine mithril chain that was weaved into a chain mail. Her defensive strength wasn't inferior even against the Knight of Royal Guards. I heard she also brought a huge shield and a mace with her, but if it was me I wouldn't even be able to move properly wearing such equipment. By the way, Sarah looked no different than usual, but she prioritized speed like me and wore a maid uniform that was made from monster leather. Underneath it she was wearing a bustier that was created from mithril fiber. How much such thing cost? It seemed it was also Jelf who created that, so perhaps I should also order something similar if I got enough money in hand. There was no problem with this side. Based from what Chloe told me, it seemed there was also no problem with Elena. In that case the problem might be the Crown Prince Ern and the royal brother Amor. Ern, who was worried for Elena, who he saw as a sickly little sister, apparently harbored distrust toward the Black Ops after what Grave did. That was why he refused to have bodyguard from the Black Ops. This time each participant was bringing 2 servants at most because the concept of the group was to be a small elite force. But in contrast to Elena, who was being protected by elites of the Black Ops, Ern was only bringing servants whose combat capacity was only so-so. Amor, whose participation was decided too suddenly, was in an even worse condition. He claimed that he could protect himself and only brought luggage carrier with him. Clara was bringing female knights of Dandel with her, so her situation was still better than those two, but Sarah and Chloe would have to focus completely on defense in order to protect Amor and Ern, so it didn't feel like those two could be counted as fighting strength. In other words, we could think that the one in charge of offense in this dungeon exploration would be solely our rainbow sword. Even if we had the royal guards with us who could be entrusted with the fighting to some degree, considering the situation, it would be better for the royal guards to be entrusted with the defense and us with the offense instead of all of us taking care of offense and defense together. With that in mind, I wanted to have a spar with Sarah too if possible. But Sarah too on paper was a maid, so she had no free time like that. And having a spar with Feld or Dalton on the ship's cramped deck was impossible. I also want to see Myra's spirit magic at least once. Stop, the ship will seriously sink. Viro suddenly cut in from the side and stopped that. When I wondered why he suddenly butted into the conversation, it seemed he was looking for a chance to talk with Chloe, seeing that she was a pretty maid of the palace. He mentioned that recently he got a lover, didn't he? Then please excuse me. But Chloe smiled sweetly and simply turned her back to return to Elena's side. Viro's eyes unsteadily followed the swaying of her hip. But then he twitched in surprise when I grabbed his shoulder. No, you misunderstand, okay? I'm devoted to my current girlfriend, honest. But that kind of neat and clean beauty is still a sight for sore eyes whether you're single or not. That's why I'm looking. just for a bit. Viro started confessing his deed for some reason. I looked at him with a slightly cold gaze while nodding a little. Then if you're free, please be my sparring partner. Again, because of that Viro became my sparring partner most of the times. Unlike Sarah or me who used multiple weapons, Viro was an orthodox light warrior. Compared to me who specialized in killing enemy in battle against enemy, I could feel the difference in sharpness and variety from his technique. You're thinking of putting your weight into a simple attack isn't wrong. But, don't get too focused in only that. We ain't warrior like Feld or Dalton. But if you still want an attack like a warrior even then, master just a single technique to the extreme. Got it. Viro trained himself not to defeat the enemy. What he trained himself in was the strength to survive in every situation by training his every aspect uniformly. In a sense, it was a tactic that was partly similar with Master and my tactic to survive by ourselves. Because he was someone like that, he was able to survive even in the battle against Grave. I had to learn that lesson from him no matter what. From it I could feel the way of fighting of an adventurer who excelled in group battle. We arrived at our destination, the island 4 days later in the middle of night. Based from what my night vision saw, it must be a scenic place if it was noon, but although the undertaking this time was found out by a part of the noble faction, as expected it didn't change the fact that we were traveling incognito. That was partly because this undertaking was something that the average noble couldn't know about, but partly it was also because we didn't know whether the assassin guild that had washed off its hand from this was genuine in their withdrawal or just pretending. Although from here we were going to head to the large-scale dungeon that was managed by the Duke House, it should be dangerous for us to even enter into the city. The citizens would have noticed that some noble was coming by the time this large ship entered the harbor, but just knowing that wouldn't cause any commotion. But our group that would enter the dungeon plus the guards and servants that Duke Feudale prepared consisted of great number. We would draw attention when we acted. If rumor was formed from that, the other nobles would also realize where the royalties who weren't seen in the capital had gone to. It looks like we have a plan for that. There's a mansion for guests near the dungeon. It's for the royalty who visit this island. It's something like the Lakeshore Castle at Dandel. Viro had quickly obtained information and taught us the plan from now. We wouldn't enter the city and headed directly to the guest mansion near the dungeon. We would make our preparation there and then entered the dungeon early in the morning 2 days later. But the dungeon here was also open for adventurer and general, so even if it was early in the morning, nobles surrounded by more than 30 knights entering the dungeon would draw attention. But it seemed there would be no problem with that too. The information from here will be extremely classified. Because the royal family is our employer, we have the duty to keep any secret to ourselves. If we divulge information, those we told will be purged by the Black Ops, while us. Well, it goes without saying. To speak of the answer, there was a secret entrance in the dungeons here that was exclusive to the royal family. I was just barely permitted to know this, but perhaps Elena and Sarah gave their guarantee about my trustworthiness. The number of floor in this dungeon was 90. The deepest level the average adventurer could reach was 40. It was said that in normal dungeon the monster would get stronger the deeper you went, but here I was told that the average adventurer couldn't go deeper than floor 40 simply because the limit of the time they could dive and their budget. It was possible to make a round trip in 1 day until the 3rd floor, but it would take 3 days to make a round trip from floor 10. At floor 20 almost all the monsters that came out wouldn't be lower than rank 3. Just making a round trip from there would take 2 weeks. For the average adventurer, that would be their limit no matter how much they prepared. Financial strength became even more important than the rank to go deeper than that. This was an extremely classified information, but the dungeon here had been conquered several hundred years ago by the royal family of that time that was working together with the Adventurer Guild. At that time they took a total of 1 year to conquer the dungeon using 100 people in the conquest force and several times that number in the support unit. At that time they discovered one of the evacuation gate that led to the outside from floor 70. That evacuation exit was successfully fixed in place by the effort of that era's royal sorcerer's full effort. Enormous amount of budget was pumped each year in order to fix that evacuation gate in place to function as entrance. This entrance was left there in order for the royal family to obtain gift. The criticism to the royal family would definitely swell up if it became known that the tax rate was increased for that purpose. Even so, it seemed the option of not using it didn't exist for the sake of this country's stability. Will the spirit grant its gift even if we take shortcut like that? Who knows? That's why not everyone can receive the gift, but perhaps that's why they're sending in a lot of royalties like this, hoping some will get lucky and get a gift. It looked like the dungeon's spirit would still grant a gift even when we used that kind of cheating method, but mysteriously it almost never happened that someone other than royalties and their fiancés received a gift. I didn't know what kind of selection standard was used, but if I was the spirit, I wouldn't grant my gift to a human who cheated unless they were someone who sought power with their life on the line. 3 royalties and the crown prince's fiancés. I wonder how many of them would be able to obtain a gift. Was Elena seeking gift for the country's sake? I think she would seek a gift without hesitation if she judged that it was necessary. That was Elena's resolve after all. But I think Elena aren't seeking a gift. Carla too was fundamentally that kind of person. The two of them believed in their own strength just like me. Even so, if they wished for a healthy body and it could come true as a gift, I'd help them with that. But what was the wish of the other 3? In preparation of the dungeon exploration tomorrow, the royalties were resting their body and mind in each room the mansion that was assigned to them. Uncle is really troubling. Elena recalled Amor's behavior in the ship and since then until now and sighed with annoyance. Sarah was filled with the impulse of nodding along with agreement, but she suppressed it and poured tea into Elena's cup. That person too has gone through painful experiences in his own way due to his position. More importantly, Elena's armor. Is it alright that you don't meet with that child? It was impossible to do so in the cramped ship, but if it was here, Sarah could make arrangement to at least sneak an adventurer into this room. Sarah brewed tea while asking that. Elena closed her eyes while breathing in the scent of the herb tea that could help with having a nice sleep and shook his head slightly. It's fine, after all she and I aren't friend. I won't ask for anything more as long as she is alive. And safe. A girl who she met at her childhood. She risked her life to save Elena. And not only that, she also protected her heart. In this world she was the only one who she could call a kindred soul. The time where they were together wasn't long by any means. Even so, just knowing that Arya existed had saved Elena's heart beyond measure. Arya was the moonlight that illuminated Elena's path of protecting the country, a dark path where she couldn't see ahead. Elena had her own way of living, while Arya had her own way of living. Because they were kindred spirit, she couldn't distort Arya's path just because of her own selfishness. That's fine if that's what Elena's armor wished for. Elena said that they weren't friends even as she was concerned for her. She had learned to endure as she grew in heart and body. The heavy pressure of the 10 million of lives in Claydale Kingdom were hanging on her small shoulders. The crown prince who ought to shoulder that burden together didn't have the resolve for that, while the king was in the way by trying to keep Elena away from politics due to his consideration for Elena's sickliness. Sarah began to seriously think whether there was something she could do in order to somehow protect the body and mind of this girl who was fighting a lonely fight. Around that time, the young lady of Dantle House Clara was receiving a visit from a boy at night. Vansama. Is something the matter? No, as I thought your complexion doesn't look good, Clara. So I come to check on you. Are you alright? Yes, Your Highness. Although he didn't look reliable, a small smile came through on Clara's lips due to the consideration of her fiancé for herself. What weighed down on Clara's mind was partly because of this activity that exposed her life to danger even before the main part of the Autumn game began. But an even greater part came from the girl who looked very similar to the heroine. That it was gradually turning into a trauma for her appearing once more before herself. The life of the Margrave daughter Clara was shorter compared to the life of her previous self. It wasn't like she was able to recall all the emotions of her previous life, but, as expected, the noble's pride that she had before she regained her memory had dimmed down, and now it didn't feel like she would be able to risk her life even if it was for the country's sake. Even on their way here, Ern had been showing some meager consideration towards such Clara, although Rockwell and Mihail were also worried for her. Those two who were true-born high-ranked nobles were thinking that risking one's life was only natural. So Aaron's kindness made her happier than theirs. The first queen was a middle-ranked noble from a region with comparatively greater freedom. She took away the education as royal family from Aaron. Her mother did that only because she wished to give her love to her son, just like how her parents did for her. but she was unable to understand that the resolve and duty of a royalty couldn't possibly be cultivated with that kind of perspective. The Autumn Games Ern sympathized with the heroine who was raised as a commoner and became inspired by the heroine's growth. With that he became able to look into himself that he was no good as a royalty and grew to become a proper crown prince. But the current Ern who hadn't gotten involved with the heroine was still unreliable. Although Clara had the mentality of a commoner just like the heroine, she was still a high-ranked noble. Doing her best and working hard was only something expected from her. And so she couldn't take the role of heroine. Even so, that weak part of Ern found himself inside Clara. Exactly because he was weak that Ern could see and sympathize with Clara's weakness. Seeing Ern acting like that made Clara felt like she was able to face him not as a game's capture target but as a real human being for the first time. I'll also do my best, so Clara, let's do your best too together with me. I'll protect you to the best of my ability. Yes. This crown prince had gentle natura which looked like a lack of drive and ambition to the noble faction. But Clara was saved by his kindness and she softly grasped the hand that Ern held out toward her. Is there something that I can do, for the sake of this person? Around the same time at a dark terrace with no light turned on at all, a black-haired girl wearing white nightwear was dancing. She performed simple dance steps that any noble daughter would be made to learn. Her hands were lifted up while tightly holding the hands of an imaginary person. One may wonder who her illusionary partner might be. Carla smiled like a little kid, but that smile looked ghastly coming from her. Her hands reached out toward the moon at the night sky with a wish in her heart. Quickly, become it tomorrow already. The day for us to enter the dungeon finally arrived. Early in the morning, it seemed that entrance was located at the garden behind the mansion that was surrounded by high walls, but I couldn't see anything like that there. The more than 30 people who would enter into the dungeon had gathered there. They were radiating enthusiasm, but tension and anxiety that couldn't be hidden completely were mixed into the atmosphere. When my eyes met Elena who was being surrounded by the royal guards and Amor, she made a small troubled smile. In the first place I accepted Viro's invitation and participated in this bodyguard mission was to prevent any unforeseen accident from befalling Elena, but there was no way Amor would allow me to get near Elena. Elena had conceded the position of crown prince to her brother without any protest because of her poor health. Amor, who was being kept as a freeloader in the royal family, must be seeing himself in her. I could sympathize with his position, but someone who had their hands full with their own matter was worrying if they got driven into a corner. Even the Crown Prince Ern, who had tried several times to talk to me at the beginning, got obstructed many times by Amor. Right now he was occupying himself by looking after the scared-looking Clara. He was neglecting his other fiancée Carla, but from the start she was someone who even entered a dungeon by herself. She didn't bring a single attendant with her and only carried a single storage expanded bag. She looked to be the one most at ease among everyone here. Even the royal guards, whose role should be including Carla's protection, sensed her dangerous atmosphere and wouldn't get any closer than necessary toward her. That Carla noticed my gaze and lightly waved her hand at me with an innocent smile. Baby, the royal command. We shall commence the dungeon exploration now. After a while the dungeon exploration got started by Ern's nervous declaration, with his words as the signal. The officer knights surrounded the royalties to protect them. Then Ern pointed a ring that had a crest engraved on it. With that a stone door surfaced on a large rock where there was nothing there before. It slowly began to open with a loud sound, and when that door opened fully, Ern stepped inside with the knights protecting him. The other royalties followed behind him. We're going to. We nodded at Dalton's words and followed them. We became the last one entering, but after walking forward for some time we entered an open space. We switched position with the royalties and took the frontline position. The area until this point was created by the past royal sorcerers. The color of the walls changed from the way ahead. This area with different color was the interior of the dungeon. Let's go, Arya. Roger. From here on ahead would be the jobs for us. Rainbow Sword. The scout Viro and I went ahead to detect trap and other danger. The dungeon's trap wasn't something delicate like mechanical mechanism, but simple things like poison gas spurting out when you stepped on the trigger or the ceiling crumbling. But despite their simplicity, a lot of them were lethal in large scale. We had to be especially more careful in this situation where we had a lot of amateurs coming along. Viro checked for trap with his instinct and experience. He used his own body to check for the safety. While going ahead, Arya, give it a try. Got it. Viro taught me the method and I checked for trap at that place. But the place that I investigated wasn't the path that we were going to take but the side path. We had to be careful with amateur accompanying us because some of them sometimes could go off on their own somewhere because of a little bit of curiosity or taking care of their physiological need. I didn't learn only from Viro's teaching but also from watching his technique with my own eyes. I also used my eyes to check for any unnatural magic particle. And I was checking the side road not only for trap. Viro, they're here they're heading this way. The group formation would become longer the more people it had. The longer the formation became, the more time it would take to pass through a spot. If it was just a single party of several people, they could just pass through without accident, but with our group that took time to pass, it increased the chance of monster appearing from unexpected place. What do you think it will be? Viro gave me a testing question. I imagined the enemy's form just like he taught me before. Unknown footsteps. The steps are wide and fast and heavy. The footstep of one side is heavier than the other, so they are holding weapon in one hand. They large humanoid monster. Number estimation is 3 or 4. Based on those criterias they might be orc or ogre but there might be ogre I guess. Ogre isn't as heavy as orc but their physical ability is high and their footsteps are faster and heavier. Dalton. Enemy detected, presumed ogre. 4, at least. Viro used the darkness sorcery's noise to send his voice to Dalton and others at the back. It seemed they could hear it. I could hear the commotion from the knights over there. This dungeon was apparently a beast demi-human type dungeon, similar like the dungeon near the capital. I had no problem with it because facing humanoid enemy was easier for me but there's no point with us not making sound. Well, don't say that. Even knights don't have that many chance to face high-ranked monster, so they'll calm down after seeing us defeating a few. Look, both are coming. Right after Viro said that, muscular humanoid monsters with height that reached 2 meters and horn growing from their forehead appeared from the side path. Ogre difficulty rank 3, magic power 138/143 stamina 384/401 overall combat strength 494 opening parenthesis with body strengthening 572 closing parenthesis. Ogre was rank 3 just like orc, but orc was a low rank 3 while ogre could be considered a high rank 3. Ogre was really strong but not as strong as an orc soldier. Even so its hide was harder than an orc. I pulled out my black dagger instead of a knife and stepped ahead, but a large hand grabbed my shoulder. Feld? It's our turn. Feld grinned and rushed forward with his magic steel greatsword. Behind him Dalton, whose body was wrapped in mithril full plate armor, went forward with every step of his creating tremors. Gaewa. The ogres also rushed out with only 2 when they saw that only 2 humans came rushing at them. There was difference in the fundamental status between ogre and mankind like dwarf and human, so the action of the ogres was understandable. But Feld suddenly rushed so fast he looked blurry. The ogre raised up its club to swing it down on Feld, but Feld's great sword bisected the ogre along with its club vertically. Dodon, the ogre that was split into 2, scattered blood while falling on the ground loudly. Amazing. When watching the fight from far, it was as though Feld was the ogre here. I see, right? Both are like ogre, right? After having such carefree exchange, Dalton arrived at the battle just slightly later than Feld. Dalton sprang forward and bounced back the crude club that the ogre swung with his armor. Then he crushed the ogre like a waxwork with his huge mithril warhammer. So this was Rainbow Sword, the adventurers who were top class even in the whole country. The knights who had also caught up from behind cheered in admiration from the view. Before this they saw the monsters that appeared in dungeon as terrifying monster like in the fairy tale that they heard in their childhood, but now they understood that it was just an opponent they could fight and regain their composure. Feld and Dalton finished off the remaining ogres in the blink of eye and returned back. The knights let out shouts of joy as though to extol them. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 7 Dungeon Exploration Floor 70. Originally conquering a dungeon took a lot of time. Even at the beginning floor, without the map that the Adventurer Guild had finished, just conquering the first floor would take more than 1 day. That was even truer for the lower floor where the monsters were stronger and the path complicated. There would be traps to evade, monsters to deal with, and sometimes there would also be path that led to the floor above instead to below. There would also be cases where it took multiple days to conquer a floor. But, The route to head down from floor 70 of this dungeon was recorded in the document that the royal family owned. Normally the objective of entering a dungeon would be to collect the treasure that was created by the dungeon in that floor, but we ignored all of them and simply kept advancing deeper. We took no side trip and followed the route that was written in the document. My general impression of dungeon was that I thought the monsters would become more powerful the deeper we went. In the upper floors there were only low-ranked monsters and they would become stronger the deeper you went, but it didn't mean that below floor 70 there would only be mythical class monster appearing. What changed from there wasn't the monster's strength, but the difficulty. At the middle level the monster's appearance was still sporadic, but at the lower level they kept appearing without giving us any time to rest. It made it easier for us to get ambushed. The monsters in this area were mostly rank 3, ogre or orc. Furthermore they didn't appear solo but always in group. What was even more troublesome than that was that the monsters in low level were very aggressive. The monsters at the low level were hungry. From the start there wasn't any food inside a dungeon to fill the monster's stomach. But the monsters gathered here because the dungeon was alive and transforming into the optimum environment for them. Magic particles could also serve as nutrient. The thick magic particles inside the dungeon could allow monster to survive even without them needing to eat a lot. But it didn't mean that it could satisfy their desire to eat. What the monsters sought was human meat. The dungeon were regulating the monsters by guiding their mind to prevent them from devouring each other, and dropping the corpses of human who unfortunately got caught in a trap at the upper level to lower level so that the monsters wouldn't get too used to being hungry. Because of that the monsters in this lower level were constantly aggressive. They would sniff our scent even from afar, followed the track we left on the path we passed through, and attacked through day and night. But not all of the enemies were rank 3. When monsters appeared in great number, not all of them would have high rank. Some of them would come as subordinate of the higher-ranked monsters, like rank 2 hobgoblin or high kobold that was just barely rank 3. In that kind of situation, the royal guards would also join the fight, but the royal brother Amor showed his disapproval when they went out to fight like that. What are you doing? It's the job of the adventurers to clear out the enemy. You knights have the duty to protect the next generation young royalties like Heroine and Elena, aren't you? The way he said it was bad, but it was a correct argument. We were hired for that duty, and nobody among us adventurers had delicate mind that would feel hurt from hearing such words. But, although it was the correct argument, there would still be people who felt dissatisfied if it was said with the wrong tone. Wouldn't the group be able to advance quicker if they also joined the fight? The knights who felt like their chance to show off their stuff got taken away from them were accumulating dissatisfaction. In turn Sarah and Elena, who were doing their best to quell that down, were also accumulating mental fatigue. But more importantly, Carla was still not making any move even though no one would be able to stop her when inside the dungeon like this. Her silence felt just a little eerie. At the beginning everyone still felt somewhat high-spirited when they prepared to camp. Even when the royalties ate the modest meal which was a first experience for them, they were still putting on a smile. But now, several days after entering the dungeon, people who scowled each time it was time for meals started to appear. Inside here we couldn't know whether it was noon or night. They had to sleep in fear, and even when they woke up, the area would still be dark like before. Gradually dissatisfaction and fatigue were starting to show in everyone's face. It's only us and that young lady who are still energetic. Vira muttered while nibbling on ration during the break. I also replied non-committally while glancing at her direction. Carla didn't join the royalties even during break and stood alone. The servants of the royal family feared her and wouldn't approach near her. Sarah and Elena acted tactfully and did things like offering her tea and the like. In response she would accept what they gave her, but other than that she would take out something like a candy from her spatially expanded bag and snacked on it. Carla, who was used with being inside dungeon, looked like she was having fun instead for being given food even if she stayed quiet. I knew because I was the same. I, who was used to camp outside alone, found the current situation to be not that hard. Conversely, I thought that someone like Viro, who was in the group of wanting to rest in an inn as much as possible during journey, would complain for having to eat while standing. But this is still better than the food you made. We could easily find monster meat everywhere here, so I thought that we could just eat that without touching our precious food store, but I was strictly ordered that I must never touch them. Well, it wasn't like I wanted to eat the meat of humanoid monster by preference. Setting aside Carla, Elena too was eating her food without complaining. Her body was weak, so I was concerned that she might not have an appetite, but nobody could complain in this situation, other than him. Head maid. This meal isn't suitable for Elena. Isn't there anything better? Uncle, I'm fine. He too must be trying to protect his niece in his own way, but it was completely a futile effort and caused a burden instead to Elena, who tried to stop him. The knights were discontent seeing the frail Elena forcing herself like that. But Amor, who got his hands full with himself, didn't realize that there was such atmosphere. That delicate atmosphere crumbled when we had gotten down by 2 floors. There was an open space where multiple paths crossed. Several people, including Viro and I, lifted our face when everyone reached the center of the place. Everyone, draw your weapon. A lot of monsters are coming. The warning pushed us and the knights to draw our weapon. Myra sent the low-rank wind spirit she employed to the air. O spirit of wind, place the protection of wind around us. The protection of wind enveloped the group. At the same time, low-rank monsters like Goblin and Hobgoblin surged out from several paths that connected to this open space. TSK, a monster room. The monster room that Varo shouted was a kind of trap-in dungeon. It referred to a phenomenon where a lot of monsters suddenly overflowed in a place that seemed like safe. Let's go. We'll back them up too with our pride as the Royal Guards on the line. For the pride of the Royal Guards. Dalton and Feld rushed forward. At the same time, the knights who didn't get too many chance to fight until now also rushed toward the monsters that were trying to surround us. In this situation, the priority should be to protect the royalties. But the dissatisfaction of the young knights who had been held back until now had reached the limit, and they became unable to even make a normal decision after staying for several days inside this dungeon. It became a sudden melee, and I also took out my pendulum to give back up. But then a voice stopped me. Is it all right for you to leave? Carla? Carla's voice sounded amused. At the same time, a lot of monsters started to flood out too from the direction of the path that we had passed to here. Wah, get back here, knights. Shit. Amor noticed that and raised his voice, but it didn't reach the knights who had gotten embroiled in chaotic melee. Clara seemed to keenly feel the danger to her life in that situation and staggered as though she had anemia. Ern hurriedly caught her in his arms. Seeing their masters like that caused the servants of the royalty who didn't specialize in fighting to begin feeling even more flustered. Calm down. First make sure of the safety of His Highness and the others. In this situation, Sarah, who had the strength to fight, couldn't move in order to manage them. Then my gaze met Elena, who still tried to protect the Crown Prince even in such situation. Two won't let anything hurt them. Amor raised his voice to shake himself free from the fear and pointed his short sword toward the approaching high kobold. This must be his first real battle, even though he had received legitimate training in sword. I was impressed with the way he tried to protect Elena and despite his fear, but that wasn't your job. The instant the claws of the attacking kobold was about to tear Amor's throat, a pendulum's blade pierced its face. Wow. Step back. I stepped in front of Amor, who was dumbfounded seeing the monster falling on the ground before him. Then I thrust a dagger on an approaching hobgoblin before slashing the throats of 2 kobolds. It's my work from here. Arya. Elena, who was under Sarah's protection, let out a pained voice toward me, who rushed out to deal with the monsters that approached from the rear. Perhaps Elena recalled that time when I almost died to protect her. But it's all right, Elena. I directed a smile just for a moment toward her to reassure her before readying my pendulum and knife. The dungeon trap monster room was an attack by large amount of monster when the victim stepped into a space where there was nothing. It was a highly dangerous trap that was difficult to avoid. But if there was a silver lining to be found, was how all the monsters that got drawn by the dungeon's call had low rank. Even so, number was a threat by itself. Even if each monster wasn't a threat individually, if a single person got attacked by more than 10, it would become a lethal danger even if the attackers were just rank 1 or 2 monsters. Even for Dalton and other members of Rainbow Knight, although they could defeat these enemies in one hit, the requirement that they couldn't allow the enemies to approach the protection targets and that they had to support the knights made them unable to exert all their strength. They were orthodox adventurer for good and bad. Even though they could slaughter ogre or troll in one blow, their strength and weapon were too powerful to face numerous small fries in the middle of melee. Wait, what's the point of a young girl like you going? Amor, who tried to fight at the front line despite being a royalty, raised his voice in concern for my well-being. Although his behavior right now was horrible, It could be seen from Elena and Ern's attitude toward him that normally he was a good person. That was why he didn't wish for my death even though I was an adventurer, an occupation that he was unable to stomach. Surely someone like him who was only able to believe what he had seen with his own eyes thought that it was impossible for a girl in the same age of Elena to fight at the front line. He tried to go to the forefront himself. Perhaps because of his manly pride or noble dignity. I guessed it was admirable, but right now this side didn't have any proper combatant remaining. The knights couldn't get back because they got caught in a melee. There were still few guards remaining behind, but the duty of these people including Sarah was more like shield the royalties with your life rather than fighting. There's no time. Don't get in the way. Wah! The monsters from the rear had approached close. I radiated pressure for an instant to Tamor who was in the way to shut him up. Then I lightly waved my hand to Elena and Sarah, stood in front of the swarm of monsters that were rushing like an avalanche, and cut my way through them like a knife splitting a wave. Open your eyes, I'll show you the way I fight. Gogia. I quickly tapped my heel. Then I jumped and landed a kick with the blade in my shoes. The face of the kobold that was running at the forefront was torn together with its skull. I threw a slashing-type pendulum from my storage before I landed and tore the throat of the goblin that tried to slip from my side. My scythe-type pendulum deeply split the brain of a hobgoblin. Gidjarja. 2 goblins attacked me at that timing with rusty short sword. The instant I landed, I absorbed the impact using my knee joint and thigh muscle while using the momentum to make my bending leg to kick on the ground. I leapt forward and planted the black knife and black dagger in my hands into the 2 goblins' foreheads faster than they could swing down their short sword. Gah! A high kobold with large build and an orc approached at that moment. They thrust using their rusty spear and stone axe at me. My hands let go of the knife and dagger that stabbed into the goblins and bent backward to dodge the approaching blades. Without stopping, I kicked up at the jaw of the high kobold from below using the blade at my toes. I dodged the spurt of blood while swinging down the weighted-type pendulum to smash the orc's skull. Gidja! The kobold and goblin that came rushing next had their throat torn open at the same time using the slashing pendulum that had its power increased from centrifugal force. However, I recovered the dagger using the string of the general-purpose pendulum and grabbed it mid-air, planted it into the forehead of an approaching hobgoblin. Then I grabbed my other knife in the air and rotated with my whole body to behead a high kobold. The high kobold's freshly severed head flew while spurting black blood everywhere. It made the wave of approaching monsters paused slightly. Even though they were called here by the dungeon and in a hungry state, it seemed there was still a little bit of sense remaining inside them. But I had no intention of overlooking that opportunity. I targeted the goblins at the left and right with the slashing and scythe pendulums. They tore through the 2's necks before I pulled on the strings with all my strength. The 2 kobolds who were on their path had their throat cut open with a trail of blood spray left behind on the pendulum's wake. Then I rotated them while rushing to the midst of the monsters. Gudja, Gi. The eyes of the highly spirited monsters were finally filled with fear seeing me killing them in succession without even a moment of pause. Their movement began to dull down. Fear caused your body to be stiff. In the battlefield, the so-called moderate fear with appropriate amount of tension didn't exist. If you didn't conquer or overcome it, there would only be death waiting for you. I sidestepped the jerkily moving monsters with paper-thin distance while caressing the carotid artery of several goblins using my black knife and stabbing my dagger into the jaw of a petrified high kobold from below until its brain. Giga. The monsters started moving simultaneously in terror seeing that. I ducked to dodge the multiple spears that the monsters thrust, grabbed the stone floor with my hands like a cat, and shot out like arrow using my arms' muscle strength and my legs' kick. I slashed apart the throat of a hobgoblin with my heel's knife while knocking up the jaw of the orc right in front me with my palm heel. Then I horizontally cut apart its throat that became completely open with my knife. Gah! I used my left arm's hand protector to parry the rusty hatchet that a hobgoblin haphazardly thrust. The blade was diverted to a nearby kobold, cutting it apart. I cartwheeled to kick up the arm of a high kobold that attacked me with its sharp claws while directing it to the hobgoblin that attacked me with hatchet. The 2 crashed on each other and lost their balance before I killed them simultaneously with knife and dagger. I dodged the blades of the approaching monsters only using detection that I focused to the extreme. I crouched like a cat, grabbed on the stone floor to slip through right under the feet of the monsters while killing them in turn, starting from the monsters that showed opening. No hesitation, also no fear. I killed all the enemies before my eyes. I constantly spun to change position while swinging around my pendulums with centrifugal force to cut open the neck of monsters, smashed their skull, and tore through their carotid artery. Only half remaining. What apostrophe s. This hoarse voice leaked out from Amor's throat. That adventurer was a slender girl with traces of childishness still remaining in her looks, no different at all from his niece Elena and the fiancés of his nephew Ern. It seemed she was acquainted with Elena, but the way she acted to her was disrespectful for a mere adventurer in the presence of the royalty, just like how she ignored the existence of Amor, who tried to protect the young royalties and faced the monster swarm on her lonesome. Even the royal guards here, who had reached rank 3, wouldn't get out unscathed if they got surrounded by 5 armed hobgoblins while alone. That was because knights were trained with the assumption that they would have comrades at their side in the battlefield and there would be no need for them to face many enemies alone. On top of that, they also had no experience of going through such thing in real battle. Furthermore, here the opponents weren't just rank 1 goblin or kobold, there were also rank 2 hobgoblin and orc and high kobold that were rank 3, although only barely. Even if the girl was a member of the famous adventurer party Rainbow Sword, there was no way she would be able to win. That was what he thought. But the girl used strange weapon and martial art to kill dozens of monsters in the blink of eye. A life would have been reaped without fail each time the girl whirled as though she was dancing and her black blade glinted. The girl's ash-covered hair became dyed red from the blood spurt and spray of the monsters. That look coupled with her well-ordered appearance reminded him of a rose made from iron. Ash Crown Princess. One of the luggage carriers who also served as guard absent-mindedly muttered those words. Amor spontaneously turned toward him. What's that? Do you know about that girl? Amor grabbed at the cloth of that guard. That guard's expression convulsed even while he nodded his head. Don't know that much. But if I remember correctly, there was an ash-covered girl who got called like that after destroying many branches of Assassin Guild and Thief Guild. The man answered based on the rumor that he remembered some merchants saw the like we're talking about. Then behind him another servant looked as though he recalled something and raised his voice. I also heard about it once. There was a rumor that a single girl annihilated a group orc that attacked a barren territory at the north by herself. Ern and Clara also gulped from hearing that statement. Even Elena and Sarah, who knew about that rumor, opened their eyes wide when hearing that, coupled with the fierceness of the scene in front of them. Clara also knew about that information. After all, that Assassin Guild branch that was annihilated by that ash-crowned princess was near Dandel. There was also other unbelievable rumors like a Thief Guild that was made up from fierce fighters getting annihilated by the same girl. But they could only believe those rumors after watching the girl fighting before their eyes. Clara felt like her sight turned dark when she recalled how she was thinking of eliminating such girl. As though to seek for salvation, she turned her eyes toward Irvin, who told her that he would protect her and continued to hold her hand. There she saw how even though he was also feeling afraid like Clara by the violent scene before them, there was only that girl being reflected inside his eyes as though he was under her charm. It made Clara's consciousness slipping away. Clara. Ern caught Clara, who fainted and fell down, while continuing to stare and tremble at the girl who he thought as simply a pretty girl when he got acquainted with her before. Amor too muttered in a daze after hearing the unbelievable stories. That's absurd, impossible. There was no way such things could be true. That common sense got rewritten by the reality of the girl who killed monsters before his eyes. It engraved fear into Amor's mind like a wedge. Arya. Seeing the unbelievable growth of the girl who once exchanged an oath with her in the past, Elena called her name while placing her hand on her chest as though to ascertain the oath once more. While gazes of surprise, excitement, and fear were directed there, only Carla was staring at the figure of the girl who fought as though she was dancing with ecstasy in her expression. Carla kept doing nothing except watching without dirtying her hand until now was because she wanted to saw the figure of the girl killing and getting hurt even more than taking away life. With her own hands, she let out that twisted passion together with a heated sigh. Then she turned a heated gaze toward the girl. As I thought, no matter whose blood it is, a blood-soaked Arya is pretty. Go in. The neck snapped with such sound. The last high kobold fell down after I loosened up the string around its broken neck. It was over with this. The dungeon's trap ended, and around me there were the corpses of more than 50 monsters lying in pools of blood. The extermination at the other side had also just finished. The knights who returned back in panic saw the situation here and took a step back in shock. There were also the young knights who talked to me on the ship among them. But even they backed away from feeling overwhelmed seeing me soaked in blood. They opened a path for me to walk through. I lightly waved my hand at Elena, who was among the royalties in the middle of the knights. In response she sighed with a slightly angry face before finally she smiled just a little, as though saying that it couldn't be helped. Arya. I saw Feld and Myra running this way from my path ahead. I too took a step ahead toward the height where they were standing on. I became stronger yet again. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io05.jpg. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 8 Dungeon Exploration Floor 80. I slipped past the swinging rusty iron mace. The moment the ogre's balance crumbled, I jumped and swung my knife in a large arc, double edge. My battle skill launched 2 consecutive attacks that destroyed the ogre's eyes. The ogre spontaneously dropped its weapon and pressed its hands on its face. I slid to its back and finished it off by thrusting my black dagger into its brain through its ear. An ogre's skin was so hard it was even used to be an ingredient for high-quality leather armor. It was difficult to damage it with my throwing knife or normal knife, but it wasn't an opponent that I couldn't defeat in one-on-one battle. The leader Dalton judged that I was able to fight better than expected and decided to use me not only as scout but to also take care of monsters within certain level. That wasn't the whole reason. Thanks to my very off-the-rail fighting style, the movement of the knights would become stiff when I was at the rear near them. The knights could honestly acknowledge the strength of warrior like Dalton or Feld, but it seemed an existence like me looked abnormal to them. I too at first only faced monsters like Orc or Hobgoblin, but after several days passed the other started to gradually entrust me with facing monster that almost reached rank 4 like Ogre. This too was also because we had to increase the speed of our travel no matter what. I'm finished over here, Roger. Now then, let's get back to work again. Feld and Dalton returned after defeating 2 trolls. Viro and I switched with them and moved forward. Troll was rank 4 in combat strength, but because they had special regenerative ability that didn't show in their combat strength from appraisal, they were considered as low rank 5 in subjugation difficulty by Adventurer Guild. That kind of enemy couldn't be defeated by small weapon like what Viro and I used if we fought with a normal way, so we left them to the 2 vanguards who had large weapon. It's vexing. You shouldn't compare yourself to rank 5, yeah? Certainly you can't defeat something like Troll right now, but you'll be able to if your short sword skill reach level 5. Viro told me that in response to me whisper. Viro, do you know the level 5 battle skill of short sword skill? Serjura could also use short sword, but Master couldn't use that battle skill because her close quarter level was 3. I thought that perhaps Viro, a rank 4, might know, but he sighed and shook his head. I never see it at all. There are a lot of scouts, but combat type scout like you and I are. I can't teach you because I never actually see it, but I once read it in the guild's record. It's 8 consecutive attacks using both hands, but I can't even imagine how to do something like that. 8 consecutive attacks, huh? But even if you slashed at the opponent, doing it in succession would lower the attack's power, so I really couldn't imagine how to perform it. Well, first you got to aim to reach level 4 at short sword skill. Even the level 4 battle skill is really awesome, you know. Right now that Royal Bro is a bother, so I'll show it to you later if we get the chance. Roger. But still, Viro frowned when seeing the trolls that Feld and Dalton defeated on our way going forward. Even though we didn't collect any material from all the monsters until now, we at least took the magic stone of the monsters stronger than Ogre. But now we had to abandon even the troll corpses. Naturally the ogre I defeated also got left behind. Viro too glanced at the ogre he defeated while grumbling in a small voice that only I could hear. What a waste. We will get extra pay to make up for these 2, right? The reason we increased our marching speed, that we even left behind the materials of rank 4 monster, lie in the protection targets behind us. Let's stop here for today. We kept marching for a while until we found a place that looked relatively safe. Sighs of relief could be heard from behind when Dalton called out like that. We were burning incense to repel low-rank monster, although it could only serve as mere consolation. Even so, the knights and guards who were preparing the camp couldn't feel a peace of mind just from that. Their face was showing color of fatigue that they couldn't hide fully. This dungeon exploration that started from floor 70 had reached floor 80 in 1 week. According to the story that Myra told me, it was common to spend more than 3 days just to conquer a single floor when exploring the deep part of dungeon, so our progress right now could be said as astounding. But that too was the result of us marching in a straight line without veering off at all, using the old document that the generations of royal family had left behind. Here we couldn't see the sun for many days. The knights couldn't feel any sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. They had even lost any sense of time inside this closed-off environment while doing the same thing repeatedly and constantly getting exposed to danger. It started to weaken them mentally. Even the knights who sometimes would go out to the battlefield were in such state. It wouldn't be strange for those like the royalties who had been living in the palace until now to be nearing their limit. We too crossed through that area in order to prepare to camp. It was then for a second my eyes met Elena, who looked tired. She sent me a smile that looked just a little strained. Elena was strong mentally. She was prepared to sacrifice even her own life if it was for the country's sake. If it was her, I believed that she could overcome even this situation. But, in regard to Amor, who was sitting near her with dark look while sipping water that a servant handed to him, he was the one who was the most in peril among the royalties. He couldn't possibly even complain because it was him who forcibly joined this exploration. He also said that the reason he was participating was to protect Elena and Ern. But judging from his behavior, I believe that he also wanted to obtain gift to change his current situation. His true feeling and official stance were getting worn down by the terrible reality and fatigue. He himself must be losing sight of what he ought to do here. He had also stopped interfering after seeing my fight, but he would avert his gaze when looking at me while muttering something incoherent. The other main participants still looked better compared to him, but Clara and Ern had gotten together a lot more often since the incident at the monster room, and Clara's eyes that had been looking fearful when looking at me before this was also getting filled with hostility now. In contrast, Ern looked like he was able to maintain the stability of his mind by paying attention and taking care of such Clara even while he was feeling bewildered by her behavior. Among them it was only Carla who looked no different at all than before. She was still horrible in various senses as usual. Even though she had the lowest stamina among everyone here, she was looking the most cheerful for some reason. In a sense she was used to this kind of situation, the same like us. Dalton and Myra, who had been active as adventurer for 100 years, looked completely the same like usual, while Viro had the composure to complain that there was no alcohol here. Felt a big body, so this cramped environment should be hard for him, but he only looked annoyed. As for me, while my experience in dungeon wasn't much, but I hadn't lived in a way that would make me feel agonized just from this kind of environment. Getting back to the topic, for the sake of them who weren't used to the dungeon's environment, Dalton discussed it with Elena and Sarah, and they decided to increase our marching speed. Feld. Again When I called at Feld, who was nearby, he understood without me needing to say any further and stood up while readying his great sword. Viro had already started moving. Seeing that Dalton and Myra also stood up from the ground, Dalton lifted his warhammer and smirked just slightly at the corner of his lips. "Can we eat meat today?" Seeing us moving caused the relaxed knights to raise their voice, which almost sounded like they were screaming. In that timing, there was the sound of hoof from the path ahead that drowned their voices. "It's Minotauros," someone among the knights yelled. At the same time 4 Minotauros came running from the path ahead. Minotauros was a monster with huge body and cow head and hooves. Its rank was upper rank 3 just like Ogre, but Its charging power during its excited state was said to be able to murder even an ogre that had the same rank with one attack. It was a powerful enemy with difficult that could even reach rank 4. Finish them off in one strike. Dalton yelled to us when he saw that the knights wouldn't make it in time to be ready to fight. The Minotaurs were already in excited state. They came running as fast as a horse with their jet black horns pointed forward. Dalton and Feld leapt in front of them with their weapon at hands, while Myra started to chant spirit magic. The left side, Arya, Roger, Viro and I, who had low attack strength, targeted the same enemy. O Spirit of Earth, stitch the enemy in place with indestructible power. Myra's spirit magic activated and the stone floor inside the dungeon rose up like clay. It became a huge stake that skewered one Minotaurus that charged from right ahead. The other Minotaurus became even more furious seeing that and didn't stop rushing. They passed through the sides and one Minotaurus targeted Myra, who stopped moving from using spirit magic. I won't let you. Dalton put himself between them. His warhammer smashed the Minotaur's head like cheese with a thunderous sound. Uroa. Feld swung his great sword horizontally beside him. He split the Minotaur's head into 2 parts. Arya, make an opening. Roger. I charged straight from the front and kicked on the face of the rushing Minotaurus. I used its face as stepping stone and leapt over it from right above. I used my whole body's weight and momentum to pull at the string that got trapped around its horn to make it lifted up its jaw. Then Viro, who believed in me and charged forward, swung in a large arch using his mithril short sword. Critical edge. It was the level 4 battle skill that heightened a single attack's power by several times when aiming at vital spot. The short sword pierced straight to the Minotaur's brain from right below. This attack would become a normal attack if it missed the vital spot, but with precise aim, it would become a sure kill battle skill that unleashed several times the original power. In short, it was the perfected and improved version of level 1 battle skill thrust that I often used because of its ease of use. This battle skill needed to aim at vital spot, but any battle skill fundamentally also had to aim at opening, so it didn't change anything. Certainly this was a usable battle skill. I turned toward Viro as I thought that, but then another sound came from behind. Moo. Its war cry thundered, and following it the Minotaurs came running. The knights had only just gotten on their feet and they relaxed for an instant seeing the Minotaurs were defeated. Few of them would be able to fight immediately. We too had defeated a Minotaurs each, but because of that we were still out of position. The Minotaurs was running straight with its hooves trampling the floor. Ahead of it were the royalties including Elena. Sarah realized that and moved forward to protect them. With her strength she should be able to defeat the opponent if it was a near-known battle, but just like Viro and I, Sarah wouldn't be able to defeat it with one strike. She must be planning to sacrifice herself to stop it. Arya, go all out. Feld yelled to me at that moment. I turned toward him just for a moment. In my eyes I could see my comrades nodding. They all knew about my trump card. Then that must be what they meant by go all out. Without even a moment of hesitation I held the black knife in my mouth and bent forward while my hand grabbed the ground. At the same time I was discarding impurity from the magic particles that I was using to strengthen my body. The purity of the magic particles were increasing. At the same time the flowing speed of the magic particles throughout my whole body sped up. It instantly raised the precision of my body, strengthening to the maximum. Ha, Dan. My fingers pushed on the stone floor so hard as though I was trying to gouge it with my nails. Even the scenery in my sight got left behind as I chased after the Minotaurs that was running ahead. Just a moment before it reached the royalties, I used all my strength to lop off its head from right behind it. Zashu! The body of the Minotaurs that lost its head rolled on the ground. The flying severed head fell in front of Clara and she screamed before falling unconscious. I too had consumed almost all of my mana and stamina in an instant. I ran out of strength and tripped. My body rolled on the floor and fell on the torso of the Minotaurs that were rolling ahead of me. My body became unable to move after using the technique that defeated the Orc General. As I thought, even though it's humanoid, it can be eaten, seeing that it's a cow. I was thinking of such stupid thing in a daze. Arya. Elena, who was nearby, screamed and ran toward me. Arya, are you alright? You did something reckless again. Can you move? Sarah, who also came running at the same time, asked me that. When I answered her I'm fine, 2 large hands held my sides and lifted up my body like a kid. You did great, Arya. Feld. He ran after me. I smiled a little at Elena to show that there was no need to worry. When Viro, who also came running here, grinned at me, I too finally relaxed and narrowed my eyes at the sight from my current position. So the scenery that Feld was looking at was actually this wide. The appearance of the Moniteros is the proof that we have arrived at the deepest area. Only a short distance remain. Put forth all your efforts. Dalton, who had confirmed the safety of the path, said that in front of everyone. The deep part of this dungeon was the area where Moniteros appeared. The enemy got stronger, but the finish line had finally come into sight. It increased the fervor of the knights despite Dalton's rough tone. Even so, that didn't mean we are going to depart immediately. The journey from here would be even harsher than before. Everyone checked their equipment and prepared for around half a day. They used that time to rest their mind and body. I too couldn't move immediately after using that technique. I used cure on myself while Sarah was also giving me treatment. Then healing magic was casted at me from the side. High heal. The healing magic that was casted with tremendous amount of mana healed my injured body. There was still the fatigue, so I wouldn't be able to move right away, but with this I should be able to recover quickly. Carla healed my body. I didn't know what kind of whim pushed her to do so. She narrowed her eyes smilingly and quietly whispered into my ear while I was lying down. You said that you won't die until you kill me, right? When I first met Carla, I said that I'd kill her if she wished for it. Carla still remembered that promise. Would Carla still want to die even if she managed to regain her health? And then the half-day break was over and we departed to explore the dungeon once more. I too had become able to stand up, but I still couldn't put strength into my legs. It would be difficult for me to fight. Even so, I should be able to walk, and I massaged my legs to help with that. But then someone suddenly called out to me. Excuse me, if possible, can you allow us to carry you? The men in front of me were the young knights who talked to me at the ship and put some distance from me after I exterminated the monsters at the monster room. Why? We too were able to understand something important after seeing your fight. You're someone necessary. Your recovery will also quicken if you don't move. That's why please let us carry you. I don't understand their reason, but it looked like they didn't fear me anymore. I felt reluctant to let myself be carried by people I didn't know, but certainly I would recover quicker if I didn't move too much, so I nodded. The young knights showed gladdened expression at my response. Then allow me. No, I'll be the one to carry her. No, it should be me. The knights volunteered themselves as though they were in a competition for some reason. While I was thinking of what to do, a woman in maid uniform appeared from the side and lightly lifted me up. Ariasne is a girl, so I'll do it. It's an order from Her Highness the Princess. Is there anyone who disagree? No. Elena's bodyguard maid Chloe smiled brightly at the young knights. In response, they unconsciously took several steps back. According to Chloe, it seemed that I was lighter than the shield she usually used. Chloe said that, but she was holding that shield in her hand while carrying me on her back, so I couldn't even imagine just how much muscle strength her slender body possessed. But thanks to that I managed to return to fighting condition in one day. We only progressed by one floor in one day, but compared to the marching before this where we couldn't see the finish line, there was a world of difference feeling-wise even for the nobles and knights. We were progressing faster than before. The number of Moniteros became a lot the deeper we went. They were ferocious. Even so, we combined our strength and broke through before suddenly at a certain floor the enemy stopped coming. Is it a trap? No. We're close to the deepest part. Dalton answered Feld's question. We found a stair after walking through a straight passage where no enemy appeared. Then a huge iron door entered our eyes after we went down that stair. The deepest door. Everyone held their breath and fell silent. Elena's voice flowed like the sound of bell in the middle of such mood. Floor 90. The lowest and deepest floor of the dungeon. There wasn't any wall that divided the room there. There was only a huge iron door with fine reliefs that was 3 meter wide and 5 meter tall. Even though it was said that dungeon was reading the thought of dead human, for there to be this kind of door here told us that there was some kind of existence that possessed will in here. I didn't know whether that existence was the dungeon's spirit, but I had been feeling the gaze of someone since getting deeper into this dungeon. Then let's go. Viro and I checked thoroughly for trap. The Dalton called out to everyone and pushed the door open together with Feld and the knights. The heavy door began to slowly open, and when it was full opened, behind it was, there, 3 huge humanoid figures were waiting for us. The two at the left and right were colored blue and red. They must be superior type of Minotaurs. And then the remarkably huge black Minotaurs that was almost 3 meter tall standing between them was, be careful, it's a rank 6. Minotaurs murder. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 9 Dungeon Exploration Deepest Area. We finally arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. The place was like an area with diameter of more than 100 meters. Waiting for us there were 3 Minotaurs with atypical form. Blue Ox Minotaurs Bruto Monster Rank 5. Magic Power, 180-182 Stamina, 730-731. Overall Combat Strength, 1587, with Body Strengthening, 80-90. Red Ox Minotaurs Bruto Monster Rank 5. Magic Power, 201-203 Stamina, 692-694. Overall Combat Strength, 1694, with Body Strengthening, 2037. Black Ox Minotaurs Murder Monster Rank 6. Magic Power, 250-252 Stamina, 801-806. Overall Combat Strength, 3240, with Body Strengthening, 3960. Rank 6. Master had told me about such existence, but I never expected for it to be this powerful. Rank 5 was considered as the highest rank that ordinary living thing was able to achieve. Even human would be called as master or hero if they reached that level, but it was said that something beyond the boundary of race would be necessary in order to rise even higher than that. I could hear stifled scream and gulping from the people with appraisal skill behind me. I also saw Elena's complexion turning pale among them. It reminded me of what I should do. I pushed down my emotion to the bottom of my heart and began analyzing the enemy's combat strength. First, the Minotaur's murder that was named Black Ox in my appraisal. It was an individual with pitch black body that was more than 3 meter tall and 2 twisted horns. It was lightly holding a huge two-handed axe that was made from magic iron. A human would find it very difficult to handle such weapon. Also looking from their magic power and stamina value, along with its body build and combat strength, the 3 of them were close quarter fighter, but this Black Ox looked especially well balanced in offense and defense. The 2 others beside it too, they might looked comparatively weaker than the Black Ox, but they weren't opponents that could be underestimated by any means. Rank 5. They were powerful specimen that possessed equal combat strength to the Orc General Gorge Ool who I fought before. Furthermore, the monsters inside the dungeon were maintaining their body in perfect condition. I couldn't do the same trick like with Gorge Ool where I spent 1 month to shave his stamina bit by bit. The specimen named Blue Ox was a strength type that possessed blue-colored huge body that was more than 2,5 meter tall and abnormally bulging arm muscles. The current me might be able to oppose it with speed. It would be difficult to even approach it if it swung around the two-handed sword made from magic iron that it had. It looked to be almost as tall as itself. The Red Ox was holding 2 steel halberds like the ones that human would use. Its red body also wasn't inferior compared to the Blue Ox. The halberd looked like mere hand axe in its hand. But what was terrifying from it was that it had higher combat strength than Blue Ox despite having leaner body. Most likely it was a speedy type with status that completely surpassed me in all aspects. The Black Ox lost its patience seeing us not moving from the door. It let out a roar that shook the whole arena and the well-trained knights were trembling in fear from the pressure. The lips of the Blue Ox and Red Ox were twisting into a sneer seeing us like that. They started to slowly walked forward. Can we win? From behind, Elena asked Dalton with a trembling that she couldn't completely hide from her voice. That tone made Dalton send an appraising gaze toward her. I think the Rainbow Sword can handle it if it's just the murder alone, but it's impossible with just us facing all 3 of them at the same time. Should we return? There's no guarantee that everyone will be able to obtain the dungeon's blessing. It should be fine even if you don't risk your life here. No. What was it that the royal family really sought? Aren't they mistaking the means as the objective here? Dalton's words asked Elena of that, but Elena shook her head quietly. Certainly us of the royal family came to this place seeing power. But, At the same time we're coming here also to show our resolve for the country and the people. I won't run away." Elena stated her determination resolutely. The Crown Prince and Clara gulped seeing her, while Amor was shaking her head a little as though to deny the reality with a completely uneasy face. "We'll fight." The knight who I helped when we first met took a step forward with a nervous expression. He turned his gaze toward me just for a moment and nodded slightly. Then the other knights also stepped forward with determined face. "Lord Dalton, please give us instruction. The 10 of us royal guards can't be compared with all of you, but, as the shield of the nation, we swear that we will hold back the enemy. We'll also fight." Not only the knights, the 3 royal sorcerers who had only used sorcery for healing until now also stepped forward with a nervous look. Even Dalton nodded quietly seeing their faces. Very well. Seeing their resolve and the blue ox and red ox who started moving under the black ox's order made Dalton judge that there was no more time. He gave instructions to us. "Members of the royal family, can you see the altar behind the murder? I think that might be your objective. I'll give a signal if there's an opening. Head there immediately as fast as you can." Elena and others saw the altar near the wall at the furthest end of the area. They nodded at Dalton even while trembling a little. "We'll take on the red one. You knights draw the attention of the blue one. If murder come out before we can defeat the red one, Feld and I will face it. Anyone else mustn't get near no matter what. Myra, back us up." "If the red one is still alive at that time." Dalton paused there and turned toward Viro and I. "You two got to buy time for us." "Can you do it?" "Can't be helped, huh?" Viro slapped his own face to fire up himself. I nodded wordlessly. "There, I'll assist Arya in that case." Drip. The voice flowed out like a trickle of muddy liquid. The knights opened a path, as through they were overwhelmed by something. The girl slowly walked through there with a smile that looked like poisonous flower on her sickly face. Clara seemed to hear my mutter and turned a thin smile toward me. Originally she shouldn't be allowed to fight no matter how strong she was due to her position as the Crown Prince's fiancée and one of the protection targets. But, even the servants and her fiancé Ern who should be stopping her couldn't even form a single word due to the abnormal air that she was oozing. Even Sarah, who was one of the people in charge of the security, was unable to stop Carla's action. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" It was more of an anxiety rather than dissatisfaction. But, regardless of her character, ability-wise there was nothing to be dissatisfied or worried about. "You, young lady?" Dalton too seemed to have noticed of Carla's dangerousness. But there was no denying that we wanted all combat strength available in this situation. And seeing that her manner rivaled even Samantha, Dalton could only give his permission. "There's no problem with your capability. You're a protection target, but if you said that you're going to show off your resolve as a royalty, we'll borrow your strength in case it's needed." "Yes, I don't mind. After all, I have no intention dying against mere rabble." Carla looked at me meaningfully. I looked back at her. Dalton let out a short sigh seeing us staring at each other like in a glaring contest. Then he turned his gaze to the approaching monsters. "Then, let's go." Seeing us started moving, the 2 Minotauros Bruto that were approaching provocatively also took action. "Over here." Blue Minotauros. Just as planned. The knights fired arrows at the left side to lure Blue Ox. Then Myra's spirit magic was casted as hindrance when the 2 monsters looked like they were going to act in concert. "Oh, water! Seize that one!" The water spirit magic was casted preemptively to seize the Red Ox. But the Red Ox jumped with an agility that looked mismatched with its huge body and avoided the magic. Then it rushed to target the sorcerer Myra. But Myra too wasn't a normal sorcerer. She leapt back using her level 3 body strengthening and martial art to dodge and open some distance. Jin. Feld dashed forward at the same time and his great sword clashed violently with the Red Ox's halberd. Sparks scattered and illuminated the gloomy dungeon. Gan. In that moment, the weighted pendulum that I threw struck the side of the Red Ox's head. Myra, who had swiftly switched to her bow, aimed at its head and the arrow grazed there. But, both attacks got thwarted by the Red Ox's solid horn and didn't really deal any damage. The Red Ox glared at Myra and I, but it couldn't pay attention at other place while it was facing Feld. Feld swung with all his strength. The Red Ox also could only use both its weapons to block the attack. Myra executed archery's battle skill using that opening. Shadow Bind. The level 3 sorcery-type battle skill sewed the Red Ox's body on the spot. But, sorcery-type battle skill had bad compatibility against strong opponent and wouldn't last long. But, there was no way that man would overlook that opening. Dark mist. Boo! The black mist that Viro released covered the Red Ox's head with precision. Its movement was stopped and its vision blocked. Dalton, who had been waiting for that perfect timing, swung his huge warhammer toward the Red Ox. This was the rank 5 party rainbow sword that was prominent throughout the country. Even I unconsciously opened my eyes wide in amazement seeing such smooth teamwork. But, in that instant, Black Ox that had been watching quietly let out a howl with overwhelming pressure. Every single one of us got our movement stopped just for a moment. In that moment the blinded Red Ox swung around its two halberds. Dalton and Feld, who were prevented from attacking, dodged the halberds and opened some distance away from the opponent. At the distance the Blue Ox punted away a frozen knight who hid the shielding roll. Then it swung its great sword to mow down several other knights who were still unable to move. The knights at the back quickly moved forward, but the Blue Ox made a twisted grin seeing the wall getting drastically thinner. Reform the formation. Pull back the wounded. Dalton raised his voice while Elena gave command to the knights. So along with the royal court sorcerers began treating the knights with healing magic. This happened just from the Black Ox making a small move. Now the sorcerers who had been awaiting the chance to attack had to spend their mana for healing, and we were robbed from our chance to finish off an enemy. The Black Ox seemed to judge that the Red Ox couldn't handle Rainbow Sword's fierce attack on its own. It stopped watching quietly and headed this way with its huge battle axe in hand. Can we win in this situation? No, unnecessary emotion wasn't needed. I should only do my job. Viro, got it. Dalton, go. Dalton quickly made his decision after Viro and I moved. Take care of this. Let's go. Feld, Myra. Understood. We immediately reformed the battle line while Dalton, Myra, and Feld dashed in order to intercept the approaching Black Ox. The Red Ox forcefully swept away the shadow binding and dark mist. It noticed how Dalton and others were heading toward the Black Ox and gave chase, but the knife that Viro threw grazed its nose tip in that moment. Gan. Boo! My weighted pendulum struck the Red Ox's horn the moment it stopped running. The clash produced a metallic sound. We won't let you leave. That's how it is. I and Viro readied our knife and blocked the Red Ox's way. It would be difficult even just to hold it back if I was alone, but with Viro the two of us would be able to buy some time, although it would be difficult to defeat it. No matter how hard it was, unlike Helmet, the horn was connected directly to its skull. The impact of the strike was directly transmitted to its brain. The Red Ox shook its head to get rid of the damage and glared at us in annoyance while readying the halberds in its hands. Let's go. Seeing Viro sprinted forward to disturb it from below, I noticed that and immediately tripped his leg. Viro rolled on the ground. Aria. Viro turned toward me to complain. Fire breath dragon roar. A light voice that sounded like a song reached our ear at the timing. It was accompanied by flame rushing right above our head. Even the Red Ox who hurriedly dodged got its arm slightly scorched. It was level 4 fire sorcery. There was only one person who could use it in this place. When I looked back, Carla was there with her finger pointed toward us, sporting a beaming smile on her sickly complexion. Viro's eyes widened seeing that. I hated wasting time and told him the fact dispassionately. Carla might kill us any time, so be careful. That little lady is crazy. And be careful how? Viro reflexively raised his voice, but this was Carla we were talking about, so I could only ask him for his understanding. She was lending us a hand just as promised, but that help was accompanied by its own danger. Even so, we still needed Carla's strength in this situation. Those voices made me peeked at the direction of the Black Ox. The Dalton in his full plate focused into the shielder roll and blocked the Black Ox's attack. It pushed him back for several meters. Feld and Myra used that time to launch their attack, but they were lacking finishing power due to the wide difference in status. That was only natural. Originally, even for Rainbow Sword, facing rank 6 would require the whole strength of the party. Dalton was a tough dwarf and equipped with full mithril plate, but the attack of the Black Ox wasn't something that could be blocked over and over. But it was the knights who were in the worst situation. Their formation was sent into disarray by the roar of the Black Ox. There hadn't been anyone who died yet, but the royal court sorcerers were unable to use sorcery to attack in order to maintain the weakened battle line. A single knight whose combat strength was only around 400 couldn't block the Blue Ox's fierce attack without their fellow knights' help. At this rate our battle line would crumble starting from the knights. But a chance of victory should appear if the three of us including Carla could defeat the Red Ox. Carla, can you do it? Of course. When I asked her, Carla erased her usual composed smile and she pointed her hand toward the Red Ox. Digvolt Electric Shock. The combination sorcery of water and wind, lightning magic attacked the Red Ox, but it was also on guard against Carla and dodged it by jumping. But the Digvolt spread out. The lightning attack possessed range that surpassed imagination thanks to Carla's mana capacity and skill. The Red Ox couldn't completely dodge and its body got hit by the lightning. Damn it. Viro was scared of Carla instead of the Red Ox. Even so he dashed toward the monster. The Red Ox also quickly swung its halberds but its movement was slightly slower thanks to the lightning attack. Viro slipped through that attack and his short sword grazed the Red Ox. Ha! I also didn't just watch quietly. I swung down my weighted pendulum from the opposite side. What was terrifying from a higher-ranked monster wasn't just their combat strength, but also their huge body and the hardness of their skin. Short blade like what Varo and I use couldn't deal large damage to them. Our weapon couldn't reach until their vital organ. Even Carla's lightning attack just now had been obstructed by the monstrous skin and couldn't reach until its internal organ. Boo! Jin. That was why the Red Ox was wary against Carla's sorcery that inflicted large damage and my weighted pendulum. It immediately used its halberd to block. But you underestimated the man before you too much. Double Edge. Viro leapt to the bosom of the Red Ox when it left itself open and attacked with battle skill. He didn't use level 4 battle skill that was only strong when hitting vital spot, but he was targeting the eyes of the Red Ox in order to follow it up with the next move with certainty. But the Red Ox didn't back away when it realized that it wouldn't be able to dodge. Instead it intercepted the attack with its head's horn. Gagan. For Viro it must feel like hitting a rock. He stumbled backward from the impact. On the other hand the look in the Red Ox's eyes changed from rage. Gan. Moo. I already said that his move would lead to the next move. This time its horn had really gotten hit fully by the weighted pendulum. The Red Ox's huge body staggered considerably. I didn't know whether my battle skill would be able to defeat the Red Ox. I turned my gaze toward Carla who had the deciding move to defeat the Red Ox. There I only found a human-shaped shadow that was similar to my shadow while the girl herself was nowhere to be seen. Then, let's meet again later Arya. Carla who should be fighting together with us to finish off the enemy came from deeper in the area. Carla, was this your aim from the start? She waited until all the Minotauros came forward and even used us as bait to go forward. She cheerfully waved her hand at me before rushing to the back of the area without pause. The altar was located at that direction. Carla, your purpose of offering to fight together from the start was just to obtain a gift? I wouldn't call what she was doing as bad. But that wasn't what mattered right now. Carla's action caused the people who hadn't moved until now to make their move. Vansama, we should go too. Got it, big brother. Don't. Seeing Carla heading toward the altar caused Clara who was feeling driven to the wall to pull on Irvin's hand. The bewildered Irvin just followed her running to the altar. Sarah who was supporting the knights and guarding Elena couldn't stop them. Clara and Irvin ignored Elena's yell to stop. Their servants also panicked and followed them in a hurry. It caused confusion to spread out quickly. The Red Ox was angry from Viro and my attack and it fell into an excited state because a lot of people suddenly moved. It ignored us who was right beside it and began chasing after Carla and Clara. Shit. Seeing that Viro patted my back while he was still lying on the ground. He gave me instruction as the fastest one here. Go Arya. Don't let His Highness and the others die. Got it. Carla. Is this your wish? I kicked on the ground to break into a dash and chased after the back of the Red Ox that was chasing after those who were heading to the altar. So I left Viro behind and chasing after the Red Ox alone, even though I was using body strengthening in full strength and also gradually extracting the impurity from my magic particles to accelerate. I couldn't catch up to the Red Ox that was entering a rampaging state. At this rate only Carla who was using body strengthening would get away. The Red Ox would catch up to the Crown Prince and the others before I could catch up. Pain. I immediately casted Pain to the Red Ox's back. but in its rampaging state the red ox only trembled for an instant without stopping its legs at all. I would be able to catch up if I completely removed all impurity and used pure magic particles to perform that technique. But it was still impossible for me to kill the rank 5 red ox in one attack. I made that conclusion within my thought that was accelerated by my body strengthening. Then I casted multiple magics simultaneously to stop the monster. Shadow. Wait. I made the weightless shadow to run ahead and cut in at the front of the red ox. I also used weight to increase the red ox's weight. Even so, each of them could only stop it for a tenth of a second. But the precious time that I earned was enough for me to catch up until just barely within range. Shadow Walker. I connected my magic particle to the red ox's shadow and jumped out from the before stabbing my black dagger into its thick neck. But it was shallow. Its tough neck muscle got in the way. The knife couldn't pierce through with my physical strength. It sent my body flying by swinging its head round. Even so, I wrapped my pendulum's string around its horn and acrobatically flew in the air back toward it. Then I made the red ox's nose tip at my powerful knee strike. Gaewa! The red ox bent backward with blood spurting out from its nose. The light of reasoning returned to its eyes a little, but the red ox's anger was directed fully toward me in exchange. It put me in a battle against a serious rank 5. But thanks to that, the red ox's focus had been diverted from the Crown Prince's group toward me. From the start the plan was to send them until the altar if there was an opening. Because of them I got unexpectedly stuck with fighting solo, but, well, no matter. Red Ox, I'll be your opponent. Boo. I fought with my full strength right from the beginning. I didn't hold back anything. The red ox approached with terrifying speed while striking at me using its halberd. I heightened the precision of my body strengthening using magic particles that had been purified until a degree that my body could just barely withstand. I dodged the red ox's attack in a hair's breadth. The effect was weak with only this degree of purity, but I wouldn't be able to dodge a rank 5's attack without that slight difference. Illusion. I bent light to obscure my form while throwing the weighted pendulum. The crossweight approached in a blur. The red ox instantly gave up dodging and it swung its head to deflect the weight with its horn. The red ox swung its halberd to mow down everything in order to catch me, who was using illusion to obscure myself. I dodged by jumping over it before immediately sliding under the red ox while pulling out a knife from the slit of my flapping skirt and throwing it to the red ox from below. Boo. The huge body of the red ox that was more than 2 meters tall lightly danced in the air. It dodged the knife by escaping to above. It looked down at me, who was sliding on the ground, and grinned. It then threw the halberd in its left hand toward me. Ha! In that moment, I used my back to spring up and rolled on the ground while dodging the halberd. I immediately threw my pendulum's string to wrap around the leg of the red ox in the air. The red ox noticed that and kicked at empty air. The movement flicked the string along with my body to the air. Not yet. The string was still tied to the red ox. Shadow Walker. The red ox had no shadow while it was mid-air, but I slipped into the shadow of the huge halberd's boulder and instantly crossed to the red ox's back. Ha! Moo. The red ox immediately noticed and counterattacked. Its elbow and my kick crossed. My heel's blade gouged the red ox's cheek, while its elbow strike hit my left arm's guard and sent me flying. The red ox and I fell on the ground at the same time. Even so, I received damage and fell on one knee. Seeing that the red ox threw its other halberd at me without hesitation, I couldn't dodge. Multiple knives flew from the side and hit the halberd. The impact slightly diverted its trajectory and the halberd flew past from my side. Arya, you alright? Viro. You saved me. Viro caught up and immediately threw his knife. He came running and stood before me to protect me. When I got back on my feet, the red ox had also collected the halberd it first threw and pointed the blade toward us. We wouldn't lose easily with Viro here. Even so, Viro and I didn't have any finishing move to defeat it. I was able to defeat the orc generally, even though just barely, because Gorgeul faced the technique head-on. Then what to do? The situation was starting to change drastically before I could answer the question. The Black Ox Minute arose murder roared thunderously. It left behind Dalton and others and headed toward our direction. No, wrong. The Black Ox's target was the Crown Prince and the others. Is that black guy planning to protect that altar? Viro's guess was most likely correct. I don't know about the Red Ox and Blue Ox, but there was a high chance that the Black Ox was called to here by the dungeon, and the dungeon imprinted the order to protect the altar into it. Viro, Arya, stop it, even if just for an instant. An order came from Dalton and others who chased after it. It was a very ridiculous command. Even so, Viro, who had known him for long, immediately moved. Damn it, Arya, you hold back the red guy. Got it. There was no time to think. The red ox moved to chase after Viro, who rushed away. I hit the side of its head with my weighted pendulum. Boo! Stay here. But would Viro manage to stop it? At the beginning, Dalton ordered everyone to not approach except for Feld and himself, because there was a risk that rank 4 like us would die instantly from the attack of rank 6. But Viro headed toward the Black Ox that was creating tremors on the ground from its charge. He was putting on a shaky grin and took out a fist-sized orb from his bag before tossing it. The Black Ox's arm swung to sweep it away, but that orb exploded the moment its arm came into contact with it. The Black Ox's face was burned by the massive amount of flame that surged out and yelled in agony. How's that? That's the taste of dungeon-produced trump card with 5 large gold coins price tag. Vira loudly yelled toward the burned Black Ox, guessing from his words that was most likely a similar thing with the poison orb that Samantha mentioned, a rare drop from dungeon. Individual shouldn't be permitted to own poison orb, but Samantha said that thing was originally an item that had sorcery sealed inside it, so in that case that item might be something Viro purchased for this quest. What that orb sealed inside was sorcery, and guessing from its strength, it might contain level 5 fire sorcery fireball. Are you two alright? Feld caught up using that chance and struck at the Black Ox with his great sword. Blood spurted out from its back. Sniper shot. Next, Myra also fired her archery's battle skill. The arrow flew like a beam and pierced the Black Ox's neck. Dalton, who arrived last, leapt with his huge mithril warhammer brandished. Then he hit the Black Ox's head with all his strength. In one of the Black Ox's twisted horn was smashed at the middle and it whirled in the air. But no, it didn't snap. The Black Ox judged that it couldn't dodge and decided on its own to block Dalton's attack using its horn. It was shot with arrow, slashed on the back, and also got its horn snapped. Even so, it still successfully stopped the main attack. It glared angrily at Dalton with its burned face and sent him flying with an attack from the battle axe in its hand. Feld stepped forward to cover for Dalton, but the Black Ox let out a violent killing intent and a roar as though to blow away everything in its way. Boo! It swung its battle axe horizontally. Feld immediately used his great sword as shield, but his large body still got sent flying for several meters. Shit. Viro immediately assisted, but the Black Ox swung down its battle axe the moment he entered its sight. The shockwave pushed him down to the ground. I was about to rush forward after seeing that, but the Red Ox that I had been holding back until now attacked to get in my way this time. Boo! The dagger that I quickly swung hit the halberd with a loud clang. My light body got blown away. Arya, everyone. Myra grabbed several arrows and knocked them together on her bow, seeing us in danger. But this mayhem and chaotic battle drew the other monster that was fighting in another place. The sight of the blue ox mowing down the knights surrounding it and charged this way in excitement entered my sight. So the blue ox also came at this timing. But what to do? Myra was trying to hold back the Black Ox somehow, but both Dalton and Feld were still unable to stand. Viro, who got hit by shockwave, also noticed that and started moving to stop the blue ox. But just like me, he didn't have any trump card to defeat rank 5. I swallowed my blood-flavored saliva and gripped my black knife and dagger tightly while hardening my resolve after seeing the way my comrades hadn't given up. I had been resolved to get hurt or die since a long time ago. But that wasn't the kind of resolve I meant here. The Red Ox warily stopped moving for a moment. Had it felt my resolve, I'll definitely kill you no matter what. Even if my whole body was smashed and only my head remained, I'd definitely bite off your throat. I hardened my resolve to absolutely kill the Red Ox. I squeezed out all the air in my lungs to raise my voice and circulated purified magic particles within my body while straining my whole body like a bow in order to use the origin battle skill. Boo! The The red ox held its halberd with both hands and took a stance of bending forward for a rush after seeing that. But, in that moment, at the corner of my eye, Carla arrived at the spirit's altar. Just before her hand touched it, she turned a kind smile toward me just for an instant. The red ox and I leapt forward at the same time. Our weapons rushed toward each other's heart. The moment our blades were about to reach their target, white light suddenly surged out from the spirit's altar and enveloped the whole arena. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 10. Iron Rose. When I came to my senses, I was inside a pure white space. There was no end in sight everywhere I looked. It was a pure white world that had nothing at all. It was so empty it felt like I was inside pure white cream. My feeling was calm. My mind felt so clear it was unnatural. I should be fighting the red ox several seconds ago, and yet I was here the instant the light that radiated from the altar enveloped me. Even the heat of battle and my heightened mana also dispersed. The wounds all over my body were gradually vanishing and my mana was also starting to replenish. There was no danger here. This place was so full of tranquility that I felt like that. It's dangerous. I stopped my hand that was unconsciously moving to sheath my knife. It annoyed me that I was forcefully put into a state of calm and that my fight got interrupted. What happened with the fighting? Was everyone safe? I remembered that I had to immediately return and strengthened my grip on the weapon. Then suddenly a voice echoed inside my head while I was on my guard toward the surrounding. It has been a long time. You did well coming this far, O child of Moon Rose Melrose. I couldn't decide whether the speaker was a female or male, or how old they could be from the voice. The voice echoed inside my head once more when I took a stance warily toward them. You are very wary, child of Moon Rose Melrose. There is nothing that shall harm you in this place. The flow of time here is also different due to the compression of time. You can relax. Child of Melrose. It seemed that the space here was in a state like when my mind accelerated due to body strengthening. I couldn't be optimistic, but if the flow of time in reality was paused, then I should prioritize understanding the current situation. Also, Melrose was a flower that only grew in night of full moon. Master once told me that it could be used either as a medicine or as a poison. There was also a noble house using that name as their family name. What did they mean that I'm a child of that? The voice responded to my muttering and formed words once more to answer me. A human girl arrived here around several hundred cycles of this world's season previously. I bequeathed that name to her at that time. Your pinkish blonde hair is the proof that the bloodline of that girl is still being passed down even now. Remove that boorish ash and show the rose to me, Tsu. The illusion of ash that I put over my hair was forcefully dispelled. In that moment, my pink hair received the influence of this space's strong magic particles and sparkled brilliantly. Once more I congratulate you for coming this far, O living rose who possess the same color as my beloved rose. What is it that you wish from me? What are you? At this point there was only one possible answer. Even so, I intentionally asked them in order to ascertain the information. In response, that presence that I couldn't sense at all until now started to materialize before me. Then take a look with your own eyes. You should be able to endure it if it's you. The presence that materialized before me took the form of a woman of a marriageable age, clad in something like a traditional dress that looked obviously luxurious in a glance. My consciousness blurred for a moment from the tremendous presence she gave off. I am what you humans called as Dungeon Spirit. This was completely different from the spirit that I knew, whether it was her presence, status, or even its way of being. A lesson that I once heard from Master came to mind after I saw her existence. She said that in case a spiritual life form received powerful thought from special being like a dead hero or something, it was possible their existence would undergo a change and resided in that land like a local god. An ancient hermit crab transformed into monster to be a dungeon. It read and accumulated the thought of the dead creatures inside it, and created something like treasures that humans sought. But in the process of that there would be many people who died inside it. There should be many exceptional people among those victims. There might be even heroes or saints among them. Like that, perhaps the thoughts of those great people were gathered and became one. Then perhaps it fused with natural spirit or the like and became the dungeon's spirit. If this being really was an existence like that, then rather calling them a spirit, it would be more accurate to call them as heroic spirit or divine spirit. It felt like my consciousness would be blown away if I relaxed just for a moment. I gathered strength in my belly and faced the spirit head on. So you're the spirit who granted gift. Indeed. For more than 1,000 years, you children of man has taken the challenge to enter deep inside this dark labyrinth. For those who magnificently arrived before me, I invited them to this place and granted them my blessing as their reward. But this gift is not for everyone. After all, for these several hundred years there are those who are using improper method. As I thought, the spirit had also seen through how there was a shortcut created. Then, why did you call me here? It was Carla who arrived at the altar. After her it should be Irvin or Clara. And yet why was I got called here when I was in the middle of fighting? You aren't the only one who I invited. There are 4 people who I invited here. 4? I couldn't see anybody else here. Perhaps they were kept hidden from me, or they were in different location. If it was this existence, then surely they were able to do something like conversing with 4 people in different places simultaneously. That was what I naturally thought from experiencing this presence's existence. That number is based on nothing more than my whim. There are also times when I didn't invite a single one. I invited you and the other 2 because the ways the 3 of you seeking power are adorable, while the other one has soul with interesting nature. Seeking power. Several people's faces came to mind from those words. But, what did they mean by the soul's nature? I was attacked by a woman who said she had previous life and accidentally obtained her knowledge. But it seemed this person that the spirit referred to wasn't me. Then who was that person? But, the spirit stepped forward before I could obtain the answer to that question. The existence of human is lovable. I wonder if this feeling came from the feeling of human that created my shape. Now, tell me your wish. I shall bestow to you my gift. The spirit said that they granted gift because they thought human was lovable. The other 3 than me. I didn't know whether those people were the same with my guess. But would they obtain gift? It granted to human power that surpassed humanity. But too much power would lead human to ruin themselves. Even so, there would still be people who sought it if they had something more important than their life that they wanted to accomplish. The royal family of this country had risked their life like that for many generations for the sake of the country and the people. If I had such power, I might be able to defeat even the Minotaur's murder. But, my answer had been decided from the beginning. I refuse. Why? O child of Moon Rose, human always seek to accomplish something within their short life, aren't they? Powerless human can die easily. What does it matter even if it shorten your life from obtaining power? It'll only be a few decades of your lifespan. Even if you hurt your soul in the process, you can just start over from insect in your next life. As expected between human and spirit, there was a wide gap in our perception toward time and lifespan. Although they said that they loved human, they gave me the impression like a kid who kept and cared for insects without even knowing how long the lifespan of an insect. Besides, the compensation required for the gift was greater than I thought. By knowing this truth, I could also understand why the past heroes and excellent royalties that I read in history book had short life. But that wasn't the point. The reason I refused the gift was, I'll obtain what I want with my own strength. What's the value of something that can only be obtained by using the power of someone else? Power and glory that were given to you by someone could also be taken away easily on the whim of someone. Even Elena, who obtained her position as royalty from her parents, sought strength by her own will for the sake of the people. She didn't only rely on what was given to her, but she put in so much of her own effort that it isolated her in solitude to obtain knowledge and strength. And Carla, even though she had lost even her future, she was continuing to struggle desperately for the sake of her wish. I thought that the spirit would feel offended by my refusal, but they were listening to my words attentively. They narrowed their eyes in nostalgia like a human. The girl who I bestowed with the name of Moon Rose Melrose also said that she doesn't need an excessive power like a gift. That was why I felt that her existence was lovable and bestowed to her the name of the rose I loved. If you say that you don't need anything, then I shall bestow to you too a name from me. I don't need it. In the first place, what's with that Melrose? Why do you bestow name to human? Melrose is just a rose that can be found in the fairy world. It got brought out by the caprice of a leprechaun trickster to the material world and took root, although only in small number. The color of your hair is the proof of the name that I bestowed. The fairy that appeared in this land feel nostalgia for that color that is the same with that rose. You two had never fallen sick because of a fairy's mischief ever since you were small, correct? The benefit of that name is only that much, but It was just the right present for that girl who wished for her family's prosperity. So there was that kind of meaning in this pink hair. Certainly the birth rate in a family whose women never got sick would be greatly affected for the better. I too had never gotten seriously sick since my childhood. I could also sleep without problem even in the forest at midwinter. Originally I wasn't a spirit that took root in dungeon, but a spirit who lived in a place that was near human. That kind of spirit watched over human, and granted name to the technique that the fragile humans invented for the sake of fighting so that technique could become battle skill. A spirit like me granting a name is something that is more natural than granting my blessing to human in a sense. Battle skill was a non-elemental magic that could be activated with just a 1 or 2 words. It was said that battle skill became usable after spirit became aware of that technique. I felt that it was a bit unnatural, but this spirit said that since the past there had been spirits that had loved human just like them. I too had been watching you since you entered into this dungeon. Child of Moon Rose Melrose, you used technique that was named by spirit and also desperately struggled with an incomplete technique. That's why allow me to grant a name to you too. That girl was like a moon that illuminated the dark night. You are also like that. That was why I bestowed the name of Moon Rose Melrose to that girl. But, unlike that girl, you threw yourself into battle with a strength of heart that is like iron. The name I will grant you will be an epitaph that represent you alone, and at the same time it will also be the name that turn your technique into battle skill. The spirit who took the form of a beautiful woman glided toward me and touched my cheeks lovingly with the white fingertips of their hands. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io06.jpg. Now, you can return to your battlefield. Human can only come to me once in their lifetime. We will surely never meet again in the future. I wish that you will stop dirtying that Moon Rose Melrose hair with ash anymore. In exchange, I shall add your color to the name that I grant to you. Wear the name if you desire power. The name that I grant to you is Arya. I heard Feld's voice calling at me. When my sight that had blurred for an instant returned back, I had been sent back to the arena at the deepest part of the dungeon. There still hadn't been any change to the situation. Feld and Dalton were struggling to get back on their feet after getting sent flying. Myra was running around the black ox with a desperate look in order to hold it back. Viro was doing everything he could to attract the attention of the blue ox. Feld called my name in this situation perhaps because I had vanished from this place for several seconds. It was a hopeless situation that was still continuing, but I made it in time. Boo. The red ox that had lost sight of me roared angrily when it found me. It headed toward me like an arrow with its halberd at the ready. Phew. I exhaled as though to eject the anxiety inside me. There was nothing that had changed from me, but my hair that was dirtied with the illusion of ash was returning into pinkish blonde hair. My stamina and mana had recovered just a little, but it was no different with my state before I used the origin battle skill. I felt anxiety, and yet my heart was calm. But I had the conviction that I wouldn't end like this. There was no anger or hatred in my heart. It was calm like a lake surface. From the bottom of it, fighting spirit was seething and welling up. The halberd's blade cut through the air with bellowing sound. It was swung down to slash apart my body diagonally. In that moment, I activated that battle skill that had the same epitaph that the spirit granted to me. Iron Rose. Gakin. Moo. The halberd crashed on the ground violently. The red ox looked around searching for me, who had instantly vanished from in front of it. In that moment I had circled to its back and slashed its neck with my black knife. It was still shallow, but the knife managed to cut. The red ox quickly reacted and swung its halberd. It cut the empty air of the location where I was at. I dodged the red ox's attack with high-speed movement, kicked on the ground to swiftly move to the opposite side and cut the leg. The blood spray scattered in the air like flower petals. Boo. The red ox swung around its halberd haphazardly in a state of excitement. I watched its movements with my eyes and dodged them while continuing to move in high speed and slashed its arms and legs. The color of my hair changed from pinkish blonde to ashen iron color like a burning iron. Vestiges of light scattered in the air from my iron-colored hair. They formed a trail behind like a comet. I circled to in front of the red ox with high speed and jumped over its head using its halberd's blade as a stepping stool. Iron-blue comet danced in the air. The vestiges of light spread out like silver wings. The red ox's face looked scared for an instant. My face and cold eyes were reflected on its eyes in that moment before I slashed it. The reflection and the eye together. The red ox's right eye was split apart. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io07.jpg. Aria, Alicia, race: human, rank 4, magic power, 124 270 stamina, 159 210. Overall combat strength, 916. With body strengthening, 1769. Battle skill, Iron Rose, limit 124 second. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Chapter 11. Oath of Flame. The red ox screamed in agony after it had one eye cut open. It swung around its halberd haphazardly, but I had no time paying attention to you alone. Battle skill, Iron Rose strengthening technique using pure magic particles that I couldn't control became battle skill after the spirit named it. That battle skill's name was also a spirit-approved epitaph that represented me. Aria switched to backup Viro. Roger Dalton, who saw my fighting, stood up while giving me new instruction. I abandoned the red ox and switched to backup Viro, who was baiting the blue ox by himself. The moment I started running, the scenery of the surrounding that was reflected in my eyes blurred away instantly. For good or bad, this battle skill wasn't as powerful as that technique that I couldn't control. But, compared to that technique that had awful balance, this battle skill increased all my statuses and even I became able to control it. Viro. Great. He was still alive, but he was already in a ragged state after baiting a strength type like the blue ox by himself. I sped up even more and left a trail of light behind me like a comet. I didn't slow down at all and kicked at the blue ox's head with the blade on my heel. Gack in. Moo. It made a loud sound when my heel's blade got deflected by the horn, but the impact greatly jolted the blue ox's head. Aria, heal yourself, Viro. I landed while throwing a reserve potion from my storage toward him. Then I immediately rushed off to slash at the blue ox with my knife. Boo. As expected, even with my speed increased, the damage I inflicted was still low thanks to my lightweight. The blue ox immediately noticed me and swung down its great sword. I crossed my black knife and dagger and blocked the attack head-on. However, my joints creaked from the overwhelming burden, but I could still bear it. I used my whole body's strength and technique and stepped forward while parrying the attack. Then I landed an elbow strike on the blue ox's approaching forehead with all my strength. Boo. The battle skill improved not only my speed, but also more than doubled my physical strength and endurance. Thanks to that I could compete even against the blue ox if it was just for an instant, but I had no intention of fighting the blue ox with physical strength. Boo. I vanished from the blue ox's sight and instantly circled behind it. Then I thrust my dagger to its neck with both hands. Moo. Just how thick its flesh was. Even so, the blue ox rampaged in intense pain. I jumped down from its back and dashed forward while scattering trails of light behind me. I slashed at the blue ox's unguarded hand. It made it let go of its great sword. Even I, who originally only had the physical strength of an average person, could parry the blue ox's great sword with a strengthening. Then if my agility that had been at the same level with the blue ox from the start got doubled, even the rank 5 blue ox and red ox weren't my match anymore. I immediately rushed and kicked away the great sword that was dropped on the ground. But the blue ox that had fallen into state of excitement didn't even care of that. It got on all four and lowered its stance in preparation to charge at me with its two horns. I also stepped forward in response to that. I took out two hidden weapons from the storage and left a trail of light behind me while rushing toward the blue ox right from the front with my maximum speed. The distance, or several meters, was shortened in an instant. Just a moment before we crashed, I stabbed the two hidden weapons at the blue ox's eyes. Then I jumped over the blue ox's huge body just a moment before its twisted horn pierced me. It stumbled and rolled on the stone floor while howling in agony. Support the adventurer. The knights who still could move caught up at that timing. Viro, take care of this place. I immediately entrusted the role of facing the blue ox to them and Viro. Then I immediately left in order to back up Dalton and others. Aria, Alicia, race : human rank 4, magic power, 82 270 stamina, 159 210. Overall combat strength, 916, with body strengthening, 1769. Battle skill, Iron Rose, limit 82 second. My magic power had decreased a lot. The normal body strengthening generally consumed 1 mana every 100 seconds, but this technique was consuming 100 times more mana. In full capacity I could use Iron Rose for 270 seconds, but the actual time I would be able to use it would be a lot shorter than that if I also considered the usage of magic and other battle skill. Even before that, using this technique just for less than a minute with my still growing body was already causing all my bones and muscles to start screaming in pain. Even so, it's not a reason to stop here. I sped up even more and approached the back of the black ox that Dalton and others were fighting. I held the black dagger with both hands and without slowing down I pierced the back of the black ox's knee until its kneecap. As expected, even the black ox screamed from the sudden agony. It glared furiously at me and swung down its huge fist toward me. My hands let go of the dagger and I kicked on the floor to open up the distance. Then I jumped to the air with the scattered vestiges of light spreading out like wings behind me. I kicked on the face of the black ox who staggered down after its knee was pierced, but the black ox too immediately used its large horn and tried to strike me down. However, one of its horns was already broken by Dalton and my heel's blade pierced between the black ox's eyes. But the battle axe that the black ox swiftly swung rushed toward me with a bellowing sound. Dark mist. The black mist that I quickly casted clung around the black ox's face. The aim of the battle axe became slightly deviating and I kicked on it to gain distance from the black ox. I unconsciously fell on my knee the moment I landed on the ground. Aria, Alicia, race : human rank 4, magic power, 43 270 stamina, 159 210. Overall combat strength, 916, with body strengthening, 1769. Battle skill, Iron Rose, limit 43 second. My magic power had decreased even more. I just used Dark Mist, but it wasn't a magic that consumed this much mana. Perhaps the mana consumption of magic also got larger while I was using Iron Rose. Great job, Arya. Dalton didn't miss that chance and rushed in while swinging down his warhammer. He crushed the black ox's right arm and sent its huge battle axe flying. Leave the rest to us. Feld also came back at that timing. His great sword cut off the black ox's left arm when it tried to guard its neck. Sniper shot. The arrow that Myra shot immediately pierced the black ox's neck. Boo! Even so, the black ox was still alive. It rampaged in a berserk state. Dalton and others dodged that while attacking in return. Seeing that I too dispelled Iron Rose in order to keep some strength behind before I hit my approaching limit. My hair returned from the iron color to its usual pink color. My body suddenly felt heavy and I unintentionally fell on my knee. But my battle still wasn't over. Boo! The red ox, who was blinded in one eye, glared at me with its left eye while dragging its halberd on the ground as it approached. Blood kept spilling out from its deeply slashed right eye. The red ox looked lackluster due to all the blood it lost from the many wounds on its body. But its fighting spirit was still burning. Its eye was seething with hatred. There was nothing else reflected on it other than me. Boo! I too put my strength into my battered body and stood up. I held the black knife with both hands and faced the wounded red ox right from the front. Rather than victory, the red ox had no more thought other than killing me in its eyes. But the same also applied to me. It was an enemy who I had decided to kill. I'd finish you off with my own hands. My concentration erased all the noises and unnecessary sight from the surrounding. We both held our respective weapon with both hands. The moment the sweat trickling on my cheek and the blood dripping on the red ox splashed on the stone floor, we leapt forward at the same time. In the clash I parried the halberd's blade and jumped over it, while the red ox used its horn to deflect my blade. I who was whipping my body to move and the red ox in its current state were about equal in speed. Even so I still had the advantage in explosive power output and cut the red ox's wrist. The red ox instantly gave up on its weapon and used its horn to aim at my heart. Don't be scared, look and analyze it. I fought by looking at the enemy, Gaikin. I didn't dodge that sharp horn and blocked it by matching its pointed end with the tip of my black knife, and that moment it felt like something fitted into place at the deepest part of myself. The impact of the collision sent me flying high to the air. I kicked up on empty air to use the recoil for changing my posture, then I pulled my knife far behind me while staying upside down in the air. Critical Edge. Level 4's battle skill unleashed that attack almost unconsciously. It sliced into the unprotected red ox's neck until halfway in. Moo. A lot of blood spilled out from its neck and mouth. That huge body staggered. It was then I heard a familiar voice from the distance. Soulthorn. Carla. The girl threw away her sorcerer robe and showed the pure white dress she was wearing underneath. Her exposed white arms and neck now had the pattern of black thorn coiling and writhing on them. Immense magic power was surging out from there! The fire sorcery that Carla unleashed rushed on the arena's floor. Great amount of flame swallowed the dying red ox and burned it to ash in the blink of eye. Take these. With a cheerful voice, Carla created more than 10 fireballs that were as large as an armful each. They were floating around her. Were those fireballs? They were level 5 fire sorcery, the same with the sorcery that was sealed inside the magic tool that Varro used, but I sensed that they were filled with abnormal amount of mana. I yelled at the people who were at the end of Carla's gaze. Everyone, dodge! My comrades and the knights realized the situation from my yell and immediately ran away to escape. The many fireballs rained down in that moment! Flame blasts whirled up. The black ox and blue ox raged inside the flame with their last ember of life before crumbling down. Their surrounding was changed into an ocean of flame. I then sensed Carla's mana swelling up again and dashed toward her. Iron rose. My pink hair changed color once more into the gray iron color like burning ash. The vestiges of light scattering from my hair trailed behind like a comet while I sprinted like an arrow. Without slowing down I jumped toward Carla as she was about to cast another magic and kicked with my heel. Carla. Arya. Carla Lester race human rank 4. Magic power, /450 stamina, 2951. Overall combat strength, 749, with body strengthening, 2333. Gift, Soulthorn exchange, lifetime. In that moment, the black thorns coiling on Carla's skin let out a great burst of mana. She leapt aside to dodge my kick as though the thorns coiling all over her body was moving her. Ice lance. Countless ice spears were fired from Carla's hand. I dodged them with high-speed movement while spinning and struck at her neck with a knife. Gin. A thorn-shaped ice blocked my blade. Carla fired her dig volt in that instant. My hands grabbed on the floor and I sped up to evade while kicking with my heel's blade. Carla whirled in the air to dodge that. She then laughed while pointing her fingertip at me. Fire breath. Critical edge. My battle skill cleaved the flame and gouged Carla's shoulder, while the slashed flame swallowed me. We ignored those damages and danced in the air even more. Carla, who controlled her body using the thorns, and my kick clashed in extremely close range. Bash in. We both dodged while kicking at each other. Our kicks hit each other's side with the sound of flesh being pounded. I changed my posture midair and landed on a rubble, while Carla landed in the middle of flame. We faced each other. Carla's face was grimacing a little bit from pain in the middle of flame that was spreading around her. But that expression changed into a wide smile like a little kid who was in the middle of a flower field when she looked at me. Oh my, Arya, that hair color is also lovely. I too was grimacing from the recoil of using Iron Rose on top of another battle skill. Even so I glared at Carla quietly. So that's your gift? You didn't ask to be healed? As I thought, Carla also got invited by that spirit. If she wished to have her life prolonged instead of a gift, she should be able to live at least as long as Elena. But Carla didn't ask for extension of her life. She wished for even more destruction. Soulthorn. Those words that I overheard must be the activation words for her gift. I felt that Carla was losing seconds of her life in exchange for the immense mana she was bursting with. The black petals scattering from the black thorns that were coiling on her body looked like Carla's life itself disappearing to me. I don't need that. Something like a normal life is unnecessary for me. Carla stood in the middle of flame without getting burned thanks to her immense mana, while her fingers played with her black hair as though to state that her own life didn't matter to her. Something has to be done to the magic stone in my heart so that my body can be healed. If that happens, there won't be any meaning to my life until now. It will be a waste to all those blood and sweat I had shed to train my magic. Carla, I'll keep moving forward until my life run out. I won't let anyone get in my way until everything that drove me mad is swallowed in flame. Yes, even if it's you. Arya. The color of madness looked inside Carla's eyes. She sported a ghastly but bright smile. It was then the spirit altar at the back sunk down and vanished. A door silently appeared and opened behind it. A small amount of light leaked out from there. That spirit is unexpectedly considerate. It even opened a door to return back after the last enemy is defeated. Carla pinched the bottom of her dress inside the flame and lightly bent her waist. She curtsied so casually as though she was saying farewell to an acquaintance that she ran to on the roadside. Well then, fare thee well, Arya. Let's postpone our settlement until a worthy stage for us has begun. I'm really looking forward to it. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/IO08.jpg. Carla arrived at the exit even without getting burned inside the flame. She didn't even look back at her fiancé Ern and vanished into the exit alone. By everything, did she mean everyone involved along with this country? Even so, based on her personality, that time would be the time where we would fight to the death. I see. I stood alone in the middle of flame while staring fixedly at the exit where Carla vanished into. Carla. You couldn't give forgiveness no matter what, huh? You couldn't forgive your family, this country, and everything involved that drove you mad. For her living wasn't a salvation. It was nothing else than death that would be her salvation. Carla was seeking destruction so much that she refused to live. I recalled Carla's words when we first met. How lovely. If I'm going to die one day, I want to die by your hands, Arya. Most likely those words were earnest words that came from Carla's heart. Fine then. If you said that was your true wish. Alright then. Carla, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Epilogue. Count Lester. Quite some time has passed. When do you think we will receive the news from them? It's as you say, Your Majesty. At Claydale Kingdom, inside the King's office, the King Reinhard von Claydale asked that question to the head of Royal Court Sorcerers, Count Ignaz du Lester, who came to give a report. Inside his heart Ignaz thought that it was even possible that the group had been annihilated after this long without any news. Even so, he told Reinhard exactly what he wanted to hear. If things go well, then it will be soon. That is my best estimate. Even at the latest it won't take 2 weeks. Past that time, the possibility of annihilation would have to be seriously considered. Until now the royal family had always sent their youths to obtain gift each generation, and all of them always returned back alive despite the damages to the royal guards. Taking that into consideration, the possibility of annihilation was low, but the problem was how this task was usually done when the youths of the royal family had come of age. But this time the members of the royal family that were sent were still minor who hadn't even entered the academy. Furthermore, the noble faction was gaining strength and there was a concern that they would get in the way, so the number of the knights accompanying them had also gotten limited. Even so, they had no choice but continuing with the dungeon exploration. That was just how much the unifying force of the royal family had decreased. The nobles who received aid from neighboring country increased their influence and the internal state of the country was getting unstable. The royal family faction wanted the crown prince to marry his fiancées, the daughters of the influential nobles within the country, as quickly as possible, so they could draw in the fence-sitting neutral faction. Ignaz was the head of royal court sorcerers, so he belonged to the royal family faction, but he wasn't as worried as the king about the fate of the dungeon exploration group, because he thought that even if the group was annihilated, they could just set up the still very young second prince as the crown prince despite how troublesome it would be. My daughter Carla is also participating. She is normally useless, but When it comes to sorcery, she is in the same level of a royal court sorcerer. She will surely answer your majesty's expectation. The king summoned Ignas and consulted him like this was also because Ignas had sent his own child into the dungeon. Originally the king should express this kind of whining to his two queens instead of a retainer, but the first queen, who was formerly a daughter from Viscount House, had collapsed from worry after learning the truth of the dungeon exploration, while the second queen had no interest with her own daughter from the start. I see. It's true that young Carla is very brilliant. It was small, but Reinhard smiled in relief from Ignaz's words. Reinhard himself also didn't have any other choice for the matter this time. It wasn't his wish to expose children to danger. Ignaz also smiled in response to the king's words, but inside he was cursing venomously. I hope she would just die there, that accursed death god. He wanted to vomit just from calling that thing as his daughter. He always boasted about his daughter's brilliance when in the presence of the king, but he would pray for the death of his daughter when behind closed door. The demonic child Carla, who slaughtered 2 of his 3 talented sons and many of his house's servants. Even now hatred would overwhelm his heart when recalling that time. But at that time Carla still had more value alive rather than dead. Although to him everybody was just pawn for the sake of boosting the fame of Leicester House, there was a risk that the name of Leicester House would be dragged through mud after losing the majority of his sons. In the situation where he had lost 2 of his sons, he couldn't also lose the pawn that had become the crown prince's fiancée. And Carla at that time was also still someone who he could kill anytime he liked. Carla, who obtained all elements through Ignaz's experiment, was a powerful sorcerer, but the side effect from the experiment had given her a body that could shut down anytime. The healers had even said that she wouldn't be able to live until 20. It didn't matter when she died as long as the fact remained that a queen had come from Leicester House. Ignaz thought that he would only need to bear with Carla's presence for 10 odd years at the longest. But the growing speed of Carla's mana surpassed the boundary of Ignaz's understanding. Was it possible for a girl who was still 5 or 6 years old to keep going into a dangerous place like dungeon repeatedly while even adult adventurers often died there? The city with a dungeon in it whose management was entrusted to Leicester House by the royal family was known as a gathering place for adventurers who were confident with their own skill. But the report of adventurers' death increased since Carla started going into dungeon. There was a high possibility that Carla was involved with their death. He never wanted to see his daughter's face ever again, but her magic power value and overall combat strength would have risen up every time he investigated her. When Ignaz finally felt a sense of danger and tried to assassinate her, her strength was already beyond the capability of the average assassin to take care of. There was also the bad timing of how the Northern Assassin Guild branch was rumored to be destroyed. A lot of assassins left the capital in order to fill in the hole that was left by that destruction, leaving nobody left who could defeat Carla. He even heard the uncertain rumor that the assassins who left also got the table turned on them by the existence that destroyed the Assassin Guild branch and got called as Ash Crown Princess. He felt like there would be no problem even if the whole group got annihilated as long as Carla died with them. Even so, the words that he spoke at the outside didn't give any hint of his true feeling at all. I have also dispatched several excellent royal court sorcerers to go with them. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess will surely return safely. Actually, the royal court sorcerers he dispatched to the group were just second son or daughter of neutral nobles who weren't involved with the noble faction. It wouldn't bother him even if they died. But there was no need for him to say that to the king. I see. It will be great if the fiancés and the knights can also return back safely. Everyone was alright, though I don't know if that's still the case even now. Reinhard and Ignaz lifted up their face in surprise from that voice that suddenly resounded inside the room. The 2 bodyguard maids who were also inside the room and stayed quiet so to not disturb the conversation immediately moved in response. Who's there? The bodyguard maid with heavy knight skill set moved in front of Reinhard to shield him, while the bodyguard maid with scout skill set sensed the presence of the intruder and leapt with a dagger in hand. Wait! But Ignaz, who heard that voice, hurriedly stopped the maid. But he was slightly late. The bodyguard maid who leapt to attack was frozen into an ice statue. While everyone's face turned white from the extreme coldness and tremendous mana, A sickly-looking black-haired girl in white dress appeared from behind that ice statue and smiled. That was dangerous. She might hurt someone if it was someone else than me. Carla. How long had she been here? How did she enter outside? Carla ignored her father who called her name and performed a lady's bow toward the king. Reinhard. Carla Lester, here to report that I have returned back ahead of everyone else. There was no way the outrageous action she just took could be forgiven even if she was a fiancée of the crown prince or the daughter of the head of the royal court sorcerers. But the immense mana she was radiating and her violent aura sent a chill that gnawed until deep inside the bones of everyone inside the room. It made them hesitated to even call for the knights. Even so, there should be knights and butlers standing by outside the office, but they hadn't done anything at all. Perhaps Carla had done something to them beforehand. What's the meaning of this, Carla? How dare you use sorcery in this? Dear father, please don't cause such ruckus in the presence of His Majesty. You little... Wait, Count Lester. Reinhard stopped the seething conversation that wasn't suitable at all to be held between a father and daughter. He looked at the frozen ice statue with a pained look before turning his gaze towards Carla. First, I congratulate your safe return, Lady Carla. However, tell me the reason why you killed this maid. She isn't dead, you know. Not yet anyway. Carla waved her hand. Then the ice on the frozen maid melted and she fell down on the floor. Count Lester, treat her. I shall listen to your daughter's report. As your majesty command. Ignaz stood up to apply healing sorcery to the bodyguard maid who was barely hanging on life. Even so, he kept glaring angrily at Carla, and yet she only smiled thinly without paying attention to him. Just now you said that you returned. Can I take it to mean that Ern and Elena's dungeon exploration has also finished? Yes, indeed. I went out of the dungeon ahead of them, but His Highness too will surely come out before long. And what do you mean that you don't know about their current condition? Yes, I had finished my business down there, so I had no reason to stay any longer there. Everyone else won't be in any danger if they are lucky. Carla's smile didn't change even in front of the glaring gaze that the king himself sent at her. Carla, you little... How dare you speak like that about His Highness toward His Majesty? It's your duty as a subject to put your life on the line to protect His Highness. How astonishing. I never expected to hear such humane words from you, dear father of all people. Carla looked toward Ignaz, who interrupted the conversation once more as though she was looking at a bug. You, accursed god of death. I am furthered by an inhuman man after all. So it's only fitting. And, what are you going to do about it? You impudent. Stop. Reinhard sharply rebuked the parent and daughter who were starting their quarrel once more. Lady Carla. You just left the dungeon not long ago while the others still haven't come out yet, and yet you are here. Ignaz guessed what Reinhard was trying to say and looked toward him. Can I see it as you having been successful in obtaining it? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone's gaze gathered on Carla when she replied like that. Her pale lips formed those words. Soul thorn. Instantly, Carla's skin that was white like wax became covered with black thorns. Tremendous mana radiated out from there. Infinite mana in exchange of the user's life. Ignaz's eyes widened when he saw that power. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Should we have a change of head of Leicester House right here, dear father? You monster. There was nobody there who could fight Carla and win. Far from that. It was unknown how many victims there would be even if all the knights in the palace gave it a try. Carla would surely die if even just a single hit landed on her. But even if she was threatened with that fact, someone who sought power even if it cost them their life would never beg for their life. There was no way anyone would test how many hundreds of people would have to be sacrificed just to land that one hit. If Carla got serious, it could be easily imagined that she would drag the majority of the palace with her to her death. What do you want? They wouldn't still be alive if that was her intention from the beginning. Reinhard understood that Carla's outrageous action before this was to display that power to them, so he asked her. Carla turned her gaze toward him. Yes, Your Majesty. I wish to make a deal. A deal. You say? I'll use this power to protect her Sama, and if you have enemies then I'll kill them. In return, you want us to overlook your outrageousness to some degree? As expected from Your Majesty, you are very understanding, unlike this inhuman father. It will only be for as long as my life still hold, but I will put Sama into a treasure chest where I shall cherish and keep him safe. It was an absurd behavior, a demand that placed everyone as her hostage. Very well, Your Majesty. But if he thought about the content of the deal, There was no benefit in rejecting it. Reinhard had no other choice but to accept. You can go rest for now. I shall send a messenger to you later after my son return and we can talk more about this. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall look forward to it. Carla smiled sweetly. She pinched the bottom of her dress and curtsied toward everyone there who couldn't make any movement at all. Then she vanished from that place. Most likely she was using space teleportation, an advanced sorcery that she forcefully activated using her vast mana. What was left behind was only the trace of her outrageous act and the chilling cold. Ignis gritted his teeth and hit the floor wordlessly with his fist amidst that atmosphere. Cough. The place Carla teleported to was a building inside a forest near Leicester House that was used as a hideout. Carla was spinning round and round while dancing with a deathly face pale and blood trickling from her mouth. She had obtained unforeseen power just as planned. With this the groundwork to create the stage that she dearly wished for had been laid. Human couldn't use sorcery that was beyond their level because they couldn't control their mana perfectly, which caused the mana consumption to multiply. But that problem was solved with infinite mana. The current Carla should be able to use sorcery to level above her actual level. From the start Carla didn't trust on anything other than her own strength. She had the confidence that she would be able to learn even level 6 sorcery on her own someday. But Carla lacked the lifespan to accomplish that. That was why Carla wished for an ability that allowed her to get an advance for the ability that originally she should be able to reach in the future. Until now the powerless Carla had turned her hand toward various things in order to create the last stage that she wished for. For that she had even brought in thing that a human must never laid their hand on into this kingdom. But even that thing had become worthless to her now that she had obtained power. From here on she would be able to accomplish her wish on her own. Carla imagined the stage of the capital being painted in flame and blood while smiling widely with her blood-soaked lips. The weather is nice today. I have to decide. The dungeon exploration was over. Those who obtained result and those who didn't, every one of them managed to return back to the surface. Nobody died in the exploration this time. But it was wholly thanks to luck. Each person had contributed to reach that result. Even so, the existence of Rainbow Sword, the strongest adventurer party in this kingdom, played a large part. Clara once more thought so after she managed to return to the guest mansion of the Duke House. But that's not all. Perhaps because of the change in the exploration schedule, the most wicked villainous Carla Lester managed to obtain a gift that was clearly for attacking purpose. It was something that she didn't possess even in the Autumn game. And then even the pink-haired girl who looked similar with the Autumn game's heroine also obtained a clearly unique ability. The strength of those two finished off a monster that was in rank 5. Without those two there was no guarantee that Clara could survive. But Clara, who regarded those two as dangerous based on her previous life's knowledge, felt like her lifespan was gradually getting shortened from this development. No, in fact her lifespan was really getting shortened. Even now the gift that Clara obtained was running to search for the optimum solution. The burden from it caused her brain to scream in agony. Intense headache was assaulting Clara constantly. The dungeon spirit found out that Clara's soul came from another world and gave Clara a gift too on a whim. What Clara sought was the power to survive, an ability to know the choices of the future that she could walk on just like in Autumn game. Her gift, Foresight, was an ability to calculate the possibilities of the future using all the information in her possession, but the future she could see would change depending on the amount of information she had. The calculation of vast amount of information would also shorten Clara's life. At first she thought that her problem would be solved if she just killed the heroine, but that thought was based on her common senses as high school student in her previous life. Her effort didn't go well because of the obstruction of this country's black ops. Even trying to get along with the heroine wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. She finally noticed that the heroine wouldn't try to harm Clara directly, but as the main fiancé of the Crown Prince, Clara's existence would prevent the heroine from becoming the queen. Because of that the surrounding would hold her in contempt and remove her from the picture. Perhaps her family Dantle would protect her, but she couldn't even fully trust her own brother as one of the capture target who might fall in love with the heroine. She might get banished to the holy mountain of Fandora Theocracy, an extremely cold land where she would grow old and die without being able to see the outside world ever again. But even before that there was a risk that Carla would just get killed. She would be able to survive if she wasn't the Crown Prince's fiancé. But In the present time Dantle House and her aunt the second queen wouldn't possibly allow that, and Clara herself couldn't imagine just stopping being the crown prince's fiancée at this point. Does it hurt, Clara? No, I'm fine, Vansama. Was still accompanying Clara even after they had returned to the mansion. There was nobody else inside this room other than them. Even though they were engaged with each other, originally male and female of minor age from noble family of high status wouldn't be allowed to stay inside the same room alone. It should be impossible for them to order other people to leave them alone, but right now the servants who should be stopping them were fast asleep from fatigue, and so was able to visit Clara's room without anyone getting in his way. I'm still not used to the gift. But I'll get better soon. I'm sorry, Clara. I failed to obtain a gift. I was just a burden to you. That's not true. I want to be useful for Vansama. Clara. Clara's devotion touched Ern and he called her name. Then he gently hugged her. Ern's treatment of her made Clara thought once more. I love Vansama. If this was the Ern from the latter half of the Autumn game, she would simply look up to him as a splendidly mature crown prince and harbored no further feeling to him. But it was exactly because Ern was weak that he could sympathize with the weak Clara and hugged her close. He was able to earnestly support her. Now Clara was able to understand the feeling of the game Clara who yearned for Ern and tried to harm the heroine. If the same event like in the Autumn game happened, the current her might do the same thing like the game Clara. Not only that, there was even a possibility that the game Clara wasn't the original Clara who didn't have the memory of her previous life, but the future of her current self. Clara. Please, I want you to call me as simply Sama. The two's shadows slowly overlapped, and they awkwardly exchanged their first kiss. I'll do it. I won't hand Sama to anyone else. If anyone got in the way of her future with she would erase them from this world, even if it was the heroine or Carla. She had obtained the gift power for that. The instant Clara resolved herself like that, her foresight gift showed her several futures with high possibility. Clara pressed her hand on her face due to the terrible headache. Even so, she recalled several factors that also existed in the Autumn game. Evil race, the enemy of mankind, the messenger of the evil god. The evil people. The game Clara was jealous to the heroine and contacted various forces in order to kill her. And then the other villainous Carla also brought in enemy force in order to harm their kingdom. The current Carla was different from her game self. It seemed that she was focusing in increasing her own strength, but Clara was convinced that the enemy force definitely existed. The evil race's force sometimes would withdraw without showing themselves depending on the game's route, but until then they should be hiding somewhere in this Claydale kingdom. Clara started taking action in order to contact them. How is your arm? Inside a dark place where the sunlight didn't reach, under the weak light of candle, a lone man nodded quietly in response to that question that was asked from the darkness. Yeah, I'll need to train a little, but creak. The man lifted up an arm of black metal with creaking sound. He punched the stone wall with that arm. The impact shook the air inside the room. When I get used to it, I'll be able to use it just like before. No, even better than before. That man's left arm got bitten off several months ago and he escaped to this place. An ordinary person would die even before reaching this place. That was just how serious his injury was, but the man survived, and instead of spending several years to regenerate his lost arm, he instead sought a new arm. As expected from you. Right now just moving the arm caused him intense pain, but the man punched the wall without showing any of that pain at all. The other man inside the darkness was at a loss of words for a moment. The men hadn't known each other for long. Even so they had understanding and respect for each other. The man in the darkness and his comrades had slipped into this country from outside in order to inflict pain. It wasn't easy even just to infiltrate into this country that was protected by an organization called Black Ops and surrounded by Rocky Mountain, sea, and monster habitat, but several years ago, they obtained the groundwork to enter this country thanks to a certain black-haired girl. They were now in a hostile relationship with that girl because that girl betrayed and killed some of them. But the thing that the girl left behind as present became the impetus that gave them a place where light couldn't reach. The unnamed man before him came into contact with their group after that, though he still wasn't unnamed the first time they met. He was also deeply knowledgeable about the underside of this country and taught them the way to evade the Black Ops. the biggest intelligence agency of this country. But the man's help definitely didn't come from something like whim or kindness. The man was greedy when it came to polishing his own strength. He desired the fighting strength and unique technique that they had. The special artificial arm that they gave to the man also came from their clan's chief. It was a treasure that came from a dungeon. We have given you a lot. We will work you to the bone to repay it. Grave. They also needed this man's strength in order to kill the black-haired girl who betrayed them. Grave, who once fought against Arya and a mythical beast and lost, was polishing his fang within the darkness. He smiled like a beast with its fangs bared toward the black-skin evil race who talked to him. Of course, Grave narrowed his eyes inside the darkness where no light shone through, as though he was staring at something very far away. Arya. Protect the princess with everything you have. Show me your true worth. Your Highness. I have brought the aforementioned adventurer girl like you asked. The bodyguard maid Chloe announced that in front of the door. Then a permission came from inside and Sarah opened the door to invite me inside. That night of the same day when we left the dungeon, everyone in the exploration group was currently sleeping like a log due to their fatigue and relief. Meanwhile, Elena, who was in the guest mansion, summoned me and I came to her room. Welcome, Arya. Yes. As I thought, Elena looked tired. She almost stood up from her seat the moment she saw me. But then she sank deeply onto her seat and changed her posture as though to pretend that it never happened. Come over here. Arya. There are only me and these two here, so you don't need to bother with that half-baked courtesy. Roger. Chloe led me inside and I sat down on the sofa opposite of Elena. The scent of the herb tea that Sarah brewed drifted inside the room. Elena started speaking amidst such atmosphere. Forgive me for calling you this late when you must be tired, but I thought that this is my only chance to speak with you. Right now even Amor, who always got in the way to stop Elena from meeting Mere Adventurer, was also sleeping deeply. It seemed that he had also gotten some kind of mental hang-up toward us. He was clearly trying to avoid us. Is your arm all right? No problem. Elena was looking with worry at the right arm that I was holding protectively. Because I used battle skill together with Iron Rose, there was magic power heat accumulating in my right arm. But Iron Rose was different from the original battle skill, so I estimated that I would be able to use battle skill again after half a day passed. But that shouldn't be the only reason why I got called here. What about the gift? Elena's eyes widened slightly when I bluntly asked her that question. Then she smiled dryly. That's so abrupt. I too was at a loss of what to talk about with you after so long, but certainly. That just wasn't like us. Elena changed her tone to be more casual to show that this was a personal talk. She took a sip of the tea that Sarah brewed and sighed. I refused the spirit's offer. Perhaps you also did the same, Arya. In exchange I asked the spirit whether they can make me healthy. But fire arrow. Elena suddenly pointed her hand at me and spoke the word to activate sorcery. But in my eyes, even though her mana was moving, I couldn't see any fire magic particle in it, and that sorcery didn't activate. I think my aptitude and elemental skill in fire sorcery has gone. The spirit talked about restoration of soul. If I lost one of my elements, the magic stone that is pressuring my heart will also gradually get smaller. If that was true, would Elena really become healthy? But Elena didn't look wholly delighted by that. Instead she sighed in self-depreciation. The fire sorcery skill that I had worked hard to increase until level 2 is gone. I was the one who agreed to it, but I can also understand a little about Carla's feeling that doesn't wish to become healthy. I see. The skill that was engraved in her soul was erased. Was it similar, like using Cure to erase it too? Elena also mentioned that she agreed before her skill got erased. Perhaps adding something to soul was easy. But even a tremendous existence like that was limited when it came to erasing skill that was engraved into the soul. Arya. I heard from Dalton that you obtained the dungeon's blessing. Aha, most likely this was the main topic. Elena leaned forward a little and peered into my eyes. A lot of people had witnessed your strength. Even if we try to keep it a secret, it will definitely get leaked and some nobles will try to bring you to their side. I noticed. Even if what I got wasn't actually a gift, obtaining the dungeon's blessing had turned me into a special existence in this country. I became an adventurer because I refused to get adopted by noble and got toyed by fate. But now, the nobles were going to approach me once more because of that power. I have a way to protect you. But it'll turn into a chain on you that limit the freedom that you sought. If Arya really wished for freedom, I think it'll be better if you go to another country, Elena. She lifted up her head that was looking down when I called her name. I won't run away anymore, Arya. I understood that it would become like this. Even if I didn't receive the dungeon's blessing, if I obtained a strength to oppose fate, someone who would wish to make use of that strength would definitely appear along the way. You should also be in danger, Elena. If it become known that you're healthy now, a side that want to make you into the queen will definitely appear, and then a side that doesn't like that might target your life. What are you going to do in that situation, Elena? Elena paused talking for a moment and closed her eyes. Then she immediately looked at me with a strong gaze. I thought that would be fine if that would make brother open his eyes. But now I'm also able to make another choice than that. Elena stopped talking there. She stood up and quietly held her hands toward me. I too won't run away anymore. I'm going to become the queen. That's why lend me your strength. Arya. Yes. Elena. I also stood up and enveloped the hands Elena held toward me with both my hands. From here a lot of nobles would approach Elena to make use of her, and a lot of enemies would target her. Grave, who was targeting me, would also target Elena. I'll protect Elena. I had gotten stronger for that. Our paths once split apart from each other, but after walking those paths alone, now our paths crossed each other once more into one path that we would walk together. A strong willpower was residing inside Elena's eyes. Those weren't the eyes of an 11-year-old girl, but the eyes of the first princess of a major country. She spoke to me with those eyes. Adventurer Arya of Rainbow Sword. I will enroll to the Sorcery Academy in 1 more years. I request you to guard me within the academy and eliminate my enemies during my 3 years of stay there. Or at the very least until my brother graduate. As you command, Your Highness. https://bookapervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/io09.jpg. Elena requested me as a princess. In response I kneeled on the spot and accepted. Then our serious expression suddenly crumbled and we smiled slightly to each other. Surely Carla would also be at the same sorcery academy that Elena would enroll into. I would also settle the matter between her and me. I wasn't going to oppose fate. I would smash it apart. The fated stage of autumn game that I avoided and that woman desired. It was finally going to start. Heroine Survival Volume 4 SS1. If I can go to meet with you. Digvolt. Purple light got shot from the hand of a small person wearing a robe. Several goblins got entangled by the lightning attack inside the dark dungeon. Gi. But one of them didn't die even after getting burned by the attack and leapt with its rusty short sword. Gust. A gust burst out from the hand of the robed person in that moment. It blew away the goblin just before its attack landed. Guillotine. The right hand quickly fired a wind blade and lopped off the goblin's head. The head rolled on the ground with an expression of anguish and exposed its red top part. Phew. That robed person. Carla Lester pulled down her hood and let out a sigh. She was in the 15th floor of the large-scale dungeon, located in a territory under the direct control of the royal family that was managed by Lester House. She had continuously entered inside by herself, but this area was her limit. She would be able to go slightly deeper if she camped inside the dungeon, but even that would be difficult because she didn't have any comrade who she could trust to stand guard. Carla flipped her arm sleeve and exposed a gash underneath it. The gash was turning into purple color. It was clearly poison. The short sword of the goblin that grazed her just now must be coated with poison. Treat. Carla licked the wound to ascertain the poison and simply neutralized the poison, but she postponed healing the wound for later. She left that spot and found a place that was located in a blind spot. There she reached her limit and sat down. Her complexion clearly looked bad, and not just because of the poison. She prioritized neutralizing the poison despite having poison resistance skill and postponed healing the wound despite her low stamina because my mana isn't enough. Carla muttered and took out a vegetable cookie from her spatially expanded bag. She nibbled on it and washed it down with mana recovery potion. The group of monster that appeared at the 15th floor would stop being rank 1. Monster of rank 4 and above still wouldn't appear in that floor, but in that place rank 3 monsters would start appearing in group. The monsters she defeated just now also weren't mere goblin, but rank 3 goblin variant called Red Cap. They had scout type skills and used poison. Carla was also rank 3, but The risk of her getting wounded would increase if monsters that were also rank 3 appeared in group. After all, there was also a case like just now where she failed to defeat the opponent in one attack. Few of the sorcery with rank below 3 was area attack. There was only the water ball of water sorcery among the ordinary sorcery, but it wasn't strong enough to be used against enemy of rank 3 and above. To solve that problem, Carla used lightning-type sorcery that was a combination of water and wind, but Digvolt simply had the tendency of scattering. It was hard to call it as a proper area attack. The damage it dealt on multiple opponents was unevenly distributed. Because of that, she would suffer wound and used sorcery even more to heal her injury and defeat the enemy that got away. It consumed her mana pointlessly and also slowed down her exploration speed. She put rations and potions into her spatially expanded bag so she could dive into dungeon for a long time. But there was also a limit to that. From the start she was a light eater and she wouldn't even mind to skip eating, but the prolonged battles shaved down her stamina that was already small from the start, making her needing to take a break no matter what. Like now. If it's her, she'll definitely be alright even by herself. Pekin. She munched on the hard-baked cookie while her mind turned toward the ash-covered girl who changed her fate. The aloof girl who said that she would kill her. Arya. When she heard the rumor that the ash-crowned princess who destroyed a branch of Assassin Guild was also still a very young girl, Carla got the hunch that it was Arya. She was alive. Even now she was placing herself in a battlefield for survival and continued to polish her fangs. She was being very spoiled compared to that. A battle where the strength of the encountered enemy was known was no different than mere work. She too had to become stronger no matter what for the coming battle to the death against that girl. Carla thought with a dark smile. I need to go a step higher. The limit of ordinary person was rank 3. Putting it another way, even ordinary person could reach that stage as long as they didn't slack off and put in effort. Going above rank 4 was a territory that could only be reached by those who surpassed their own limits. Carla imagined that she would reach rank 4 during her stay in the academy, but she felt that would be insufficient compared to Arya's resolve. I want strength. Since she killed her brothers when she was 5, she dreamed of killing her father and engulfing this country in flame. She was seeking strength to make that dream came true. She couldn't live without getting stronger. Day by day her father, mother, and servants were wishing for her death. She also obtained poison resistance during that, and since then Carla stopped eating food in her home. She wanted to become strong in order to live and kill. But just that alone was no good. The current Carla earnestly wanted to become even stronger for the sake of Arya, who accepted that she would fight her to the death. Her lovely dream of fighting Arya to the death got disturbed. Carla looked at the 3 orcs that suddenly appeared with a chilling gaze and stood up. Die. She created multiple fire javelins instantly and angrily fired them to mow down the orcs. The orcs grumbled inside the flame. But one of them didn't die in one hit, just like the red cap from before. It threw a stone axe in its dying moment, which grazed Carla's side and knocked her away. Carla hit the dungeon's wall and vomited out blood. Even so, she slowly stood up on her own feet and put her hand on her cheek with a troubled look. This is troubling. Am I actually weak? Carla Lester race, human rank 3. Magic power, 154. 410 stamina, 647 strength, 6 endurance, 3 agility, 10 dexterity, 8 light magic level 3, darkness magic level 3, earth magic level 3, water magic level 3, fire magic level 3, wind magic level 3, non-elemental magic level 3, daily life magic times 6, magic power control level 3, pressure level 3, night vision level 1, search level 2, simple appraisal. Overall combat strength, 472. Sorcery attack power, 708. Carla let out a small sigh like an ignorant young lady who went shopping without even knowing the value of currency. Even though she was soaked in blood with the smell of death drifting around her, such gesture really suited Carla, who was an actual daughter of a high-ranked noble. The status of sorcery attack power wasn't simply representing the power of a single attack, it was a number that was the equivalent of the body strengthening of close-quarter fighter, showing the sorcerer's versatility from possessing multiple attributes and their destructive power. There should be almost no rank 3 who could win against Carla if it was judged just from that number, but that was still far away from the ideal that Carla was seeking. She was used to put her life in danger where she shed blood. She was also used to pain and suffering. She didn't even feel fear toward death. Even if she was wounded with something that would kill even an adult, she wouldn't die right away if she radiated mana of light from her heart's magic stone immediately. That was just a daily routine for Carla. There wasn't a single thing in her current situation that satisfied her. As I thought, perhaps I should try making use of that. Although she wanted to burn the capital, her stamina that was like someone at the death's door worried her. Because of that, before this she was also thinking to draw those who wanted to harm the kingdom into the country. At that time Carla had already encountered Arya and lost interest towards such trifling matter, but then she recalled of the strange story that she once heard from the information broker she was using at that time. I think it's around here. 2 days after she decided what to do inside that dungeon, Carla made her way toward an area with bad public order inside Leicester territory. Carla's father, Count Leicester, had a strong sense of arrogance and apathy toward anyone below him. Although he was brilliant as a royal court sorcerer, the same couldn't be said about his capability as a ruler. Leicester House had no interest in anything else than sorcery and their social standing. They left the ruling of the territory to their steward, and even that ruling was being done simply by strictly enforcing the law. But the law being strict wasn't equal to the public order being good. Merchants with sharp wit had left Leicester territory. Those who remained only had their sights set on anything related to dungeon and the adventurers. The source of funds for the territory was mainly being covered by the subsidy of managing a large-scale dungeon. Even so, the state of the territory wasn't particularly worse compared to other nobles' territory. There were many noble houses that ruled like that when they had local specialty or other source of funds. But there was no way the eyes of the ruler reached until every corner in that kind of place, allowing illegal organizations to take root in that land. There was the sound of small pebbles being stepped on. Carla stopped walking and caught sight of several ill-bred-looking men at the corner of her eyes. Oi, girl, are you the brat who did the killing around here? Carla quietly turned around after feeling the hostility that the men were directing toward her. Carla was really thin despite her growth from her magic power. She felt nothing from being called a brat. But to anyone who didn't know Carla, it must be an unnatural scene seeing an adult man asking a kid if she was a murderer. Carla spoke toward those men without any tension. Do I know you guys? I'm searching for an information broker of the underworld though. I'm asking you if you did it or not. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader asked with a threatening voice after seeing Carla playing dumb. If you don't know then that's fine. Carla only glanced at that man briefly before losing interest. She then turned her back on him. The man's vein on his forehead throbbed from that treatment. The youngster behind him lost his patience and rushed forward. You shitty brat, don't ignore Big Br. Dogan. Without even looking back, Carla lightly waved her hand and a rock bullet shot out from there. It pulverized the head of the man who rushed forward. Just how much strength was put into that sorcery? The body of the man whose head was pulverized didn't get blown away. It only swayed gently before falling. At the same time a lot of blood spurted out and dyed the men around it red. The youngsters who instantly had gotten showered in flesh and blood screamed. There were even some who lost strength in their waist and couldn't stand up. But the leader still glared at Carla even under the shower of blood. I know it, you bastard is the culprit. Several murder cases had occurred around this area. Nobody would care if the victims were just some beggar or slum dweller, but there were relatives of the men among the victims. The leader howled, pulled out a short sword and attacked Carla. His combat strength was more than 400. He had the strength of an upper rank 3. This man was an assassin Haspin who was well known as a skilled fighter even in the underworld. There was a distance of 7 meters between Carla and him. It might not matter if the opponent was an ordinary person, but to this man, this distance was short enough to allow him to kill her before she could finish casting. The man didn't underestimate Carla at all. As a mere kid, their base combat strength was around the same, but, because she was a sorcerer, she would be helpless in this range if he moved earlier. There was simply no kid who could overcome their fear of death when someone came at them with a blade ready to strike. Got you. The short sword's tip was about to enter Carla's throat. The man was convinced of his victory, but the man noticed at that moment how Carla was looking at him without even blinking. He felt a chill on his back. Digvolt. Dodon? Lightning attack was fired from in front of Carla. It struck the man and blew him together with his underlings behind him. Lightning attack had no physical impact, but, by adjusting the lightning's strength, the living target that got hit by it would convulse at the moment before their death. It would cause them to be blown away by their own strength. Even so, there was no child who wouldn't get scared seeing a blade approaching right before their eyes. There were only two exceptions to that rule. It was the man's misfortune that one of them was right before him. Delicate magic control and courage that a child shouldn't be able to have. If even just one of them was missing, it would be Carla who got defeated. But for Carla this result was an inevitability. It was also the limit of this man who could only measure his opponent based on their combat strength value. Damn. Oh, you're alive? The rank 1 and 2 underlings behind the man couldn't endure lightning and they all died, but the leader alone was still alive even while lying down with smoke rising from his whole body. But Carla wasn't even bothered that she failed to kill him and looked down with a smile while narrowing her eyes that were surrounded with dark circles. Well, no wonder. You tried to divert the lightning by quickly filling the blade with mana, right? That's too bad, even though you might be able to kill me if you didn't abort your attack. He lost because he prioritized saving his own life. He lost because his courage was inferior compared to a kid. Carla made such provocation and grabbed the hair of the man who was unable to move. She lifted his head and quietly brought her face closer. But, this is fortunate. I just can't reach the place because even when I find someone who looks like they know the location, I'll just kill them right away. Can you show me the way to the Thief Guild? It wasn't just the Thief Guild, but any organization that was aligned with the underworld was hidden from public eye. Small organization would be disguised as a company or hiding in a residential house, while organization that had existed since a long time would become an existence that couldn't be perceived as a part of that city's history despite being in contact with the public. In the case of a large-scale organization like the Thief Guild that Carla was searching for, it didn't have a headquarters where everything was managed. Each branch would hide in their respective region and periodically change their base to escape from the investigation, so Carla couldn't find it. This is really troubling us, young miss. We already asked you to not lay your hand on our member, didn't we? The location was in the reception room of a company that was handling imported goods from other country. The Thief Guild was using it as their camouflage. There the man was making such snide remark to Carla, who was sitting elegantly on the opposite sofa. But she simply smiled cheerfully without any care. It's your fault that you moved your base. It was them who tried something with me even though I was only asking for the address. You aren't educating your men enough. I'll be more careful next time. That man. The chief of this guild branch, Lloyd, harbored muddy black feeling toward Carla's attitude. Even so, he put on a sincere smile on the surface. It had been 3 years since Lloyd got involved with Carla. Their first meeting was caused by a scammer who was a member of the Thief Guild trying to swindle Carla, who was planning to sell materials from dungeon in large amount. The scammers got killed, but Lloyd realized Carla's abnormality quickly and chose to join hand with her rather than getting into hostility with her. Dungeon materials were precious, but his guild bought them off from Carla with higher price than the market price. He considered it as him paying protection money to Carla. That decision wasn't a mistake. Right now he wanted to praise his past self for his excellent decision. But at the same time he also regretted, at that time he should abandon everything to the wind and ran away as fast as he could. The underworld would definitely call him a coward or insane condescendingly if he said something like that. But the militant big shots and the green underlings who thought like that and tried something with Carla just because they thought she was a child had all gotten burned to death. It was just as Carla said. He should have taught the members about Carla's appearance and strictly ordered them to not lay their hand on her. But Lloyd didn't do that. He moved the base's address and didn't notify her of the change because of the faint hope in his heart that he might be able to cut off contact with Carla like that. I also heard how the rumored woman is also a little girl who's still so young. I wonder just what's going on with the young woman of this generation. Lloyd muttered while sighing tiredly. But then he was startled when he saw Carla's eyes shining fierily after he said that. Don't tell me, you know her? Yes, she's the only one who can kill me in this world. She's my important person. Hearing those words made Lloyd wanted to curse God for making him having to get involved with this kind of girls. The girl who destroyed the northern branch of Assassin Guild and crushed several branches of Thief Guild that tried something with her. Ash Crown Princess. In the Thief Guild there was the militant faction that wanted to take revenge on her and the moderate faction that wanted to refrain from getting involved with her to avoid the damage. But even the council that was made up of the representatives from the influential branches managed to decide the policy that the Thief Guild should take against her. The damage kept piling up at the present, so the opinions were leaning toward not getting involved with Ash Crown Princess. But if the council found out that Lloyd had a dealing with a person who was involved with such character, his position as a branch chief would be in danger. No, that might not be the case. She was a business partner, but Carla was also counted as a dangerous character by the Thief Guild. She said that the Ash-Crowned Princess would kill her, but, as someone who knew Carla well, he could easily imagine that surely this thing between the two girls would lead to a duel to the death between them. Regardless of what the council would decide, he refused to try anything with such dangerous character and die because of that. But, if these two extremely dangerous people fought each other to the death, then there wasn't even any point to intentionally take any risk to do anything to them. If Lloyd brought this information to the council, it might enable him to become a member of the council. But that would be a dangerous gamble. If he leaked information carelessly, he might turn both Carla and Ash-Crowned Princess into his enemy. To prevent that, he needed to curry favor with Carla to some degree. 3 months after that, Carla could be found in a noble territory along the western border. Distance-wise it should be possible for her to arrive here quicker. But even Carla needed to make some preparation first. Now then, I wonder where are they? According to the information that he obtained from the Thief Guild, there was an eyewitness of that around 1 year ago. After that there was no more eyewitness report, but it seemed that the number of people who went missing from the remote villages increased since that time period. People went missing actually wasn't that rare of an occasion. That was even truer at remote villages near the border. Place where human could live in this monster-infested world was limited. Mankind was gradually expanding their living habitat from the region along the sea, but then they were unable to get any further after some point. The reason of the stagnation was because places that were habitable for human itself were mercenaries who specialized in exploration. The adventurers would find habitable places and remove the monsters from there, but powerful monsters would mercilessly bear their fang if they kept expanding forcefully. Even if the monsters were removed, people got dispatched, and a village was built to display to the enemies that it was a human habitat. A pioneering village that got reduced into half their number would have to retreat in several years because of the monster's threat. In case of missing people, naturally the majority of them would be because of monster attack. But even then the victims would be hunter going into the forest or villager who got too far away from the village. It was impossible of people inside the village to go missing without even leaving behind the corpse like the cases this time. Naturally in such case the villagers would consider it as crime and send petition to the feudal lord, but the incidents would stop happening when knight or soldier got dispatched. Then after a while the missing cases would occur again but in different village. Setting aside the missing cases, the Thief Guild in that area also thought whether they could sell this information to the noble, but there was only one eyewitness report and even that information couldn't be firmly proved as being related to the missing people cases, so the idea got discarded. That branch felt dissatisfied about that and sounded out several branch chiefs about buying the information. Lloyd bought that information was an upfront investment, thinking that perhaps supporting information would appear in later date and he would be able to sell it to some influential noble. But his expectation wasn't answered. No additional information appeared. At that time he also offered it to Carla for a reasonable price, but this time Carla was able to obtain the information for almost free. Carla then used her connection as a noble and bribed some corrupt officials to gather even more detailed information that was related to the missing people cases. Using the gathered information as base, she combined all her knowledge from books including the banned books in Leicester House and drew a single hypothesis. First, assuming that the eyewitness report was accurate, the reason of the culprit's appearance was infiltration into Claydale Kingdom. From there they abducted people to gather information and also as terrorism. They had the reason to do such thing. They weren't human and unable to enter inside city. They who were hostile against human should be able to create a base if they relied on the underworld, but they were unable to do that. If she considered that the reason was related with the missing people cases, She could imagine what might be their reason. They were meeting difficulty in their infiltration exactly because they had a reason to abduct human. They were still needing to continue changing location while abducting human, so they still couldn't do any proper infiltration. And then even though they kept changing places, their need to abduct human periodically caused them to be predictable. Finally found you? Late at night in a certain village, the culprit who was attacking the villager in the hut for charcoal making bared their fang toward Carla, who suddenly appeared. As I thought, you are non-human. An existence who wasn't human despite looking like one. Many of such existences had the trait of targeting human as their food. An existence that had the same way of thinking as human but had to eat human to live. Human society couldn't accept them and even the underworld avoided them. But there was a big reason why they couldn't enter human city and tried to infiltrate into human country like this. That was, nice to meet you, evil race. Evil race. It was a derogatory term for dark elf, and the general term for those who were hostile against human nation. It wasn't written in humans' history book, but, according to the banned books, the native people of this continent was none other than the Dark Elves. They were designated as evil and chased out by the Holy Church of humans who migrated here from another continent. They loathed the Holy Church and hated the human nations that believed in it. They were chased away from their home and had to live in a harsh environment. She heard that in order to secure fighting strength, they even recognized non-human as subjects. That man was a Dark Elf who was called as Evil Race. And he was also a repulsive non-human. I'll kill you. That Dark Elf who got found out yelled with voice that had accent and pulled out a weapon. Non-human man race : Dark Elf rank 3 magic power : 194/212 stamina : 153/230 overall combat strength : 360 times 2 opening parenthesis 720 closing parenthesis. The strength that she sensed from him was around rank 3, but the combat strength that she saw with appraisal was far beyond that. The strength of Dark Elf was no different than Forest Elf, but this non-human man was rank 3 but with strength that was nearly rank 4. Carla believed that she wouldn't lose easily even if she fought him, but that wasn't her reason for searching them. Wait, I come here with a good offer for you all. The man stopped moving from Carla's words. It wasn't that he trusted Carla. It was because he had also sensed Carla's strength using his non-human instinct. He wouldn't get out unscathed if they fought seriously. She had something that made him thought that. Of course, as a non-human he didn't intend to lose against mere human, but it was because of his inhumanity that he felt Carla's abnormality and hesitated to attack. What do you want? I'm glad that you're listening. Carla, who had also considered fighting first in order to make him submit, smiled sweetly while hiding her subtle killing intent that couldn't be fully covered up. That smile provoked the man's suspicion even more, but because Carla looked like a sickly kid at the outside, his pride as an existence that surpassed human drowned his impulse. I know that your group is trying to infiltrate this country, and also how it's not going well at all. What about it? Because some evil race had appearance that was far removed from human. It was non-human race like them who came to infiltrate with few number of elites. But Dark Elf was known as the natural enemy of human nation. They had to eat human but they couldn't get involved with human. Because of such difficulties, in reality there hadn't been any progress with their plan even after nearly 1 year. But, what if there is a place where there won't be a commotion even if people go missing, can be used as a base, and has a lot of buildings that doesn't belong to anyone. What do you want? The man repeated his question just now one more time. Certainly they wouldn't have this much difficulty if they had that kind of place. Their field of activities would widen if they had a base. They would finally be able to take the first step to their objective. But what was the benefit for this human girl in helping them like that? In response to that question, Carla smiled with a dark gaze that sent a chill to the man's back. It's simple, because I have a lot of people who I want dead. Carla told the man about her life. The people who toyed with her fate, the people who overlooked it, Those who played around and laughed to each other happily while not noticing that such thing was going on. She wanted to burn down everything of that. For that purpose she wanted to draw the evil race that also held similar grudge toward human into this country and made use of their strength. The man was overwhelmed from feeling such repulsive hatred and sentiment from so close. Even so he felt that anger and hatred were similar to them, the evil race. With that he finally obtained a reason to understand Carla's motivation. I understand your desire, but I can't decide this by myself. I don't mind. Then, where is the one who can make the decision? Right now we're moving separately, but if it's just with some of us then you can meet them immediately. So you will bring me to them? My name is Carla. Carla offered her hand for a handshake even knowing that the other party was a non-human. The man felt anxiety seeping out from the bottom of his heart seeing that. Even so he quietly shook her hand. I am ... call me Musa. Naturally Musa still wouldn't talk much even after deciding to hear about Carla's offer. Even so Carla guessed from bits and pieces of his words that he didn't have a lot of comrade with him. She imagined that at most their group only consisted of 10 odd people. It seemed that Musa was categorized as weak among that group. Carla, who sought strong existence in order to burn down the capital, nodded in satisfaction. That was because if all of them were non-human, they would have combat strength that was more than their actual rank suggested. That was exactly the reason why she searched for evil race. That would make this worth it for her. Let me give you this as present. Carla showed her present in order to obtain trust. It caused the color of Musa's eyes to change. After all, the infiltration of Musa's group didn't go well because they couldn't obtain that. When entering another country as a spy, it was the first thing that had to be obtained even if they had to contact the local underworld and paid a lot of money for that. That was a map. Is it the real thing? Yes, you need it, right? Musa stared hungrily at the details that were drawn on the map on Carla's hand. They had tried to obtain map in this 1 year but they couldn't even contact the assassin guild that was rumored to even accept monster into their rank. They even braved danger by moving the members of their small group separately just to obtain map. But there was no way they could obtain proper map from attacking remote village or merchant caravan. Even if they found some, they were all just simple map of the surrounding. But the map that Carla brought with her was very detailed with Claydale Kingdom's major highways and major cities drawn on it. Musa's hand reached out and grabbed the map on Carla's hand. Their plan would progress if they had this. Thinking that, Musa's hand moved to pull the map toward him. It was then, rip. Carla strongly pulled at that moment. The map got ripped into 2 from its crease. Now each person was only holding half of the map. I'll hand over this one after you have properly introduced me. For now even just that half should be enough, right? The half of the map in Musa's hand depicted the western region of the kingdom, the region where the evil race was lurking right now. Certainly just with this would make it easier for them to search for a base. But the geographical information around the capital that they needed was in Carla's hand. Got it. Tomorrow I'll be able to contact with several of my comrades. Are you fine with that? Yes, of course. I'll be waiting for a good news. The night of the next day when Carla showed herself at the abandoned village that Musa designated, Musa confirmed that she came alone and met her. You came. Musa grimaced slightly seeing Carla looking around with interest. In the past this might be a pioneering village with population around 300 people. It looked like this place had been abandoned for more than 10 years based on the decay to the houses. The reason why this place got abandoned was unknown, but it looked like even the evil race couldn't use it as their base. There was a recent trace of repair inside the house. Even so they had to give up on it. From Musa's perspective, Carla's gaze on that failed attempt might feel like an insult, but Carla looked around not because of such trivial reason. The others over there aren't going to come out? Those words of Carla caused the presence from somewhere around to waver. So you noticed, girl. Immediately, a man who was accompanied by 2 dark elves appeared several meters behind Carla. They felt very strong even just from their presence. The 2 who were accompanying him were also around the same level like Musash felt that their strength were around rank 3, but the evil race who was the only female among them was making a displeased look. It was because the wavering presence came from her. The strength of the 3 of them including Musa was around the same or slightly lower than Carla as long as she didn't pay attention to their combat strength. But the man standing at the middle was in a different level than them. He Evil race man race dark elf rank 4 magic power 234/254 stamina 328/389 overall combat strength 925 times 2 opening parenthesis 1850 closing parenthesis. If Musa and the other two rank 3 were in charge of information gathering, this man who possessed high combat strength was a warrior of evil race who was chosen in order to fulfill their objective. It seemed the man had also appraised Carla's combat strength. He took out a map from his pocket with a slightly condescending look. I have taken a look at the map. It seems to be genuine. Unlike Musa's halting speech, this man spoke the official language fluently while waving around the halved map. He treated such important things slovenly was to show off their superiority against Carla and also because they had finished copying it. With this it will be easy to find a base. The same with finding food. It should also become possible to attack the capital with the remaining half in your possession. But you know. The man glared at Carla arrogantly. He had such attitude more because he was a non-human evil race rather than dark elf. Girl. You said that your name is Carla? I heard about your objective from Musa. Apparently you want to make use of us for our strength, huh? I'll overlook your human arrogance, but what is it that you wish from us? Even if they worked together, both sides wouldn't be able to grant everything that the other wanted. The evil race was thinking that they would be able to draw even more useful things from Carla, seeing that she already gave them a map from the start. But in order to do that they first had to compare and adjust to each other's wish. The rank 4 evil race was pressuring Carla persistently. Partly it was for making the negotiation progressed in their favor, but it was also partly because they were looking down on Carla, who was a human. They too didn't become non-human because they wished for it, but the strength that came from it was one of the things supporting them. That was why they unconsciously looked down on Carla and got on board with her offer even though she was clearly someone suspicious. Can you tell me your name before I tell you about my wish? Carla smiled wetly as she asked him that. The man frowned. Even so he generously nodded, thinking just that much should be fine. My name is Zuraimon. Washim. It's Sida. The rank 4 man was Zuraimon. Next the tall man introduced himself as Washim and the woman was Sida. Thank you. Those are good names. Zuraimon, are there still others who are as strong as you? Don't worry. Those who came here are the warriors of our clan. We aren't as strong as the clan chief, but we won't fall behind the human warriors. Hearing that, Carla thought, I see. There were more rank 4 other than him, but he placed the clan chief above him and treated the other warriors as his equal, so there was no rank 5 here. Perhaps that so-called chief was rank 5. That was Carla's hypothesis. That's good to hear. Weakling isn't needed. Carla unconsciously let her true feelings slip. It caused Sida to instantly look angry. Zuraimon lifted a hand to hold her back while jerking his chin to urge Carla to continue. My wish. Let's see. Will you listen to me for a bit? Carla felt that his limit was fast approaching. She had pretended to be friendly until this long. It should be fine already. She discarded the robe she was wearing and started walking while pinching on the bottom of her dress as though she was dancing. I want to kill everyone. I want to burn everything. But I'm very weak. I can't even kill 1,000 people by myself. A sudden monologue. She looked like a revenant who came back to the country of the dead, and yet her voice was lively like a girl in love. I was alone. Nobody would understand me. But one day. A prince appeared before my lone self. Zuraimon and others gulped when Carla looked back a little toward them with fiery eyes. I want to die on top of the mountain of corpses that I killed. But I don't want to die in the hand of the people who said that they don't need me. That person is the only one who understand me. That person is the only one who understand my true wish. Carla's atmosphere started to change gradually. A look of bewilderment also appeared in the faces of the evil race. They were slowly feeling that something was out of place. How wonderful it will be if we can fight each other to the death on top of a mountain of corpses. But it's no good. That person is getting stronger in the worst environment. And yet I'm too spoiled. It will be insincere of me if I'm unable to kill that person who say that she will kill me. What are you saying? Zuraimon unconsciously cut in. His face was showing bewilderment and anxiety towards something unknown. Carla would help them while also asking for their help. That was because she couldn't obtain satisfactory result if she only relied on her current strength. Carla sought strength from the evil race. It was so that she could make use of their strength. The evil race too also understood her reasoning after hearing that. But The premise itself for all those assumptions was mistaken. Because I'm happy that you all are strong. Because Carla turned around. The evil race saw her genuine smile and shivered as though they had just seen a monster. I'll be able to become even stronger if I can kill you all. Zuraimon raised his voice in response to the pitch-black killing intent that was radiating from Carla. Scatter. Zuraimon jumped back. Musa and Washim followed suit a moment later. But Sada, who was unable to comprehend the meaning of Carla's smile and words for a moment, got enveloped with powerful fire in the next moment. Sada. Musa hurriedly used water sorcery to Sada, who was writhing inside the flame. Stop her. Zuraimon sensed Carla's mana swelling up and threw a needle. Washim rushed forward at the same time. But Carla didn't dodge. To be more accurate, she kept her eyes wide open and let herself get hit by that evil race's needle that was around 30 centimeters long, even while firing sorcery to the two defenseless opponents. Digvolt. The lightning attack struck through Washim, who was about to leap at her, and Sada, who was being showered by a mass of water. Jaya, flame and electricity. The water got instantly evaporated. And not only that, the water acted as medium for the electricity to burn Sada's body from the inside. Her body was carbonized and crumbled into ash. As I thought. Even vampire will die after getting damaged that much. Musa's eyes opened wide from Carla's words. Vampirathi were human who changed into monster that sucked blood. But she heard the evil race that had small population overall was accepting even those who changed into monster as clan. Even so, compared to the ordinary dark elf, they were living with a feeling of inferiority because of their need of human as food. The evil race could only accepted them just barely because they attacked the people of human nations as their food. Without that, there was no way that a small clan like them would be given a dangerous mission like infiltrating other country where there was a high possibility that they might get annihilated. Even so, it was decided that they would do this mission because of their high status and immortality due to being vampire. Their body would regenerate as long as they had mana. The only way to kill them was to behead them, crush the magic stone in their heart, or burn them to ash. Vampire had no need to care about their physical limit thanks to their high regenerative ability and could obtain high combat strength. But any creature would die when they were killed as long as they had flesh body. You bastard, is this your plan from the start? Carla responded to Zuraimon's words with a thin smile. Their worry was correct. From the start, Carla's wish was only one. Please become the nourishment to make me stronger. Weak opponent couldn't serve as nourishment. Human could finally become stronger only in the middle of battle, where even just a single moment of carelessness could kill them instantly. Carla casually pulled out the long needle that pierced her stomach. Then she laughed joyfully with her face that had gotten even paler. Kill her! Zuraimon furiously yelled. The vampires were persecuted even within the evil race, and they volunteered to undertake this dangerous mission for the sake of their comrades. Because of that, their bond with each other was strong. Seeing their comrade getting killed made the anger and hatred inside them exploded. That's right. Come at me seriously. Enough talk. Washim recovered from the electricity's damage due to his regeneration. He grew his claws longer and rushed toward Carla once more in response to her words. Stone shot. Carla's stone bullet intercepted him. Washim's arm was broken, but he paid it no mind, swept the stone aside, but the strength of the shot pushed him back. But it's over. At the same time with that, Zuraimon vanished and leapt out from Carla's shadow. His needle that was made from magic iron pierced Carla's chest. The Zuraimon saw Carla's white hand reaching toward him. He reflexively took some distance from her. How was she moving with her chest pierced like that? Why was an immortal like him jumping away from her? That was because of the premonition of death that he felt for the first time since becoming an undead. He couldn't describe it with words. Still no good, Carla murmured with the needle still sticking in her chest. The three, including Musa who had recovered from the paralysis, surrounded her. Are you immortal? There's no way that's the case. Carla slowly pulled out the needle from her chest, but the blood that should spurt out from there immediately stopped. Zuraimon noticed how her whole body was enveloped in faint light and realized that Carla was using healing sorcery. However, no matter how talented she was in healing sorcery, human should die when her chest was stabbed, and yet Carla was still alive. How? Washim couldn't endure it and screamed. The opponent was just a single rank 3. Furthermore, she was a child and sorcerer who couldn't even fight in close quarter. Even so, Carla's mysteriousness and her abnormal way of fighting and seeing a fellow vampire getting killed so easily made his mind reach the limit. He grew his claws once more and leapt at Carla. His broken arm was already regenerating. Both Washim and Musa would have been already out of the fight from their wounds if they weren't undead. Washim survived thanks to his immortality and attacked Carla recklessly also because of that. He couldn't endure an incomprehensible fear even though he had immortality. Wow! The claws that were swung with superhuman strength were dodged in a hair's breadth. Even so, Carla failed to dodge completely and blood spurted from her shoulder. She frowned seeing that. Seeing that Musa also attacked Carla with a short sword. Washim also swung his claws at Carla as though he received a push from something. Carla dodged the two's fierce attacks in a hair's breadth. Although she managed to dodge in a hair's breadth, she didn't get away unscathed. She only avoided getting lethal wound while her body and dress were getting torn up and dyed with blood. From the start, Carla only had the stamina of a toddler. Even just a little bleeding might become lethal for her. Even so, Carla didn't fall. Zurema was staring at that scene with a glare. He wasn't a pure swordsman but a sorcerer. But his mana capacity wasn't that big and normally he used darkness magic to fight like an assassin. But it was because he had gotten serious that he was looking for a chance to use sorcery. But there was small confusion and impatience inside Zuraiman's eyes as he observed Carla. Vampire couldn't grow. In exchange of their regeneration and immortality, their physical body wouldn't grow and they couldn't learn new skill. Zuraiman feared Carla. Unlike them who could only fight without concerning themselves of life and death, Carla who was changing in the middle of fighting was scary. Musa swung his short sword. The moment Carla, whose speed was several levels below him, dodged, Zuraiman's body trembled and his eyes widened in shock. Zuraiman screamed. He used it as replacement for activation word and fired level 4 fire sorcery fire breath. Musa and Washim, who were absorbed in attacking, returned to their senses from that scream. They swiftly jumped away and at the same time a wave of flame assaulted Carla, who was standing still. Then, I understand. A blade of ice lance grew from Carla's hand. With her powerful magic control, she swung the produced ice like a sword and cut apart the fire breath's flame. Musa and Washim held their breath from witnessing that unbelievable scene. Zuraiman, who was the only one understanding what Carla just did, made an astonished expression. What was the true identity of the anxiety and fear that Zuraiman that the vampires were feeling? Vampire wouldn't grow, but human child could grow with shocking speed. The reason why Carla threw herself into this reckless battle was truly to use them as nourishment for her growth. They finally realized that. Carla Lester race, human rank 3, magic power, 327, 410 stamina, 347, strength, 7 1-up endurance, 3 agility, 11 1-up dexterity, 8. Martial art level 3 new. Light magic level 3 darkness magic level 3 earth magic level 3 water magic level 3 fire magic level 3 wind magic level 3 non-elemental magic level 3 daily life magic times 6. Magic power control level 4 1-up pressure level 4 1-up night vision level 1 search level 2 simple appraisal. Overall combat strength 511. Sorcery attack power 766 39 up. I finally understand. Carla's blood-stained skin was regenerating as though she was an immortal creature. Washim felt something indescribable from seeing that. It made him attack Carla without any thought of how it made him looked. There was a large difference between human and vampire's physical ability. But Carla dodged the attack with a movement that couldn't be compared from before. She then used Water Ball to push away Washim along with the other two. Carla had obtained martial arts skill that had reached level 3 instantly. Originally it was a skill that needed to grow step by accumulating practice. But she was able to skip that process because she took part in a hopeless battle that pushed her to do that. Her opponents were 3 people who were around her level or stronger than that. As a sorcerer she would have no chance of winning if they closed the distance with her. That was exactly why Carla thought it was worth it to take on such challenge. There was something that she could see only because she was standing in the interval between life and death, within the deathly battle where the average person would have died for more than 10 times. She intentionally let herself hit by the attack that she wouldn't be able to dodge fully anyway. She only took care to avoid getting her heart hit. The banned books that Carla read also included the description of human dissection. Carla had also practiced the dissection using the body of her attackers, like that she dodged attack where the line between life and death was just a step away. She healed her body with healing magic, and obtained martial art in that extreme situation. Then the martial art skill she learned influenced her to become able to use body strengthening. The influence from that increased her magic power control to level 4. Which granted Carla the competency to cut apart even Zoraemon's sorcery. Carla's rapid growth in magic power control enabled her to accelerate her thinking speed by 40%. She used that while taking the sight of Musa, Washim, and the still dumbfounded Zoraemon in her eyes. The world really looked different. It was as though the world that she had been seeing until now had changed completely. She became able to see the enemy's movement thanks to the thought acceleration she obtained. She also became able to use sorcery with even more precision thanks to the extra leeway in her mentality. Carla laughed loudly from her feeling of exultation. If it was now, she got the feeling that she would be able to understand something even more. Washim, get back! Musa yelled at Washim, who was lying on the ground. It seemed getting soaked in water made him remembered of Sida's last moment. Even electricity that could kill human instantly was survivable for vampire if it was just a single hit. But Washim wouldn't be able to dodge the second hit while lying on the ground like that. Musa instantly concluded that, and he rushed forward while spreading both his hands in order to use himself as shield for his comrade. But Musa saw Carla's hand was emitting cold air and made a triumphant smile on his face. Something like that won't work on us. Unlike flame or lightning that they were weak against, vampire was strong against cold. They had resistance against ice sorcery. Musa smiled, thinking that he would be able to kill Carla as long as he managed to endure the attack. But then Zoraemon's scream reached him from behind. Musa, don't let yourself get hit with that. Zoraemon wanted to provide backup, but because Musa spread his arms to act as shield, it also prevented the vampire side from attacking. Musa might be able to win against Carla if he abandoned Washim to his death. Zoraemon might be able to kill Carla if he abandoned Musa and fired his sorcery. But they couldn't do that. The anxious tone in Zoraemon's voice and the darkness in Carla's eyes made Musa realize his blunder. Ice Lance. Ice-type sorcery destroyed the target more with its hardness and speed rather than its coldness. But Carla used her magic power control so that the ice lance she fired prioritized coldness rather than destructiveness. The water clinging on Musa's body got frozen. Using that as medium, even the inside of his body got frozen. Then a stone bullet that Carla fired smashed him into pieces. Musa. Carla laughed under the sparkling pieces of ice that were raining down while the other vampires screamed the name of their dead comrade. Even vampire will die if they're smashed to pieces, right? Carla's voice sounded delighted. In response, Zoraemon narrowed his gaze in resolve. Washim die. Got it. Washim agreed without any hesitation to Zoraemon's sudden demand. They were facing a terrifying opponent. The two vampires of the evil race had stopped thinking of Carla as a mere rank 3. Although Carla was a terrifying opponent, she wasn't a warrior that they could respect. Even though she was still a little girl, she showed abnormal mentality and growing speed and killed 2 vampires with those. If they left Carla alone like this, she would surely become an enemy that brought about disaster for the evil race. They had to kill her here and now. This would be their last chance to kill her with certainty. Now that she still just rank 3. Both Zoraemon and Washim understood that. Washim roared and rushed forward just like Musa in order to seal Carla's movement. But doing that would only lead to the same conclusion like with Musa against the current Carla who had obtained body strengthening and thought acceleration. Perish here, Carla. Zoraemon yelled and unleashed his mana. He wouldn't let Musa and Sida's death to be in vain. Zoraemon and Washim had resolved themselves to kill Carla even if it cost them their life. Fire breath. Zoraemon was a sorcerer of darkness and flame. His skills stopped growing because of his transformation into vampire, but he had raised his skills precision after so many years. No matter how strong she was, a rank 3 like Carla wouldn't have any way to resist. That should be the case. So you use that. To Carla, whose magic power control had grown and felt like she was just a moment away from grasping something, Seeing Zoraemon's sorcery that had been polished for many years multiple times became the last impetus that gave her inspiration. Fire breath. Immense mana also surged from Carla's hand and a wave of flame burst out. The two fire breath hit Washim from front and back and evaporated him instantly. Damn you, Ahaka. Zoraemon's yell and Carla's laugh filled the air. The two flames clashed amidst that and scattered sparks of mana to the surrounding. Carla Lester Race, Human Rank 4 1-up. Magic Power, 327 440 Stamina, 247 Strength, 7 Endurance, 3 Agility, 11 Dexterity, 8 Martial Art Level 3, Light Magic Level 3, Darkness Magic Level 3, Earth Magic Level 3, Water Magic Level 3, Fire Magic Level 4 1-up, Wind Magic Level 3, Non-Elemental Magic Level 3, Daily Life Magic ×6, Magic Power Control Level 4, Pressure Level 4 1-up, Night Vision Level 1, Search Level 2, Simple Appraisal. Overall Combat Strength, 732, Sorcery Attack Power, 1098 221 up. Impossible. Zoraemon's eyes expressed that after seeing Carla's combat strength. Zoraemon and his subordinates didn't become vampire because they wanted it. Even so, they possessed exceptional strength among the evil race clan. It was because of that strength that they were shunned even among the evil race. But if they successfully land a serious blow to human nation through this mission, then their clan's evaluation among the evil race should change. But that hope that should be within their reach thanks to their existence as powerful immortal creature was thwarted by just a single person. A growing human girl. The difference between vampire who stopped growing and power that surged from achieving even more growth broke the equilibrium between the clashing flames. At the end, Zoraemon looked up to the night sky with a sorrowful look. Forgive me. Chief. The figure of the girl who dispatched them here crossed Zoraemon's mind. Then Carla's flame burned him to ash together with that memory. Carla vomited blood from her mouth due to the recoil of powerful magic power while quietly placing her hands on her chest. She looked up to the moon like a girl in love without sparing any thought at all for the vampires she had just killed. With this finally. I can have a fight to the death. Go to meet with you, Arya. Heroine Survival Volume 4 SS2. The princess seen from the maid's eyes. Chloe was assigned with that role when she was 15 years old after graduating from the Royal Sorcery Academy. She was born in a knight household that directly served Melrose House. Her big brother and little brother had been slotted to be knights of Melrose House since they were born, but when woman was born, there was a rule that they would become a knight of the Black Ops. Unlike the daughter of the common knight household where they would marry other knight. She didn't feel any discontent about that. Female knights could also be found in Claydale Kingdom, but they weren't really considered as fighting strength. Instead, their main duty was to guard the women of higher-ranked noble house or as decoration in ceremony and the like. They wouldn't be sent to the battlefield, and it was impossible for them to climb the rank by raking achievement with their sword skill. In this world where one's ability got seared into their soul by magic particles to become skill, the difference between male and female in a fight wasn't that important, but most likely there were many people with old-fashioned way of thinking among the nobles. In such situation, many women with talent like Chloe harbored discontent. But it was a different story when it came to Black Ops Knight. Chloe's family was from a lineage of retainer that had served Melrose House since a long time ago. She herself also had no problem with swinging sword around. Using her naturally high physical strength and endurance, she obtained a lot of recognition as a heavy knight. The Black Ops Knights were those who specialized in combat. Even among the Black Ops organization, they would hide their identity, travel not only inside the country but also to other country, defeat enemy, and if necessary steal information. There were also a lot of people who belonged to the Black Ops organization but didn't get into any fight and only did administration work, but only people who could be trusted could become Black Ops Knights, seeing it was their job to track down and defeat enemy. They could be called as elite just like the Royal Guards. For Chloe, who only knew about the southern region and the capital, the work of Black Ops that would require her to go all over the country for spying and fighting filled her chest with expectation, although she knew that such thinking was improper. But Chloe's first duty right after she graduated from the academy was something so vital that it was unthinkable that a beginner like her would be assigned to it. You didn't hear me, Chloe. You are going to become the personal maid of the first princess. She got called to the capital and got told that by her direct superior Sarah Sildren. At first she thought that she heard wrong, but unfortunately she didn't. The first princess, Her Highness Elena, was just born several days ago from the second queen. For some reason Chloe got chosen to be her maid. Why am I chosen for that role? She understood that an order from the Black Ops was absolute. Even so, Chloe couldn't stop herself from asking Sarah that question. Sarah Sildren, a lady from a barren house. She was a Crusian person, which was rare among Claydale nobility, so she was also someone who Chloe looked up to. Sildren House was a lineage with high loyalty and fighting strength even among the retainers of Melrose House. Sarah was still a 20-year-old youth, but she had already reached rank 4 and got promoted to be in charge of Queen Palace's security. The number of people who knew about her strength was limited, but she was more known about her beauty rather than her strength. Her popularity wasn't just limited to within the country. It was still fresh in everyone's memory how an ambassador from the influential desert country Khalfan Empire fell in love with her from the first sight and asked her hand in marriage. Even though someone like Sarah was here, a daughter of a Minnite household like her who was still a rookie was chosen instead as the princess's maid. She didn't understand why. There were a lot of people with tricky personality among the veteran Black Ops Knights, but if it was Sarah then she should be able to control them. Chloe really wanted to refuse this assignment because she still had hope of traveling all over the country. Seeing that, Sarah opened her mouth without any change in expression. Don't spread this around, but the mental state of the princess's mother, the second queen, is unwell. I believe that your ability as shield will be necessary for Her Highness. There is a risk the second queen would act violently in a fit of rage, so protect the princess with your body day and night. That was the order that was given to her. I'm just a girl from a lowly knight household who doesn't even have any achievement though. There's no problem. I have also checked your reputation and grade at the academy. And there's also no problem ideology-wise from you, Chloe, and your family too. So I recommended you to His Excellency the Prime Minister and he approved. Is that so? Her background was already investigated and all paths of escape had also been cut off. It seemed that she had been correctly evaluated as the result of working too hard to become a Knight of Black Ops. I understand. I shall give it my all to not betray Sarah's Armor's expectation. She suddenly got thrown into the palace that was like a completely world beyond her reach before this. But if she got Sarah as her superior then she would surely manage somehow when she got into trouble. Chloe accepted the assignment with such thought. Sarah nodded in satisfaction before she suddenly recalled something and added, That's right. I'm going to marry this month and retire, so I'll leave the rest in your hands. Like that, Chloe's first mission in the Black Ops was working in the palace as the princess's bodyguard maid. She wasn't completely dumped into it on her own. A fellow Black Ops male also became the princess's caretaker as a butler, but as expected a male couldn't be expected to take care of Her Highness's more personal care. It forced Chloe to do some things on her own. Chloe was not alone by any means, seeing that it was the first princess they were talking about here. But in most cases it should be female who was the second daughter or third daughter from Baron or Baronet house who became the princess's personal attendant. Even though she was in Black Ops, the still young Chloe had the lowest station in there. Furthermore, the females other than her feared the second queen's temper, so Chloe had to do tasks like being poison taster for the princess or changing her diaper alone. Even so, Chloe gave it her all because Princess Elena was cute. Not only she had the appearance like a blonde-haired and blue-eyed fairy, Elena also became incredibly attached to Chloe, who was constantly at her side taking care of her. She would hug Elena when she cried, thinking of her mother who rarely showed her face. It wasn't long before she started to think of her as her actual little sister. But even that situation changed when Elena turned the years old. The special education from the second queen that resembled torture began. Even so, Elena sought her mother's warmth and continued to do her best desperately, but her health became ruined after obtaining 4 elements, and it made the second queen abandon Elena. Since then Elena's atmosphere changed. Elena, who was overflowing with talent from the start, bloomed and even obtained the intellect to advise her father the king. Chloe felt sad seeing that. Even so, she offered her loyalty not to the royal family but to Elena herself as a knight, that she would offer even her life to protect her. That Elena changed once more when she encountered a certain girl. The king saw a glimpse of Elena's caliber to become queen and called back Sarah from retirement. That Sarah appointed that pink-haired girl to be apprentice bodyguard maid for Elena. The girl also possessed a characteristic that was unbecoming for a child. Similar like Elena. Elena became even more mature after that girl saved her. That girl headed to the north for a black ops assignment and went missing because of Graves' betrayal. When she heard that news, Elena looked like she was wasting away, although she still believed in the girl's survival. In order to support Elena, who was in such condition, Chloe cooperated with the butler Yosef, who had also been serving Elena since she was a baby. She did everything she could to improve the environment around the princess. Chloe, who couldn't accompany the princess into the dressing room because of her low standing during the kidnapping incident in Dental, also won the position as the princess's #1 attendant, so that the same incident wouldn't be repeated. She even got assigned as the princess's chamberlain and obtained authority as befitted that position. Several years passed after that. When Elena was starting to show talent as a princess that was clearly even more superior than her big brother the crown prince, a report about the survival of the pink-haired girl reached them. Elena also got ordered by the king to go into the dungeon as a royalty. When she heard that the girl would participate as bodyguard adventurer in the dungeon exploration, the tenseness that it was always present in Elena's expression before vanished. "I wonder if this is fine." "Yes, it really looks good on you, Elena's armor." Elena was constantly conducting herself as the princess in her daily life. Although she was still 11 years old, her high intellect allowed her to understand her position as a royalty who had to guide the people. At less than 4 years old, she gave up on becoming a king herself because of her body's weakness. Even though Elena judged that her brother didn't really have the caliber to become the king, she was resolving herself for even the possibility of dying as a shield for her brother in this dungeon exploration, in order to prevent this country from falling into chaos as a royalty. But Elena's strained atmosphere from disciplining herself to constantly look like a dignified princess was splendidly crumbling in these several days. But something that is easy to move around with will be. The person herself must be trying to look no different than usual. In fact, she was displaying herself as a strict princess when she was in public setting, during the hectic busy day, because she was also filling in for the official business that originally should be done by her brother the crown prince. But after that hectic time passed, she became like a restless girl who would be going out to an outing. Here she was starting to be bothered about her outfit or hairstyle for going into the dungeon. "Elena's armor is a sorcerer, so I don't think you need to wear something heavy like armor." Chloe was going along with every single one of Elena's conduct that was like that. Even so, she was watching over the change in Elena with a warm smile. She knew the reason for such change. It was because Elena was able to meet with that pink-haired girl Aria. Elena actually was also acquainted with a lot of noble daughters, but until now her relationship with those girls who were soft like the butterflies in Flowerfield was only kept at the level of simple business-like relationship. There was none of them who Elena could claim as friend. She also often conversed with someone like Mihail of Melrose House, but he was a male and constantly looked at other people with measuring gaze. She couldn't relax around him. Even Clara of Dantle House, who could be considered as the only one with equal status to her with the same gender, had changed and couldn't be considered as a friend anymore. It was inevitable that Elena's conversation partners became mostly adult, but although conversing with them could entertain her as a princess, it couldn't give her any tranquility as simply Elena. Even Chloe and the butler Yosef, although Elena was able to let her guard down around them because she had known them since she was a baby, they couldn't become an equal conversation partner for her. But Aria was different. She was an existence that Elena recognized as a kindred soul who was her one and only equal in this country. They weren't friends. There was a large wall that prevented a princess and an adventurer to become friends. But their relationship had a strong bond that couldn't be measured with that kind of common sense. Right now the wavering heart that Elena was showing was the wavering of maiden heart that wished to show her good side as much as possible in front of Arya, who she was finally reunited with. "You are right. It's not like I will head to the front line to fight. Indeed, this robe here doesn't look excessively flashy. I believe that this one suits Elena's armor better." Inside the closet that had the size as though it could contain a whole house of commoner, There were dozens traveling clothes that the princess couldn't see that had been gathered by the females of Black Ops for the dungeon exploration this time. Chloe concluded that she couldn't possibly allow the other servants and maids to see Elena in this state and sent everyone out except the two of them. But seeing the outfits getting taken out and discarded one after another made her cheeks spasmed from imagining that she would have to tidy up all of them later by herself. This one, and this outfit. This one too. Very good. I shall put this one in the list. Elena had made decision with intellect and good sense in almost every matter until now, but seeing her hesitating of what outfit to wear made Chloe smiling softly even while a trickle of sweat dropped down her forehead. Will they all fit inside the luggage? The spatially expanded bag that was prepared for the princess was specially made. The deeply affectionate king had prepared it for his daughter's sake. He especially ordered it from the Sorcerer Guild and it boasted a capacity that was as big as a single horse carriage. But right now Chloe was starting to think that in the worst case she would have to reduce the number of large shields she was bringing in her own expanded bag to free up some space. Even so, thanks in part to Chloe's hardship, Elena finally decided on the outfits that she would wear in the dungeon. She patted her chest in relief, but then Elena suddenly turned around with a look of realization. Is my current hairstyle fine? Any kind of hairstyle will look good on you, Lene's armor. Even so, Chloe didn't consider any of it as a bother. She smiled warmly seeing Elena, who never showed any childishness at all until now, was getting worked up thanks to interacting with someone who she considered as her equal for the first time. After that they finished the dungeon exploration safely, and Elena, who had conquered the feebleness of her body, decided to become the queen for the sake of the people. She also succeeded in securing Arya's cooperation. The scene that was like an establishment of a new oath with Arya had ended and Elena saw her off with the expression of the princess. Then Elena seemed to think of something and fell silent before she suddenly turned toward Sarah and Chloe. Say, you two, Arya is certainly going to be my bodyguard, but what do you think I should do so she can enroll into the academy with me? Sarah, who was now the princess's head maid, made a troubled smile toward that rare selfishness from the princess. Chloe held herself back from bursting into laughter and narrowed her gaze as though she was looking at an adorable little sister. Even if nobody recognizes it, to me Arya and you are friends already, you know. Heroine Survival Volume 4 Afterward. Welcome to the first-time reader. Long time no see. This is Haruno Ibari. The fourth volume is finally released. This volume became the last book of the first part. The next one will be the beginning of the second part. When writing the web novel version, I had measured each chapter so the size will fit a single book, but this time there is a part that didn't go as planned and became longer and I had to split it into two parts. But as the result of splitting them in a good place, the latter part's word count became smaller. I considered it as a good chance and tossed in Carla's story as a side story in this volume, which I was unable to do in the web version because I had to prioritize the story's tempo. Arya had only gotten stronger after going through such intense battles. I didn't want to make Carla, who had also gotten stronger, to obtain such strength just because of her talent, so I took the chance to write the battle that allowed Carla to reach rank 4. Of course, I also managed to insert a lot of foreshadowing for Volume 5 into it, so the result really satisfied me. I want to see Volume 4 getting comicalized quickly, but it might take 10 volumes to reach that point. That will be a lot of hard work. I'm really indebted to Wakazuka Bato-sensei, who is in charge of the comic version. The highlight of this time is the exploration of a large-scale dungeon. I think there might be people who start reading a book from the afterword even if they are few in number, so I'll keep the explanation short. The blessing that can be obtained from a large-scale dungeon is something powerful that even the royal family sought it. Even if the blessing isn't useful for combat, if a military general possessed the power of foresight, they will be able to win in almost all battlefields. If someone has perfect appraisal, it will make spies from other country unable to hide. With those two at hands, it will be possible to spoil the evil design of other country and enlarge your own country, but the compensation for that will be the life of the person who obtained the blessing. The academy will be filled with people who obtained blessing, who will survive it. The first part until this point is the Vagabond arc, and in the second part next we will finally enter the Otome game's main story. Arya will enroll into the Sorcery Academy as Princess Elena's bodyguard. which is a major deviation from the Otome game's story. How will Arya, who has grown to possess strength that can repel a rank 5 monster on her own, live in the academy? Look forward to it. This is a light spoiler, but there's demand for more details of Arya's academy life, so I'm planning to increase that too. Hitaki Yu-sensei had drawn some beautiful illustrations again this time. Every time my suggestion for the cover page illustration always got rejected by the editor though. Lol. Well then, let's meet again at volume 5. To the readers who have read the book, the bookstores that has kindly put the books in their shelves, and all the people involved, my biggest thanks to all of you. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/character03.jpg Dungeon Spirit. The spirit residing inside the dungeon in Duke Feudale's territory appeared in front of Arya in the form of a young woman. Granted gift to human who reached her place. https://bookerpervert.files.wordpress.com/2022/07/character04.jpg Sir Jura, Arya's teacher in sorcery. A female evil race, Dark Elf, a former member of the Demon King army and feared as the War Demon, possess 4 elements. Heroine Survival Volume 4 SS3 100 Years Adventure. Samantha, you bitch. You fucking did it again. Because there were this many targets. Kaya ha ha. The angry voice of a small dwarf youth echoed inside a village that was surrounded by a forest at the southern part of Claydale Kingdom. Another small human girl cheered in delight while running around in response to that. They were still 10 years old despite appearance. The youth was from a race called dwarf, so it couldn't be helped for him to be short despite having tough body. But the human girl called Samantha was clearly more petite compared to the kids around her age. Dalton too should just become blacksmith if you're a dwarf. This is all because you keep working with wood all the time. I told you that I'm not rock dwarf but mountain dwarf, you itty bitty. Huh? Who are you calling a hobbit? I didn't say anything like that. Samantha fired stone bullet from her staff. This time it was the young dwarf Dalton who screamed while running around. Normally it was impossible for a kid to cast sorcery or firing it to another kid, but the two were childhood friends who had been together almost all the time since they were born. They were used to do this kind of exchange in a sense. Samantha had become able to adjust the strength of her sorcery, and now Dalton too wouldn't even be injured just from getting hit by a small rock thanks to all his training. The cause of their quarrel was because of Samantha using Dalton's woodworks as targets for her sorcery. The popular impression of small and tough rock dwarf was as blacksmith living in a cave, but mountain dwarf like Dalton was a race that lived in forest and they had skillful hands for craftsmanship using wood or precious metal. Dalton's family had been living in this village since his parents' generation. Naturally he imitated his parent and began working with wood, but Samantha noticed that, and when she saw Dalton's trial works, she thought they were just right to be target practice for her sorcery. Those works were still just crude practice item, but Dalton too wasn't that mature that he could forgive seeing something he created getting destroyed. But Dalton could also understood that his childhood friend played her mischief on him because he was unresponsive to her after starting practicing, so he wasn't genuinely angry to her. After all, in the past Dalton also harbored the same feeling when Samantha got absorbed with the joy of sorcery when she was around 3 years old and wouldn't play with him. Make a weapon. Make a weapon. Shut your trap, Samantha. Their quarrel settled down and Dalton started shaving wood once more in a place near the forest. Samantha, who sat down on a log, was swinging her legs back and forth while making a ruckus. I already made you a staff before this. The staff that Samantha was using was created by Dalton. Of course it didn't have magic stone embedded on it like the one that professional sorcerer used, but Samantha was always carrying it around with her everywhere since he gave it to her as birthday present. Wrong, I mean your weapon, Dalton. You still haven't given up, huh? Dalton muttered in exasperation. He let out a sigh that didn't suit a child like him. I'm going to be a woodwork artisan, not an adventurer. You too, Samantha, if you're going to be a sorcerer, don't aim to become something like adventurer. What is it again? Aim to become a palace court sorcerer or something. It seemed that Samantha wanted to become an adventurer and she tried to convince Dalton to become one too at every opportunity. Samantha was the village chief's daughter. Her family was considered as well off in this village. If they used their connection, then surely she would be able to get sorcerer work even at the capital. Samantha's father was friend with Dalton's father. He hoped that if possible his daughter could just marry into a well-to-do merchant family or something. Samantha was tiny, but he heard that actually there were several merchant families that had tried asking about the prospect of her marrying into their family. She had soft silver hair and red eyes. Her face looked pretty even in the eyes of Dalton, whose race was different from her. Her petite figure also provoked people's desire to protect her. She was a girl with enough charm points. In fact, even outside the marriage offers, there were quite a lot of boys in the village who didn't know about Samantha's true personality and were attracted to her just from her looks. "No, what I want is to have adventure with Dalton." Dalton's expression turned complicated from hearing Samantha's honest feeling. The two of them had few friends. Of course they had acquaintances, but the two of them only had each other who they could count as friend that they could be open with. Samantha was pretty, but she had intense personality. She was young and could use sorcery, so it couldn't be helped that the kids her age were scared of her. Dalton was a mountain dwarf, so there was nobody who could win against him in a fight. The kid who acted as the boss of the village kids ostracized him from the group. The parents of the two were friends, and Samantha's father, the village chief, invited Dalton's family to come to this village. Their friendship began from this closeness between their families, but, for the two of them who had bashful personality, the other had become their irreplaceable friend. But there wasn't any sweet feeling in that relationship. They were male and female childhood friends, but the human Samantha preferred tall man with slender build, while the dwarf Dalton preferred robust and thick woman. The two had never regarded each other as the opposite sex. The two were childhood friends with friendship that surpassed such gender and race difference. When Samantha did something, she thought it would be good if Dalton was with her. Dalton also had the same kind of thinking, so he couldn't just treat Samantha's feeling carelessly. Dalton too had experience hunting, and if it was just a goblin then he would be able to defeat one if Samantha was with him. Dalton was also a boy. There was no way his heart wouldn't dance from that. If I feel like it. Yosh. Then when are we going? Tomorrow. I told you if I feel like it. Such daily life kept repeating until one day, Samantha, who finished quarreling with Dalton just like usual, suddenly recalled something and talked to him about it. Hey, Dalton, have you ever seen an elf before? Elf? Ain't no way I ever see one. Dalton was used with Samantha's erratic behavior and her abrupt change of topic, but he tilted his head at the unusual topic. Samantha proudly explained in response, I heard from father. It seems an elf family is going to come to this village. Tilda, that's unusual. What's more, it's a whole family. Forest elf lived deep inside forest. Unlike dwarf who got involved with human in order to create things, elves were an insular and exclusive race. Most elves who came out from their forest were considered as oddball. Yep. Family. And I heard that elf family also has a kid. What's more, that kid is also 10 years old like us. That's even more unusual. Even in human country it wouldn't be that hard to catch sight of elf, but in general those elves were already adult. In the first place, elves could live longer than dwarf. Their children had slow growth and also few in number. So he heard that they often became kidnapping targeted area with bad public order. Proper elf parents wouldn't bring their child out of the forest. Dalton didn't know whether the parents were eccentric or not, but he felt pity toward the elf kid, wondering whether they would be able to adapt in human village, although it wasn't really his business. But Dalton's worry ended up to be needless. Not only that, his worry was completely off the mark. 1 month later, there's really a dwarf here, and he's round. So strange. Dragged by her arm to Dalton's workplace was a small elf girl who looked like she was still 6 or 7 years old if she was human. Oi, Samantha, who's this rude fellow? Dalton put on an unamused look and glared at Samantha, who dragged the little elf here. But Samantha looked smug for some reason and puffed out her non-existent chest. I found her, so I caught her. She's so tiny and cute. I'm not tiny. Even you don't look that different from me. Also, don't call me fellow, call me Miranda. You're cutting living trees around here. Dwarf and human are really barbaric. Huh? You're smaller than me, you shrimp. Don't group me with Dalton. I'm not small, you two pipsqueak and stumpy. If you elf really treasure the forest, then just go eat grass quietly. Even elf eats meat. We just don't like the taste of blood. Who are you calling Stumpy? Even my breasts are going to become boing boing soon, unlike this elf. Right, Dalton, don't ask me something like that, you vulgar girls. Even I'm going to grow big. After all, elf is definitely going to be taller than dwarf. I'm a mountain dwarf, you stupid. I'm going to be way bigger than the Stumpy there and an elf like you. Huh? The human and dwarf and elf kids got into a quarrel right at the day they met. The dangerous quarrel where spirit magic and elemental magic flew everywhere ended with everyone dropping at the same time. With that, the little elf Miranda had safely cultivated friendship with Samantha and Dalton. Huh? Becoming adventurer? Are you serious? Several days later, the three kids gathered in Dalton's workplace again. The Miranda turned a doubting gaze at Dalton after hearing Samantha's words. Dalton, who had a bump on his head, nodded in annoyance. It's Samantha's usual illness. So it's something like that. Myra also react like that? Come on, let's do it, the three of us. Samantha shouted in dissatisfaction at the two's completely unmotivated attitude. By the way, the three got a lot of scratches and bruises from that quarrel, but all of them got healed by Samantha's light sorcery. Even so, there was still a bump remaining on Dalton's head because of her mother's fist after she found out that he got into a fight with girls. These adventurers, they're using metal weapon that the dwarves made, right? Savages. Myra. Tell me if you're trying to pick a fight, you snobby elf. What did you call Memag? Miranda was unable to become friend with other human children because of how touchy she was, but when it looked like things would devolve into another quarrel, a sweet got stuffed into her mouth from Samantha beside her and she fell quiet. Miranda was quietly nibbling on the large malt cookie with her small mouth bit by bit. Seeing that caused Dalton to forget his anger and sighed. Miranda, who was raised in a forest before this, only knew of sweet taste from fruits with strong sourness and honey that she could only lick a little during celebration. She had completely become the prisoner of the sweets using sugar that Samantha brought. This could also be called as taming with food. In this village, only the village chief's family could use sugar to make sweets. Dalton wasn't fixated with sweet food because he was satisfied as long as he became full, while Samantha had unbalanced diet, so she used most of her snacks to tame Miranda. You'll be able to eat sweet snacks every day if you become adventurer and head to the capital. I'll do it. So fast. In front of the retorting Dalton, Miranda, whose mouth and hands were dirtied with cookie crumbs, and Miranda, who was putting on a wicked smile, shook each other's hand firmly. And that's why, make a weapon for Myra too, Dalton. Just so you know that I don't like iron. I'll get a rash if I keep touching one. I'm the one who have to make it, and the reason you hate iron is because of something like that. If Myra is going to use sharp weapon, then perhaps it should use mithril. Even this village's blacksmith can't make that kind of thing. If you want weapon that badly, then you should ask the strange rock dwarf who came here 1 year ago. The strange rock dwarf that Dalton mentioned was a still young craftsman. It seemed he was raising fund in order to open a shop at the capital and wandered into this village around 1 year ago. He ordered some wares from Dalton's father and returned home with his hands full of buttons and a pleased expression on his face. That wouldn't work. Jelfshan is a seamstress who makes girl clothing. He said that he want me to model for him when I'm older. He have really good eyes. That's if you can get bigger. I'll be. Why is a rock dwarf making woman clothing? Miranda's natural puzzlement didn't reach the quarreling duo as though the answer should be obvious. I can only make bow, you know. In the end, Dalton ended up making a bow for Miranda. Any forest elf could use bow without exception. Miranda too only had bow for training, so her eyes sparkled seeing a hunting bow that was made exclusively for her. Guess I'll use stone for the arrowhead. Samantha, make some pointy stones for me. That's fine, but please make a club too. It's fine even if it's made from wood. What are you going to use it for? It's for you, Dalton. We're going hunting when you finished. Don't tell me you're planning to let two beautiful girls going alone while staying behind by yourself. He was reluctant to consider these two as women, but Dalton let out another deep sigh and realized that he was gradually getting dragged along with them. Dalton, who was a mountain dwarf with skillful hands, finished making bow, arrows, and club in 1 day. Then without further ado the three headed into the forest for hunting. Miranda checked the condition of her new bow, then she turned toward Dalton with a genuine smile. To think that you properly used a fallen tree to make this, Dalton. You aren't so bad for a dwarf. Samantha. Hoy. In response to Dalton's mutter, Samantha tossed a candy into the mouth of Miranda, who often said something sour. For a moment she turned quiet and licked the candy happily. Dalton held back the sigh that almost escaped him and talked to the two. I have decided on the formation. I'll be at the front, the sorcerer Samantha at the middle, and the archer Myra at the back. Yep. Roger. Don't talk while your mouth is full. After that the three walked inside the forest. Sometimes Miranda would check the ground and pointed at the direction where there might be animal. Then Dalton told the two to stop around the time Miranda finished eating the candy. Shit. It's a bear. Seriously? Bear was extraordinary even in this world that was filled with monster. It was a wild animal, but the smaller type of bear had gotten weeded out by monsters, leaving only the bigger type of bear. Inside the forest that wasn't even 10 odd meters away from the three, there was a bear eating a small animal that looked like rabbit. I was wondering why there wasn't any goblin recently. Turn out that this guy might be eating them. It wouldn't be strange for the bear to come to the village if it ran out of food of certain size in the forest. The village had fenced to repel monster, but the livestock that were kept outside might get massacred. The huge bear was easily taller than 2 meters. Dalton judged that only the hunters of the village along with several more adults would be able to defeat it. He signaled with his hand to not make a sound and retreat. That gesture caused Samantha to jump out energetically. Hi-hoo! What the? Gah! The two screamed, while Samantha charged forward with a wonderful smile. The huge bear also got surprised by the commotion and let out a growl. Stone bullet. Samantha charged while swinging down her staff. Dozens of pebbles shot off from there. Stone bullet that fired off pebbles would change in quantity and accuracy depending on the sorcerer's skill. Samantha would only fire a single pebble when messing around with Dalton, but she finally threw away her restraint to the wind when encountering the adventure that she had been dreaming for. Kaya ha 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 ha. Crap. But the bear's skin couldn't be pierced by something like pebbles. Even so the bear still felt pain and it raised its claw towards Samantha with an angry look. Bokon. In that moment, the bear stepped forward and its foot stumbled on a hole on the ground. Samantha, what are you doing? It was Miranda who created a depression on the ground with her earth spirit magic. She yelled while drawing her bow. Gah! The bear noticed that and this time it headed toward Miranda. Miranda froze for a moment from fear. But the bear's rush was stopped by the club that struck its face from the side. Get away you two! Although the club was swung with the dwarf's physical strength, the attack didn't deal any damage when the dwarf was still a boy and the club was made from wood. The bear got even angrier instead and swung its claws. It left a deep gash on the club and made Dalton felt cold in his guts. Wind cutter. Gaga. Samantha was running around inside the forest with abnormal speed. It was a wonder where she was hiding such strength inside that small body. She fired wind sorcery that tore at the bear's skin. Miranda fired her arrow at that timing. It grazed the bear's eye. Gaewa. The bear changed its target at Miranda again. But perhaps Miranda had seen something in Samantha, who was enthusiastically moving around while launching attack without fear. Miranda too drew her bow again without any fear this time. She kept her bow drawn while jumping back, dodging the bear's attack in a hair's breadth. This is super scary. Kaya ha ha. Miranda screamed angrily. Samantha's laughing voice overlapped with her scream. As though to vent her anger, Miranda's next arrow that was fired from super close range pierced the bear's eye this time. The bear's roar echoed through the forest. Hey, everyone attack, finish it off. Let's do this. Kaya ha 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 ha. Dalton stopped giving a damn at everything and yelled his order. Miranda and Samantha yelled back in high spirit. New warrior, wind spirit, lend me your strength. Stone shot. Gaga. The wind spirit slashed the bear's face and stopped its movement. Dalton's club smashed the bear's skull. And last Samantha's stone shot buried itself into the bear's face. Wham! The bear swayed on its feet before collapsing backward. It convulsed for the last time before it stopped moving completely. Dalton and Miranda were convinced that the bear had finally died and strength left their body. Samantha approached them from the opposite side with a sunny smile. This idiot! In that moment, the two's fists slammed on Samantha's face. They were punching quite seriously. Samantha was blown away by the punches. but the girl got back on her feet as though she wasn't affected at all, and she still smiled widely despite bleeding from her nose. That was fun. Seeing Samantha like that caused Dalton and Miranda to feel spent and then sat down hard on the ground. They unconsciously looked at each other and let out a long sigh. Fighting the bear and seeing Miranda's smile made the two realize that they were also no less idiotic than Samantha. The two of them certainly also felt fun during this battle where they risked their life. Then, let's go. That should be my line. Dalton, who cares about it? Miranda. 3 years after that, the three who had grown a bit bigger compared to before began a trip to head toward the capital in order to become adventurer. The well-known people of the village came to see them off, but they looked more relieved than worried seeing the three problem children leaving the village. Even their parents also looked the same. Why the capital? Dalton. Don't know. Ask Samantha. Jelfshin said that he opened his shop. Myra will definitely like it too. I can't wait to see it. Dalton, who knew about the eccentric armor maker, shook his head slightly at the conversation of the girls. He kept silent throughout it all. First we need teammates. How about a thief and a swordsman? It's not thief but scout if it's adventurer. Whatever. If possible I want someone cool and slender to join us. That's just your own preference, isn't it? The three kids had grown bigger and became adventurer. That was the beginning of their 100 years adventure that would continue from there on.